Everyone, this video is going to be the game changing in your PMP preparation. I have put the best of the best PMP material in this one video so that it can help you in your PMP preparation. The first thing is the entire overview of PMP in 1 hour. So you go through that, and this video can also be used the first 1 hour for your final PMP preparation. Then I went to documents of PMP, pre-initiation, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. Then I went to the Scrum, the 5 ceremonies, roles, document that you need to understand, and then information radiator, another video of Kanban that you also understand Kanban. That is more than enough that you need to understand for Agile in the exam, including 4 values, 12 principles. Nothing else is important in the Agile for your PMP exam. Then I went to share how to solve PMP question, how to do root cause analysis, and then I added PMP question answers. 180 question answers, just like the complete PMP mock. Watch this video, maybe watch it 2 times, enjoy it. Do put in the comment about your how many questions you write it or what you also want in the next video. And this one video will help you to clear the PMP. Thank you very much for watching. If you are for the first time, do like it, comment it, share it, and of course subscribe it. Thank you very much. Let's talk about 5 process group in PMP: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. In this video, I'm gonna give high-level summary of what happens in each and everything in each process group so that you can get understanding when you are solving PMP questions. This video is specifically designed for solving PMP question. If you want to go deep into what happens in each document, you can watch the video that is here on the link, or you can watch the video that I will put at the end of the screen. Initiation. Basically, even before moving to initiation, let's move to pre-initiation activities. Pre-initiation activities are those activities that happens actually before the project. They justify why we are doing the project. Business case, benefit management plan, and that need assessment. Project actually starts with initiation, where we made the project, that the project has started, the project charter gets formed. Project charter is at our hand and we start working on that project charter. Now charter is at your hand, you share with the stakeholders. Along with the charter, you get assumption log, which has a list of all the assumptions. A very important document that I'll cover in planning. Then you make a stakeholder register, which basically lists down who are the all important stakeholder. You rank the stakeholder by power and trust matrix. Who are the important stakeholder? These are the things that happens in initiation. Now let's go to the planning phase of the process group. In planning, we have already made the stakeholder register. So let's use it to make a stakeholder engagement plan, which will talk about what is the current engagement of stakeholder using tool of stakeholder engagement matrix, looking at the current engagement of the stakeholder and what is the desired level of stakeholders, current level, desired level, and we will make stakeholder engagement plan to discuss that pattern document. Stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but the strategies required to engage the stakeholders. Once that is approved by the sponsor or change control board, you go and make communication management plan. Communication management plan, I love to say it, 4R of communication. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. How much information is needed by anyone? Who needs the information? When they need that information? Where that information should be stored? Why they need information? All these 5W and H is put in the communication management plan. And of course, it is approved by the stakeholder and change control board. Then we look at the resource management plan. Resources are of 4 types: 4M, These are things happening in planning. Planning is all about making project management plan. So all these are actually subsidiary of project management plan. We make like 18 plans and 33 documents, and you can watch it about this video, put it in that link. So in resource management plan, that is 4M, manpower, machinery, money, material, we talked about each and every single individual resources. So let's talk about what is the team, because team will be the most important thing. How do you acquire the team? And when you are acquiring the team, a very important document, that is ground rules. We need to set the ground rules for the team. Ground rules is a part of a document that is known as team charter, which sets ground rules, how to handle that decision, how to handle the conflicts among the team members, what to do about when the conflicts happen, what are the values. All these things are in the team charter. This happens when you are acquiring the team members. You set them. Initially, the project manager should set them. Later on, the team needs to refine them and need to work with those ground rules. Do put this in the comment. Are you enjoying this video? Do you like it? And do share it with other people that they can also learn about it. Okay, now the ground rules are set, team charter are set. We need to identify, do we need physical resources or do we need virtual resources? And depending upon the physical or virtual resources, we decide, we look at the strength of the team member, weaknesses and opportunity and threat, SWOT analysis. We can also do MBTI. The purpose is to identify which team member has which skills and give them the task according to their strength so that they can perform better. We use resource calendar to identify thus when the team members will be available, and we also make recognitions and rewards plan to rewards the high performer. We want to do that. This is happening in acquiring. Throughout the project, we will be identifying the training needs of the team. We will provide those trainings and measure the training outcomes, and in certain cases we also provide the certificates to the team members. This happens throughout the project. I love Tuckman ladder, which says that forming when the team is acquiring, then storming when the team is settled down and the confusion happen, conflicts happen. Here the project manager needs to use active listening. Are you listening to this video actively? Put in the comment box. And if yes, what is active listening? Let me know. Use active listening to identify the needs of the team members, what the team member wants. Then you use emotional intelligence, which consists of understanding yourself, understanding others, managing yourself, social skills, empathy, like empathy is going into the shoes of others, and motivations. What is motivation? So motivation is another important thing. Then it comes like who are motivated by what. Like Abraham said that Maslow hierarchy of need says that unless your basic needs are not satisfied, you will not move for the higher needs. Or Hertzberg theory of 2 points, which talks about what are the hygiene agent, the minimum requirement, or what are the motivating agent, what motivates to others. This is hygiene theory and motivating theory if you look into that. Then we come to the next thing. Where is theory X? Are you believer of theory X, like you need to focus all the time, or are you believer of theory Y? Theory X, theory Y states into that. Or are you following McLean theory of power, achievement, affiliation? So we use that to handle the conflict among the team member. We use various techniques to manage the conflict. We can avoid the conflict, or we can do the collaboration. We can force our decision, or we can accommodate compromises and other solution that you need to look into that. All these conflicts management techniques are available for you, and you identify which one is best for you in a patent project. In addition to that, we look into that at which level conflict is, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and handle the solution accordingly. We need to understand how to manage the team acting as a servant leadership. Servant leader is more like a mother or father. We need to identify that thing, how we are into that particular thing. So you act as a servant leader and manage the team, and this happens throughout the project. we need to train and mentor the team members, and that is everything about team. Then we decide whether our scope is fixed, that is, or a scope is adaptive, that is change driven. Depending upon that, we have predictive life cycle, agile life cycle, and we have iterative and incremental. Let's say we have a predictive life cycle, that is plan driven life cycle. If a plan driven life cycle, so first of all I will go with the, if you have a plan driven, then I will go with the change driven. We will collect the requirement using requirement management plan, and we will make requirement traceability. Once the requirement traceability and requirement documentation is ready, so now we will use scope management plan to filter out what are the important requirements, what are not, and we get project scope statement. Once you have project scope statement at your hand, you will make WBS dictionary, and you get scope baseline. Now using schedule management plan, you will divide the WBS work package further into activity list, attributes, and milestone list, and sequence them using finish to start, start to start, start to finish, these sequencing. We need to look at that what are the dependencies, mandatory, discretionary, internal and external dependencies. Once we have those dependencies outlined, then we sequence them using critical path method. We look at the lags and leak, and we have a schedule baseline. Remember, for every activity we need to calculate duration using analogous estimation, same, parametric estimation, statistical relationship, 3-point estimation, or bottom-up estimation. You have your schedule baseline, and if you want to decrease your schedule, we have crashing as well as fast tracking for that patent purpose. Once you have that, you go to resource optimization technique, resource leveling, where you optimize all the resources, or resource smoothing. Then we go to the cost topic. Using the cost management plan, we estimate the same way, we get cost baseline. We need to look at the funding limit reconciliation, how we funds the team, and plus we need to understand cost baseline includes all the cost activity plus reserves, and management reserves are the part of project budget. I guess let's stop this video here, because we have you watch this and put me in the chat box how much you know. I will take from planning from here on. We have discussed scope, schedule, cost plans. We have discussed stakeholder communication and resource plan. The next video I will carry on from the planning. Do let me know how you like it or not like it. Thank you. Okay, let's start from where we ended last video. In last video we discussed initiation, and in planning we discussed resource management plan, stakeholder plan, communication plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. Now we have all three baselines and some important plans like how to manage the team. Now let's talk about a little bit about risk. You see, we make a risk management plan that defines what is the definition of risk. By the way, what is the definition of risk? Risk is any uncertain event that may or may not happen. Any uncertain event that may or may not happen. And if that happen, it can have positive, that is opportunity, or a negative impact on one or all of the project objective. That's kind of the pet definition. I hope that it's simple and you can understand it. Risk management plan defines how you are going to manage the risk. Is your organization risk seeker? They run towards the risk averse, they run away from the risk, or are they risk neutral? What is the level of your organization? We will discuss that in the risk management plan. It defines risk tolerance, threshold, things like that, and which probability and impact metrics are you going to use in your project. That will be discussed in the risk management plan. Once your risk management plan is approved, who approved it? Of course, sponsor approved it. Once that plan is approved by the sponsor, then you start identifying the risk. You look at the past lesson learned register to identify the risk. You use OPS, policies, procedure, tools and templates. You use EEF, enterprise environmental factors. You use prompt lists like VUCA, SWOT analysis, and my favorite, PESTEL analysis, political, economical, social, technical, legal, environmental analysis. What are the internal, external threats or opportunity you have? Of course, business case, benefit management plan, project charter, all these documents will have risk in it. You will look through those documents, what are the risks that your project may face. Now, risk identification is an iterative process. It can happen at any time, but initially, if we put more effort in initial identification, it is better for the organization. We try to identify as many risks as it is humanly possible. Once we have identified all the risks, we put them into the risk register. At this stage, we will put potential owners and potential response. Risk owners are those people who are gonna handle that pertinent risk. So you put the risk owner, you put the potential owner, you put the potential risk response for that risk. Now you have done that, then what we are going to do? Now we are going to handle those risks. We are going to work on those risks. First of all the risks are there, we need to prioritize them. Without prioritization, we cannot work with them. Just like we did for stakeholder, there are two ways to prioritization: qualitative risk assessment and then quantitative risk assessment. We rank the risk both qualitatively and quantitatively. Once we have ranked the risk qualitatively and quantitatively, qualitatively use probability and impact metrics, like take all the risk and just ranked it, what are the most important risk. Quantitative risk analysis is kind of an expensive tool many organization does not do, and it's kind of optional because the skills required for quantitative risk analysis can be sometimes expensive. So we use influence diagram, we use Monte Carlo simulation, that S curve, we use sensitivity analysis, which is called as tornado analysis, that can help you. All these tools, rank them. By the way, if you need explanation of these tools, I'm gonna put tools and technique playlist here. You can watch that. That can help you a lot in understanding these tools and technique also as an individual way. Acha, once the risks are ranked, we will look at the risk response strategy. For opportunities, we have exploit, number one strategy. Exploit is the most positive word in PMP. I'll repeat, exploit is the most positive words in PMP. If you cannot do exploit, you do enhance or you share that opportunity. And for negative risk, that is threat, we try to avoid the risk, where we completely remove the risk. Or if we cannot do avoid, we mitigate the risk or transfer it. Whenever you transfer the negative risk, you need to pay an insurance or a premium amount to the body. Once you have transferred the risk, then if the risk is above your threshold limit, you can escalate it to the senior management, program manager. And if you cannot do these strategies, then we accept the risk. You see, all these strategies are happening even before the risk occur. We try to avoid, mitigate, transfer. But acceptance is that, okay, we say that let the risk happen, but in acceptance, we have active acceptance. If this risk occur, then this is my plan. That is called contingency plan. If this risk occur, I will have a trigger that will tell me, okay, this risk is going to occur. The risk owner is going to look at the trigger. If this risk occur, the risk owner is going to implement the contingency plan. This is also called plan A. And if that plan fail, we have a plan B, that is also known as fallback plan. Happening even before the risk occur, we try to avoid, mitigate, transfer. But acceptance is that, okay, we say that let the risk happen, but in acceptance, we have active acceptance. If this risk occur, then this is my plan. That is called contingency plan. If this risk occur, I will have a trigger that will tell me, okay, this risk is going to occur. The risk owner is going to look at the trigger. If this risk occur, the risk owner is going to implement the contingency plan. This is also called plan A. And if that plan fail, we have a plan B, that is also known as fallback plan. Okay, contingency plans and fallback plan, plan A, plan B. Okay, let's say this risk occurred now. Now what you will do? Now the risk owner will implement the risk response, and after implementing the risk response, there are two options. Either that response was successful and you have residual risk left, which is acceptable. We say, okay, let's see what it is. Or you have a secondary risk, as risk that occurred because of the response of the primary risk. secondary risk. So you execute on that risk. So this is active acceptance. We also have passive acceptance. We say that okay, this is a risk, but we don't think this will occur, or we don't want to plan for it. We say okay, we will handle it later on. That is passive acceptance of the risk. And for passive acceptance risk, we use management reserve. Like we will raise a change request and we will ask management once they occur, give us some money. For active acceptance, we plan it, we put in the cost baseline as a contingency reserves. Important point. Interestingly, contingency plan is a plan that you use for active accepted risk, and contingency reserves are the reserves that you use, just to make it easier for you to understand. Acha. Now you are doing risk audit throughout the process. The audit is all about checking the effectiveness of the process. If this risk occur, what will you do? Risk audit. And you also do risk review meeting. The purpose of risk review meeting is, as the name says, review the risk. How many risks can occur? If these risks are going to occur, how you are going to handle them? How many has occurred in the past between the two risk review meetings? How many risks has occurred? Which can impact the project? How they are impacting? So risk review meeting get an output as a risk report that is shared with the sponsor and all those things. Every risk review meeting will have a new risk report and risk registers, of course, thereon. So there are 3 documents that we have discussed so far. The risk topic, risk management plan that talks about how the risk process will be handled, risk register that lists down all the risk, and risk report that shows you the weekly or monthly status of that thing. And another thing that is important to understand, risk review meetings, how many risks has occurred, which can impact the project, how they are impacting. So risk review meeting get an output as a risk report that is shared with the sponsor and all those things. Every risk review meeting will have a new risk report and risk registers, of course, thereon. So there are 3 documents that we have discussed so far. The risk topic, risk management plan that talks about how the risk process will be handled, risk register that lists down all the risk, and risk report that shows you the weekly or monthly status of that thing. And another thing that is important to understand, technical reserve analysis. As the risks are occurring, we want to look into that how much reserves are left for us, and we need to communicate to the sponsor, change control board, seniors in the risk review meeting. And let's say your reserves are done, then you need to use management reserves and you need to raise the change request for that. Another important thing to understand, risk is any event that has not yet occurred and you identified before. One more time, unidentified event that you identify before occurring and you make a plan for it. When that occur, an unidentified event, you plan for it, you identified it, and the event has not yet occurred, you put in the risk register, plan for it and work for it. And once it occurs, you update the risk register. That's it. But if an unidentified event occur and you identified it later on, or something occur, in simple words, something occur and you don't have a plan for it, that goes into issue log. That goes into issue log. Anything for which you don't have a plan is an issue. Risk and issue difference, important. You update the issue log, you review that, why it was not identified, you do the root cause analysis, how to handle that, you raise a change request, and if the change request is accepted, you implement that and you communicate to all the responsible party, and then later on you look into that, okay, if that issue can reoccur in the project, we will update the risk register, and if that risk can occur in the future project, for sure we will update the lesson register. It's an important concept to understand into that. So that's all you need to know about risk. Then we see, okay, we discuss about the transfer of the risk. So it comes under the procurement. In procurement, we discussed, can we make something or we have to buy something. Once we decided we want to buy something, we make the source selection criteria. What will be my source selection criteria when I am buying from outside? What are the reasons that I feel that I need to buy something from outside? What is the justification? You make a source selection criteria. It can be something is cheap, you cannot do something, so into that. So that's all you need to know about risk. Then we see, okay, we discuss about the transfer of the risk. So it comes under the procurement. In procurement, we discussed, can we make something or we have to buy something. Once we decided we want to buy something, we make the source selection criteria. What will be my source selection criteria when I am buying from outside? What are the reasons that I feel that I need to buy something from outside? What is the justification? You make a source selection criteria. It can be something is cheap, you cannot do them thing, so cost to quality, or thousands of other reasons can be there. You identify those reasons, put it into the source selection criteria. Now your source selection criteria is ready. Well done, you have made a good progress. Now we decide whether the scope is fixed or not. If your scope is fixed, we go with a fixed price contract. If your scope is not fixed, we go with the cost reimbursement contract. Fixed price have firm fixed price incentive fee, and fixed price economic price adjustment that is used for the inflation thing. Cost has cost plus fixed fee, cost plus incentive fee, cost plus award fee, and plus of course you have a time and material contract along the way that is based on subscription model. Once contracts are finalized, we made procurement statement of work. That's kind of a thing, what I actually need, I share it to the people. Okay, I need this thing, please share this thing with me. I share it with the third party. Okay, look into that, and they share us that thing. So procurement statement of work is ready with us, and then we make a procurement management plan that defines how the procurement is going to happen, what we are going to do in the procurement, things like that. So that's happened in the planning part of the procurement. I'll cover that later and upcoming what happens in execution and monitoring and control. Then we look at the quality plan. In quality is all about agreeing to the standards. We look at that, what are the standards we are going to follow, which standards we are going to benchmark, which we need to look into that. And we look the cost of quality, cost of conformance, money spent to avoid failures and money spent because of failures. What are the cost into that particular domain, like training cost, appraisal cost, all these things come the cost of quality. We agreed with that, we get quality management plan which is approved, and now the quality standards are agreed. We get the quality matrix, that KPI matrix. So quality things are agreed. Important thing, all the compliance things, all those things, even the quality compliance, it goes into risk register. Okay, so we have discussed so far in planning: stakeholder plan, communication plan, resource plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, quality plan, procurement plan, risk. So that is the sum up of all the plans, and then we go to the big, and that is integration plan, project management plan, which happens in integration. We combine all the plan and we get it approved. Project management plan is ready, which has change management plan, how you are going to handle any changes. I'll come in next video. I will go to agile, so we'll talk the change. Then we have a configuration management plan that talks about the product, how we are going to handle that, which life cycle we are going to look into that. We decide that, and we have project management plan here. I hope that video makes sense to you. This is all about planning. So far in the two videos we have initiation and planning. In the next one I'll go with the agile. I'll try to summarize the agile, and then we'll move towards execution. If you like this video, feel free to let me know how did you love it, and feel free to put your comments. And if you want to join my program, you have my number, contact me. Thank you. Let's discuss now agile. What is basically agile? I love to say that agile is more of a mindset. What do I mean by agile? You see, agile is a combination of 4 values of agile, 12 principles, and multiple practices like Scrum, XP, Lean, Kanban, Scrumban, Crystal, etc., etc. But all these things actually are secondary. The primary and the most important thing is its 4 values, which make the mindset. And the mindset is that as a agile person, you must be acceptable to the change. As an agile person, you should behave with the team in a professional way. You should always find the opportunity to train them. You should always find a way to add value to the customer. This is the agile mindset. If I go by book, Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Like you collaborate with the customer more than what is written in the contract. In productive, we always say that do what is written in the contract. But in agile, we say that let's collaborate with the customer, provide value to the customer, and that value when provided, that can give you much added result, long-term result. I would even say that it's more of a like thing when you have a relationship, when you are living in a town, so you collaborate with the people. If you have a shop, people come, sometimes they don't have money, you say okay, you can give me the money, and later on, that is kind of a collaborating with the customer. So agile is not something new, it is actually the way how the business have been done for thousands of years. How small business, and agile is more towards more small businesses, so how small business have been operated, a small shop, small teams. And one of the concept, of course, agile is for small team, 10 to 12 team members. So customer collaboration over contract negotiation is one value. Then same type of value, respond to a change over following a plan. You see, we want to add value to the customer, we want to deliver value to the customer. For that, we make minimum viable product, like whatever the features are produced, let's give it to the market, get the feedback and change it accordingly, instead of waiting for perfectionism, which actually never comes. So release that. So even when you are building, there's a change that can add value to the customer, do that change. That is an important thing. Third value more goes towards business people need to work and how the team is important. It all comes down to the same thing. Work is done by the team. You want great motivated people who can work together, generate something, and that's how everything in the world has been created. Every single product is created because of the team, not because of the right processes. Yes, there may be one or two good things that have been produced because of a process, but most of the things have been produced because the great mind work together and they produce something. So agile says that individual and interaction over processes and tools. So that is the third value and the meaning I have explained to. The fourth value goes towards the minimum business increment or minimum viable product. Like whatever works, that is the most important thing. Talking is good, but whatever works, that is actually the most important thing that we need to work into, that we need to produce. So that says working software over comprehensive documentation. So we don't want to waste our time on documentation, but it does not says that you don't do the documentation. It says that over comprehensive documentation. We do last responsible moment documentation, whatever is required. So these are four values of agile: individual and interaction over processes and tool, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, respond to a change over following a plan, working software over comprehensive documentation. The 12 principles have been made from these values. Like we want to simplify those things, we want to focus on quality, we want the people who are motivated, and we want to give incremental delivery. And of course, incremental delivery is one of the cornerstone of agile. Once you have 4 values and 12 principles, then taking into the consideration from the PMI point of view, Scrum is very important. Scrum is a framework under which the team work together. It is very simple. If you are a fan of cricket or football, Scrum actually came from the football, American football. So what happens, the 11, if you are a fan of cricket, 11 or 12 team members work together, they look at how we are going to do that. So let's take the example of cricket. There are 11 team members and the 12th player, of course. So let's say 12 team members. At the start of the cricket match, they get together and in a circle maybe they think what we are going to do, what is our plan, how we can execute. Let's say it's a 2020 match, and once the match is completed, at the end of the match, of course they have a scorecard which says they win or they did not win. But after the match is over, they go together. Now only team is there. The team do the retrospective to learn how we are doing it. And of course, throughout the match, they are looking at what we are doing, good, bad, how we can improve. So similar way, Scrum is there. In Scrum, we have 5 events. The first event is sprint itself, which is 1 to 4 week of duration, minimum 1 week, 4 week, normally it is 2 week. So what happened in a sprint, you actually produce everything. Agile plans work in that way to take the entire product and you divide it into small releases, and then releases are further divided into sprints. That is, let's say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So you have a sprint, and at the start of the sprint you do sprint planning. You plan for the entire sprint just like the team plan for it. And once you make a plan, and product owner who's a responsible person who defines the value and who looks for all the items in the product backlog, the entire list of requirement, he basically comes there with the team, development team, and Scrum Master. Scrum Master is kind of a facilitator, servant leader, or Agile project manager. They come there and they take from the highest value of the product backlog and put into the sprint backlog. Sprint backlog is a list of requirements you are going to complete in this Spartan sprint. So they take it from the product backlog, put in the sprint backlog, and once everyone agrees, okay, this is the thing we are going to do, and of course product owner will say do more, team will say we can do this much, and of course the team defines the how much we can do. How much they can do in one sprint is called as a velocity of the sprint. Velocity is how much story points, which is story point is the effort required to complete one user story, and user story is just an agile way of saying requirement. One more time, user story, as a user I want this so that this can happen. It's a requirement in the form of agile. For example, as a user I am making this video, I want to drink coffee or water while making this video so that I can speak better. So that is my user story. That's a user story. So how much time it will take, how much effort it will take is story point. For every user story there will be certain story point, and there are way to calculate story point. Ideal hours, that is how many hours there. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large, small, how much you want, and of course Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Those are story points we put it. So we have user stories, story point, and then we say how much story point we can do, that is velocity. So let's say we say 15 is the velocity of an agile team. So we share the sprint goal to the customer, the goal is agreed, now we start working the sprint. Then every single day team get togethers and they say how much we have completed, how much we are gonna do, is there any roadblock, impediment, things like that. This is called daily stand-ups, daily scrum, or like it's kind of a progress sharing meeting. It's we limit it to 15 minutes. We try to do it same time, same location to have a better structure, not product, and you divide it into small releases, and then releases are further divided into sprints. That is, let's say 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So you have a sprint, and at the start of the sprint you do sprint planning. You plan for the entire sprint just like the team plan for it. And once you make a plan, and product owner who's a responsible person who defines the value and who looks for all the items in the product backlog, the entire list of requirement, he basically comes there with the team, development team, and Scrum Master. Scrum Master is kind of a facilitator, servant leader, or Agile project manager. They come there and they take from the highest value of the product backlog and put into the sprint backlog. Sprint backlog is a list of requirements you are going to complete in this Spartan sprint. So they take it from the product backlog, put in the sprint backlog, and once everyone agrees, okay, this is the thing we are going to do, and of course product owner will say do more, team will say we can do this much, and of course the team defines the how much we can do. How much they can do in one sprint is called as a velocity of the sprint. Velocity is how much story points, which is story point is the effort required to complete one user story, and user story is just an agile way of saying requirement. One more time, user story, as a user I want this so that this can happen. It's a requirement in the form of agile. For example, as a user I am making this video, I want to drink coffee or water while making this video so that I can speak better. So that is my user story. That's a user story. So how much time it will take, how much effort it will take is story point. For every user story there will be certain story point, and there are way to calculate story point. Ideal hours, that is how many hours there. Affinity estimation, small, medium, large, small, how much you want, and of course Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Those are story points we put it. So we have user stories, story point, and then we say how much story point we can do, that is velocity. So let's say we say 15 is the velocity of an agile team. So we share the sprint goal to the customer, the goal is agreed, now we start working the sprint. Then every single day team get togethers and they say how much we have completed, how much we are gonna do, what is there any roadblock, impediment, things like that. This is called daily stand-ups, daily scrum, or like it's kind of a progress sharing meeting. It's we limit it to 15 minutes. We try to do it same time, same location to have a better structure, not to miss anything. And we have information radiators. Information radiators are kind of a showing you a progress. It can be task board, Kanban board, which has limit on work in progress limit. We close the retrospective. That's the entire Scrum. So Scrum have 3 roles: product owner who decides the value, who can cancel the sprint, team who decides how the things will be done, how much time it will take, Scrum master who's a facilitator who facilitate between all these people, and if there's any issue it can work into that. And we have 3 main document: product backlog, which is list of all the requirement, all the user story prioritized, a sprint backlog, each sprint will have each sprint backlog, and product increment. That's the entire Scrum for you. We have burn up chart, how much work is done, burn down chart, how much work is remaining, task board, Kanban board. Kanban is a special type of task board which has work in progress limit, how much work you can do there. And one of the benefit of the Kanban board is you can identify bottleneck. You see, this is the bottleneck of my water, this water bottle, how much I can drink at one time. So that is a bottleneck. So similarly, which thing is stopping you, that is the bottleneck of that pattern thing. So you identify that. That is the entire Scrum. We also have a lean methodology which talks about how we can remove waste through that, and value stream mapping, like which shows lead time and cycle time. Lead time is when the user story was requested till it is completed, and cycle time is when team actually started working on it. So that is also there. Lead time, cycle time is there. And we identified then a methodology like crystal. Crystal basically look at the criticality of the project. If it is crystal clear, the project is easy. If it is magenta or other crystal, the project is difficult. That's the agile you need to know for the PMP. I hope that makes sense to you. One more time, remember 4 values of agile, 5 events in Scrum, 3 roles, and then 3 artifacts, and you will be good to go in the Scrum. Understand the mindset of the Scrum and you will be easy to do. Remember that whenever a change is requested in Agile, it directly goes into the product owner. He put in the product backlog and he reprioritizes the product. As compared to what we discussed before, in all the plans, if a change is requested, a change must be requested formally, officially. It goes into the to the change control board after the project manager do the impact analysis, and they evaluated change should approved or not approved, and if it is approved, then we work into that way. So that's the difference between change request, how you do that. So this so far we have covered initiation, actually pre-initiation, initiation, planning, and now the agile is also covered. In the next video we will look into the execution. I hope that makes sense to you. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Still, if you have any issue, feel free to put your answers in the comment. I will be love to answer you. Thank you. Bye bye. So far we have discussed pre-initiation, initiation, planning, and then agile. Now let's talk about execution and monitoring and control quickly. Execution is all about now your plan has been approved. Now you start working on that plan. The project management plan is approved. So anything that if you want to change it in the execution, of course, you need to raise the change request. Execution and monitoring and control overlaps in that way. So let's say a work is done, a deliverable is produced, and while the deliverable is being produced, by the team, the quality team will make sure that the deliverable is produced according to the quality agreed standard. So they do the audit to make sure the process is effective and there is no problem in the process. They will ensure that. The tools we will be using is like control chart and checklist, check sheets, and if we identify any defects in control quality, we will be using tools like inspection to make sure that it is according to that, and if we find a root cause analysis, why analysis, that fishbone diagram, and of course the beautiful tool of Pareto, scatter diagram, failure mode effect analysis, sampling. All these tools are identified at quality assurance and quality control to make sure right deliverables are being produced. Once the deliverable is produced, the quality team and control team will check it, inspect it according to quality management plan, and if it is according to quality management plan, that deliverable becomes verified deliverable and it goes to validate scope. In validate scope, client checks the deliverable. As I said, monitoring and control and execution overlap. Client checks according to the scope baseline, because with the client scope baseline was agreed, the client check according to scope baseline, and if it is according to scope baseline, we get accepted or validated deliverable. It's an important concept to understand. Only verified deliverable will be checked by the client. Non-verified deliverable will not be checked by the client. It's a critical concept to master, to understand, to comprehend, that first the deliverable comes to control quality, they check it, they say okay, approved by quality, then it goes to validate scope where client check the deliverable and work into that, and you get accepted or validated deliverable. Otherwise, at any step, if it is not accepted, you raise a change request to do corrective action, preventive action, or defect repair. So this is quality in a way. If we talk procurement, so we had made the procurement statement of work. Now we will have a bidder conference with the bidders to make sure that they understand the requirement, that things are clear to the bidders. So we start working into that. Once that is done, that is good. Then now we will move to the next step. And next step is getting the agreement, having the negotiation with them regarding the price. So once that is done, then in the monitoring and control, deliverables start coming to you. So when deliverables are coming, if you want to do audit is always checking the effectiveness of the process. If you want to do audit of them, it must be written in the contract that you want to do audit. This is the way how the audit should be done. This is the audit that you want to do. So let's say you want to do their audit, which must be written into that. So you do the audit. Audit is either done according to the contract or it is not done. It must be written in the contract. Then comes the inspection. Now inspection is like, I bought this airport from Apple. I went to the Apple store. When I bought this airport, I open it, I check it whether it meets the agreed thing or not. If it meets that, then it is accepted, procurement is closed. If it is not, then a conflict has raised. If a conflict is this, you will follow this step. Step 1, try to get a win-win situation, collaborate. Step 2, if you cannot collaborate, do what is written in the contract. If contract is silent, try to get a mediator, a third party. Try to resolve the conflict out of the court. But if even that is not possible, now the last step is you go to the court. Remember this thing, we want to settle outside the court. So you do this thing, all these things outside the thing. And procurement, another important step is that procurements are closed throughout the project. So your procurement is closed. We implement the stakeholder and communication plan to make sure the agreed stakeholder engagement plan is relevant and communication plan is effective. In managed communication, which happens in execution, the entire communication of the project, how much people need information, who needs, is actually executed in this project. We communicate with them, all the information is communicated with them, how much it is needed, all the effectiveness is here. And of course, throughout the project, if we need to update the stakeholder communication plan, we will raise the change request. For the risk, we already discussed, we monitor the risk throughout the project in risk review meeting, and we handle that thing. So we discussed scope, we discussed quality, procurement, both execution and we discussed stakeholder communication, procurement, risk. Throughout the project, we are looking at our scope, schedule, cost, through control, scope, SPI, CPI, SPI and CPI schedule performance index, cost performance index. It should be great. CPI, SPI and CPI schedule performance index, cost performance index. It should be greater than 1, and then that will be a best thing for you. SPI schedule performance index or schedule variance, cost performance index or cost performance. These are the things that you measure your scope and schedule with. So you must know what are the tools that we use to measure everything. For scope, and for scope we measure how many change requests are there. For schedule and cost we use SPI, CPI. For risk we look the risk review report, how many risk has occurred. For quality reports, quality control measurements are used. And then stakeholder engagement plan and communication plan is checked, procurement plan is checked. Another important thing, throughout the project, work performance data, raw information is generated. This has happened, deliverable has been produced, this has happened. That raw data goes to all the departments, and everyone compare their plans and generate a report which is called work performance information. Work and performance information is the next level of data. Like data was generated, it's a low level raw information, then work performance information made by every department, and then you get the work performance report. One more time, try to make it simple. Let's say you have 9 departments: scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, risk, etc. The data is generated that the project is being executed, these deliverables are produced. Those deliverable goes to each department. Each department will compare it according to their plan and discard the remaining data and produce work performance information. So every department will have their own work performance information, like their status report. That goes to project manager, and project manager will create a comprehensive work performance report that is shared to all the stakeholder or important stakeholder according to what? According to what? Communication management plan. So that is what happens in monitoring and control. I hope that makes sense to you. Execution, monitoring and control. Deliverables are produced, issues are handled. We already discussed in planning how issues are handled. Change requests are raised and approved. Work performance reports are handled. Risk are executed. Stakeholder engagement is executed, a very important thing. And of course, if it's agile, the scrum thing happens. Now comes to the closing thing. So closing comes in two basic way. The project is successful, the project is unsuccessful. Now unsuccessful can be any reason that we cannot, like the deliverables are not valuable anymore, the project has become obsolete, you are run out of money, the project has handled into any risk that cannot be done, risk can be compliance, whatever. So either project is successful or unsuccessful. Both way, once the project is completed, the step number 1 is you get approval from the sponsor. Sponsor approve the project, now you can close. You start writing final report. That is after sponsor approval, that is the next thing. Then you start updating lesson learned register, start updating project documents. Once lesson learned register are updated, you archive them. Project documents, you archive them. Lesson learned register, put in the lesson learned repository. The detailed final report is shown to the sponsor. If you shared it to all the stakeholders according to communication plan. You start doing administrative closure, all documents are updated, final report is shared. Now you release the team and you celebrate the success. Important document, once the project is completed, benefit management plan is checked to verify whether the identified benefit have been achieved or not, and this must be reflected in the final report. This was the complete series about how the project is started from initiation and how we at the end measure benefit. I hope that series makes sense to you. I hope I have made it as simplified as I can do. If you loved it, do let me know about the things in the comments, and if you find it that I can make further improvements, I'm always there to improve it. Do subscribe the YouTube channel because this motivates me to do more. I still remember when I had 10 subscribers, all of them are family member, and now alhamdulillah I have more than 12,000 subscribers. Thank you for all the love. Please keep spreading this love, and see you when you join the program. The number and email is there, and best of luck. And if you become PMP, do let me know. I love to record your journey. And with that, enjoy this series. Most of the plans and documents that are used in PMP. So let's go with in this phase, like we will discuss pre-initiation, means starting before the project, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and of course closing. Pre-initiation, things happens before the even projects get started. So let's see what do we have in pre-initiation. Pre-initiation is something on which the entire project is based. Now, we all know that organizations have strategy. That strategy drive portfolio, and portfolio decides on programs and projects, and then we get operations. This is known as organizational project management framework, OPM framework. So organizations have strategy which drives portfolio, on the basis of which programs and projects are selected, and once programs and projects are utilized, they are driven to operations. Now let's see what are the documents that are going to be involved. The first thing we need to do is need assessment. Now, the first need assessment is done, why the project is even needed, why it is needed, how it adds to the organizational strategy. As we discussed before, organizational strategy is the most important thing which is driving every single thing. Why this project is needed, how it adds to the organizational strategy, and then of course we will look at the OPS and EEF, how it adds to that. We will also look at the feasibility study. Is it even feasible to do that or not? Now these feasibility studies can be operational feasibility study, is it workable, experimentations and multiple things. So this is not the job of project manager, and this will not be covered much in PMP. It will not be covered. For the PMP, you only need to know need assessment tells why project is needed and how it adds in the organizational strategy. This is more in detail in PMI PBA, because this is a job of a business analyst to identify the needs and see how these things can be done and what are the requirements for that. Once need assessment is done, the next thing comes as a business case. Next thing is business case. Now this is a very important thing. Again, this is made by business analyst, or we can also say that sponsor. Project manager can be the part of the team, but he does not have any power in it, and he is more a facilitator. He does not have the designation as of now. He will get the designation in the initiation phase. Business case is a comprehensive documentation, but for the PMP perspective, it's a benefit to cost analysis. What is the benefit of these particular things? Why we are doing it? More of a tangible benefit. And what the cost will be. If the benefits are more and the cost is less, then we will do it. We also have other parameters instead in addition to benefit to cost, where we can actually also call it as cost to benefit. Same thing in reverse. We have return of investment. This is used by many organizations. Like let's say two projects A and B, both we are doing, what will be the return on them? So the project which has higher return, we will do that straightforward as it is. Acha ji. Return of investment, we will look into that ROI. Then payback period. If I invest my money, where I will get my money back? What is the better payback? So we will use payback period for that. Which thing will give my money earlier? That will be a better project. We can also see if we go for this opportunity, what will be the cost of opportunity. Opportunity cost, another parameter to look into that. uh, when you are choosing a project. Then NPV, net present value. Now net present value, these are a complex domains, but for the PMP perspective, just understand this thing: cash inflow minus cash outflow. Another meaning, your income minus expense, that is NPV. It is it has a wide range of explanation, but for now I guess this will be enough for your PMP exam. Net present value. Net present value should be minimum 0. The more positive it is, the better it is. Whenever you are comparing two projects, let's say project A, project B, the one which is more positive, we will use that one. Then one more parameter, financial parameter, is IRR, internal rate of return. For PMP, just understand it is a percentage of cash inflow minus percentage of cash outflow. So this is your IRR, internal rate of return. Now let's say exam asks which is the most important one. Like if you have all of them, which one you will use? IRR is the most important one and the number one priority we will use. IRR is the most accurate, then net present value, then ROI we will use, and then so and so other terms will be utilized. Other terms will be utilized accordingly. These are some of the terms that we use here. These are the some terms that we use. So this is basically your business case. Of course, business case will have the risk in the projects. What are the risks? High level risk, I would say very high level. Quality, what are the quality requirement, the high level objectives. And business case sometimes even goes up to 20-30 pages, but that is not for the PMP, that is more of a program level. This is your business case. We show it to the sponsor, and basically business analyst and sponsor made it. They can show it to the governance board. If the business case is approved, then we can talk about it further. Another document that is created along the business case is benefit management plan. Now business case mostly have only tangible things: money, cost, benefit. What about the brand awareness? What about the market presence? You see, we all say, let's buy the shoes of this brand. This is Nike. Or we prefer to buy the items which have Apple logo on it. Why? Because of brand awareness. Or like if I talk about myself, I go to a restaurant and if they don't have Coca-Cola, I will not drink it. Like I'm a Coke fan, not a Pepsi fan. So it's more of a brand thing. So that is the purpose of a benefit management plan. Benefit management plan identify the benefits, who will be the benefits owner, the timeline for the benefits to be delivered, the risk, and those things. So both, first need assessment is approved, then business case, benefit management plan, both goes to the governance board, and sponsor of course is the head of that. If that is approved, then we go to initiation. Your pre-initiation activities are completed, then we go to initiation. I hope this makes sense to you. I want these videos to be more of a PMP pocket video, so I am ending it, and in the next video I will explain the documents in initiation. Thank you very much, and if you like it, do let me know. Put something in the comment, like what things confuses you, any aha moment or anything that relates with you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's discuss. Yesterday we ended our discussion at the pre-initiation activities, which were project charter and project management plan. Both of them are business document, and we discussed it is approved by sponsor. Now initiation activities. Initiation activities starts with the making of a project charter. One more time, project charter is basically made by sponsor. The charter is actually made by the sponsor on the basis of business documents, business case, and benefit management plan. You see, normally the project charter is made by business analyst and project manager, But since the project manager does not have any title as per se, so we say that for easiness, for PMP perspective, that sponsor is making the charter and he is approving the project charter. So for PMP, understand this thing, sponsor will make and approve the project charter. Project charter is a high level document. This is very important. It does not have any detail in it. It is a high level document. Project charter will talk about who is sponsor, who is project manager. Here we get the authority, project manager get the authority to use the resources and the funds. It will talk about what is the high level scope of the project. It will talk about the cost, money, the overall budget for the project. What is the overall schedule? What are the key milestones? Who are the key stakeholders in the project? It must have who are the key stakeholders in the project. This is a very important thing. It can have like key risk in the project, the big risk that we may have identified. It can have those assumptions, big assumptions in the project's high level constraints of the project. Depending upon the organization to organization, it can be 1 page or it can be a 4 to 5 page. But the most important thing is that it is basically the justification of the project. From here, project actually gets started and it is based on business documents, which is business case and benefit management plan. It is approved by sponsor and project manager has its power. As soon as the project charter gets approved, now important thing, project charter cannot be updated throughout the project. It cannot be updated. If the project charter, business case, benefit management plan, they are updated, the entire project changes. Once the project charter is approved, we share it to the key stakeholders. Yeah. Next document that come here in the initiation activities, stakeholder register. Stakeholder register. Stakeholder register has a list of all the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders in your project? What is their power? What is their interest? What is their classification? Are they upward, downward, inward, outward? What are the type of the stakeholders? They are internal to the organization or external to the organization. In order to identify the stakeholders, we use expert judgment, ask the experts who are the stakeholders. We ask the sponsor, we review the documents analysis, we look at the OPAs, which are organizational process assets, policies, procedures, tools and templates. In addition to that, we also look at EEF, enterprise environmental factors. What are those? Who are political stakeholder, economical, social, technical, legal, environmental. We identify all the stakeholders, put them into a comprehensive stakeholder register, which will have its name, maybe job description, power, interest, things like that can be here. Stakeholder register is a document which can be updated throughout the project and you don't need change request to update this thing. So this is what happens in initiation. These are the activities and the documents that we have in initiation. If we see what we have discussed so far, pre-initiation and initiation. In pre-initiation, we had need assessment, business case, benefit management plan. Initiation is project charter and stakeholder register. These three documents cannot be updated and this document is updated throughout the project. It does not need change request. In addition to that, sometimes you also make assumption log with it. Assumption log is nothing but a list of all the assumptions that we must have throughout the project. Like assumption number 1 can be project manager will stay in the project, when it was added, when it was updated, what is the current status. Assumption log is important because it becomes the most important entry into the risk register. So this is in documents that you use in the initiation. I hope that makes sense to you, and these are things that are clear to you. In this 6 to 7 series of videos, my purpose is that you understand all the documents and plans in the PMP. So this was initiation. Tomorrow we will discuss planning. Thank you very much. Do like it and put comments. What do you think was important? What one thing makes special sense, and what one thing is still confusing to you? And if you need me to make any other video, I will be more than happy to it. And if you are watching it on YouTube, please do like and subscribe and share it to your friends. The more you can subscribe, the more videos I can make, and we can reach it to the next site. And if you want to join our program, my batch program starts every month in the mid of it. This January batch is starting on 13th of January, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22 of January. The cost is $499 for the training fee. Last year we had 464 PMP certified and 500 plus the general certified in 2022. With a success rate of 99.9, you can be certified this year in 1 month. All my programs are backed by money back guarantee. In case you don't pass, I will pay your re-examination fees. I do recommend you register now. Contact me on this number. This number is on WhatsApp. You can contact me +971. This is Dubai code UAE 588 588 Thank you very much, and let's start. Let's make you PMP. Bye bye. So we have already discussed pre-initiation and initiation activities in the previous video. In this video, we will discuss about planning. Now, planning is the biggest chunk in PMP, and a lot of documents that we look in the PMP, in the project management professional, is found in planning. So, first thing first, we ended our discussion at stakeholder register. So the first document that is made after that is stakeholder management plan. Stakeholder management plan or stakeholder engagement plan, both are the right names for the same document. Stakeholder engagement plan is a plan that has stakeholder engagement metrics that basically look at the current engagement level of a stakeholder and what do we desire. So all the strategies that is needed to satisfy the stakeholders are in the stakeholder engagement plan. So stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but the strategies required to engage the stakeholders. And the biggest tool in it is stakeholder engagement metrics. Then the next thing is communication management plan. The next tool I would say communication management plan. Communication management plan, I love to say it is 4R. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. Like it will talk about all those things that we says that what information should be there, who should have that information, when that information will be provided, where it will be located, how you are going to share in it. All those things will be in the communication management plan. Of course, it gets approved and we look at the diversity, culture, language, the method of communication, push, pull, interactive, or a combination of all these three communication. Everything will be discussed there. But once the communication management plan is approved, then that is that thing. That's the thing in the planning. Communication management plan gets approved here. Then the next document I would say is resource management plan. So there will be 2-3 documents with the same name of RMP. So this is resource management plan. Okay. Resource management plan talks about how you will acquire the resources, like how you will get the resources, which includes type of the resources, skills of the resources, uh, how you are going to provide training to the resources, how you are going to even do the appraisal, like assessing the skill, which skills are required, those SWOT analysis. So how do you acquire the resources, and how do you develop the resources, how do you manage those resources, and of course how you are going to control the resources. Everything is mentioned in this resource management plan. Please understand resource are four type. Like resources can be manpower, machinery, money, material. We only talk about manpower as a general when we talk about resource in PMP. In addition to the resource management plan in planning, we also make responsibility assignment matrix. In this matrix, we actually put who is responsible for a particular task. Project manager responsible for this thing. An extension of RAM is RASI. I just love this chart. This chart talks about who is responsible, who is accountable, whom to consult, and whom to inform. Responsible, accountable, consult, inform. The RASI matrix of PMP. Very important. Please understand that in a project, project manager as a general is responsible for everything. For the project, project manager is responsible. Sponsor is accountable. Sponsor is accountable. Okay. So in addition to that, we also get resource calendar. Resource calendar basically talks about the availability of the resources, you can say. When a particular resource will be available, their shifting, things like that are mentioned in the resource management plan. So these are the some of the topics that are covered in this. So far we have discussed about in planning, stakeholders, communication, and resource. Okay, I would say this is the people region more of. Let's talk about quality. In quality, we have two plans. Quality management plan that basically tells which quality standards you are going to follow, which quality standards you are going to follow, how you are going to benchmark those standards, right? What are the standards that you are going to follow, the benchmark those standards, and what the cost of quality, which includes cost of conformance, money spent to avoid failures, cost of non-conformance, money spent because of failure. It can be training cost, appraisal cost, non-destructive testing. This is basically destructive testing, rework, and also warranty cost. So these things are put into the quality management plan. In addition to that, in quality, one more document is created that is called as quality metrics. Quality metrics is kind of a KPI matrix, key performance index, that will measure the entire process, in the entire project. What are the key performance index to measure? For example, SPI, the schedule performance index, or cost performance index, will be measured by KPI without any doubt. How many changes will be there? That will also be mentioned in the key performance index, or also known as KPI. So quality management plan, and that's all about quality. Okay, then we have risk. In risk, two things are made. One is risk management plan, and the other is risk register. I want to take them together because many people get confused between them. Okay, let me make it. Risk management plan talks about how to manage the risk. Means rules, regulations, systems, procedures, things like that. It does not talk about the actual risk, does not talk about actual risk, a very important thing. It has stakeholders like tolerances, how much risk they can tolerate, plus minus 5 or 10%, threshold, the limit how much stakeholder can go in number like million, 2 million, appetite, how much stakeholders can absorb the risk in anticipation of reward, risk exposure, the overall risk in the project. These things and risk, are your organization risk averse, seeker, neutral, etc., etc., will be mentioned in the risk management plan. No actual risk will be mentioned here, only procedure. Whereas in risk register, it will has list of all risk. All the risk in the projects will be mentioned in the risk register. Whatever the risks are there, each and every single risk will be mentioned in the risk register. With, of course, if I can put a template here, what is risk? Okay, what is its probability, its impact, qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, risk owner, uh, risk response. I can make a residual risk, secondary risk, things like that. Everything will be mentioned in the risk register. In addition to that, we also have a document that is called as risk report. Risk report is basically generated as a result of risk review meeting that can be weekly or bi-weekly meeting that we have in our organization, and that basically talks about that. Okay, so what are the main risks that are coming now in the project, what is the risk exposure, overall risk of the projects, and things like that. Guys, do tell me, do you think this black ink is more soothing to the eyes or this blue ink? I personally think black ink is preferable. Let's also look at the red one. So we discuss risk register, risk management plan, and risk report and risk. So far we have discussed stakeholder, communication, quality, and risk. Let's discuss procurement. Procurement. In procurement, of course, we will have a list of qualified vendors that can be the part of actually OPS the past. We can have a make or buy decision. We have a source selection criteria, like we are deciding the source on what basis that can be there. Of course, procurement strategy can be there, and of course our procurement management plan, like how you are going to actually conduct the procurement, what types of, and actually the types of contracts comes under this, which type of contracts your organization consider and how do you consider it. And finally, procurement statement of work, like the statement of work that you send outside to get the things out, to understand the things. Procurement statement of work can be there. Okay, so now comes the big areas. Since we have discussed stakeholder, communication, quality, risk, resource, stakeholder, procurement. Now we'll discuss the three: scope, schedule, and cost. I put them into the end because all three are interlinked and kind of have a lot of documents in them, and all of them are very important. First of all, we get requirement management plan. So requirement management plan is basically, it talks about how to collect requirement, manage them, and make sure they are delivered. Okay, it helps a lot of techniques to collect the requirements, and we get two documents as a result of it: requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Let's talk about them. Requirement documentation will classify the requirement as functional, non-functional, stakeholder, solution oriented, and things like that. Classification of different requirement, product, etc., etc. Then we get requirement traceability matrix. As the name suggests, it's a matrix. This matrix traces the requirement from start till end. Every single thing about the requirements is in it. Acha, very important thing. All the compliance requirement goes into risk register. All the compliance requirement, all compliance are considered as risk. So all the compliance requirement goes into risk register. They can be given a quality, but they must be identified and put into there. They can also be in the requirement traceability matrix, that the particular requirement is a compliance requirement, but we trace them or track them through the risk register. Acha ji, coming back to requirement traceability matrix, it can have which stakeholder requested a particular requirement. Okay, what is the purpose of that requirement? How is it a project requirement or a product requirement? Each and everything can be this. So this is requirement documentation and requirement traceability matrix. Okay, going forward, then we have scope management plan. So scope management plan tells us how do you handle scope, how do actually you make scope from this requirement, separate the product and project requirement, verify those requirements, clarify it, simplify those requirements. Each and everything will be there. And how do you control the scope? Okay, this scope management plan helps us to make project scope statement, which is nothing but kind of a filter on the requirement traceability matrix. All the requirements are there. We put scope filter and we get project scope statement. Now this is the approved scope. Once it is get approved, it becomes the Bible of for us. Approved scope, it has all the assumptions, constraints, what should be delivered must be in it. What should be delivered must be in it. Anything that is not here is not the part of the project. Project scope statement, very important. A very important distinction between project charter and project scope statement. It is high level. This one is detailed oriented. So a difference between both of them. Okay, then we make work breakdown structure, which is a breakdown of work. Okay, WBS, that is known as WBS. I'm not going into detail of that. We make WBS dictionary and project scope statement plus WBS dictionary plus WBS. This, when it gets approved, this is called scope baseline. Okay, scope baseline. This is another document, work breakdown structure. This is a document. WBS dictionary can be a document. Of course, code of account, planning package, work package, all those things can be the documents also. But this is the main document here. Scope baseline, approved version of scope that you check with the client. Okay, make sense to everybody? Do put your comments. What do you think about that? Is this clear or not? Then we made schedule management plan or schedule management plan, can also be this. This tells you basically how, which scheduling software to use, Primavera or whichever software to use, how to use that software, how to make WBS, what length could be, will you use project Gantt chart, will you use milestone chart, Okay, high level, will you choose bar chart, things like that, what tolerance will be. So we make schedule management plan. Plus schedule management plan get approved, then by dividing the work package, which is the lowest part, WP, of the WBS, we get activity list of all activities, again a document, milestone list, the significance, a very important document, and of course activity attributes, again another document. Okay, so with the help of activity list, we make a network diagram. Let's say this is a network diagram. Okay, this is another document that is can be called as a network diagram, or also known as project schedule network diagram. Through critical path we calculate the duration, and once we calculate the duration, the baseline, we get, this is another document, schedule, we get the schedule baseline, the third baseline we have. So we got scope baseline, schedule baseline, then we got cost baseline. In order to get the cost baseline, we use cost management plan, which will talk about, of course, the techniques to calculate the cost, analogous, parametric, 3-point estimation, bottom up estimation. Plus it will see funding limit reconciliation, how to set that, how we are going to get financing, what is rough order of magnitude, definite estimates. All those things will be discussed in the cost management plan. Once it is approved, so the same way we have calculated the schedule baseline on the same network activities, we will calculate that and we'll get the cost baseline. So these are the important, I would say, plans in it. So this scope baseline, this schedule baseline, and this cost baseline, together we can also call them as performance measurement baseline. Okay, performance measurement baseline. These are the main plans. Like if I put it there, stakeholder engagement plan, communication management plan, resource management plan, risk management plan, quality management plan, then procurement management plan, scope management plan, schedule it schedule management plan, cost management plan, then we had requirement management plan. Okay, and then we have scope baseline, we had cost baseline, we had scope cost schedule baseline. Okay, we also have other plans like change management plan. Change management plan basically talks about how the changes in the project will be handled, who can authorize the changes, what are the changes in the project. In the project, we are talking about changes in the project. All the changes in the project will be handled by change management plan. So in addition to that, we also have configuration management plan. Configuration management plan, it basically talks about the changes in the product. What are the changes in the product? All the changes in the product are mentioned by configuration management plan, and all those things. Okay, so configuration management plan and change management plan, both, this is for project handling, this is for product handling. A very important thing to understand that whenever we are talking in PMP about product, we will talk about configuration management plan, and whenever we are talking about project, we will be talking about change management plan. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, so one more plan that we can basically look into that, and that is kind of a project life cycle description, like which life cycle you will use: agile, predictive, iterative, incremental, but not a much important plan. Then of course we can have a development approach. Which development approach you are going to use, that plan can also work there. But these are the, I would say, 18 plans that are most important. So if I put the list one more time in a sequence, okay, we discussed scope management plan, we discussed requirement management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan. We discussed communication management plan. We discussed risk management plan. We discussed procurement management plan. We discussed, of course, stakeholder management plan. We discussed change management plan. Change management plan. We discussed configuration management plan. We discussed scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline, and of course these three baselines are combined called as performance measurement baseline, then project lifecycle plan and development plan approach. So these are the 18 plans that we have. Okay, now let's see few documents that we discussed. Let me list down all the documents we have. There are 13 documents, 33 documents that are normally in PMP. Okay, so let me discuss those which are present in planning. We discussed activity list, we discussed activity attributes. Then previously we have discussed in initiation assumption log. That's again another important document. Of course, we have when we are doing the estimation, analogous, parametric, and all those estimates, we look what are the basis of the estimates. That is more of a basis of estimation. So in order to handle any change, we make change log, that is basically used to handle any kind of change. So change log is there. How do you manage the estimate the cost? You get the cost estimates at your hand. Then in the we will look into the monitoring and control. We'll get cost forecast. Okay, then when you are estimating the duration estimates, these I will further work into the next video in the monitoring and control and execution. Then of course issue log will focus a lot in execution on it. A lesson learned register, another document that we will discuss. Milestone list, we discussed that significant point in the project is milestone list. Then we discussed physical resource requirement, when you are requiring the resources, looking at what is the requirement of the resources. Project calendar, that is generated in the planning phase once the schedule is generated, which tells which things will be available when, which resource will be available when. We will discuss that. In execution, project communication is produced, the entire communication of the project. Then we have of course project schedule, the real schedule that is produced as a result of a schedule baseline that is used to measure that. The entire schedule of the project is also called as project schedule. We have Pasan project schedule network diagram. Then we have of course project scope statement, another important document. Okay, so we will look in the execution project team assignments. We assign them the task. In we will discuss in monitoring and control quality control measurements, how quality reports get converted into quality control measurements. Quality metrics we discussed today, quality reports we discussed. Then we have discussed requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics, very important, planning documents. Then we will discuss, or we can discuss resource breakdown structure, like the hierarchical breakdown of resources, what type of resources we have in the project. Okay, then resource calendar, we discussed this. Then we have resource requirements, which type of resources you have. When you are making a plan, you are making to sure that right resources are required. Then of course risk register, risk report is there. Okay, sorry about my writing. Schedule data, the data that use to calculate the schedule. Then we have schedule forecast, just like cost forecast. We have schedule forecast. Of course, then we have stakeholder register, which we already discussed in initiation. We have the one of the most important document, team charter, which we will discuss in the next video in execution. And then, of course, test and evaluation document again in execution. I just list down all the documents here. Okay, all the documents, 33 documents that the PM book called, and all the 18 plans, just to give you an idea of that, what are the documents and the plans in the entire project. But some of them we have discussed today, some of them we will work into that. So yeah, let's hope that it can be done in the minimum possible time and you understand it the best possible way. So guys, this is the most important thing, that you can understand and work into that. I'm sure that you will that this video has helped you. This was the all the documents and activities in planning. All the documents and activities in planning. I'm sure that this video is helpful for you. If you liked it, do like it and put your comment. What do you think about this video, and do you want to see the execution video, and if yes, when do you want to see it? Plus my batch program is starting and you can reach me there and we can discuss your preparation. The batch program fees is $499. You can join that, or you can join my one-to-one program. Fees is $999. Exam fees is separate, which is $545. We already had 464 PMP last year. So if you want to become the PMP, and we have already 18 PMP this year, so contact us and we'll make sure you become PMP. Hello everyone and welcome to another video of documents in PMP. Now we have already discussed pre-initiation, initiation, planning. Today we are going to discuss execution. Now although most of the documents and plans were made in the planning, but all the work is being done at the execution. Execution is where the real work is happening, and as a result, the most important document or the things that are produced are deliverable. Deliverable is something that is basically produced, and you are measuring your entire project on the basis of deliverable. Sometimes deliverable is an artifact or a document that get updated. You show it to the client, and if it meets the quality management plan, then the deliverable can become verified deliverable. If it does not meet the quality management plan, then you raise a change request. Now here another document comes. In order to raise the change request, you have to have change log. All the changes in the predictive environment must be put into the change log. It's an important thing to understand and master in the PMP. Another important document that is created in the execution is issue log. We have already discussed risk register, which is if anything that is identified, it is put in the risk register. Anything that occurred and we did not had plan for it, we put it into the issue log. There are steps when a problem occur. Step number 1, problem occurred, you put it into issue log. Step number 2, you do the root cause analysis, which is a fancy word to say that identify why this thing actually happened, what was the reason behind it. Okay, reason behind it, why we could not identify it before. So that is root cause analysis. And then you see, do you need to raise a change request? If you need to raise a change request, you raise a change request, you implement it, you implement that change request, and then you update issue log. Update issue log. Then another interesting thing, if that issue can occur in the same project, you update risk register. If that issue can occur in the future project, you update lesson learned register, and then at the end you put into the lesson learned repository.
So this is actually the steps of how to handle the issue. Okay, in addition to that, work performance data is being produced in the execution. Work performance data is the raw information, like why something is happening, what is the purpose, what is the status of our deliverable. Okay, it's a raw information. So every department, and we already know department can be uh, like in knowledge areas, scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, stakeholder, risk, and so many others. So they produce, everybody has something, they get the work performance data. When the work is done, the work performance data is produced. We will discuss further into the monitoring and control. Everyone produce their work performance information, which get combined in monitoring and control into work performance report. So that's an important thing to understand how data is created in the execution, and then monitoring and control, it is converted into work performance information and report. So this is the how the raw data basically passes through the entire project, how the work is being done. So let's look at some of the other important thing. For example, let's go with the quality. In quality, we make quality reports. These quality reports give us the information, kind of a status of the quality, how many defects have occurred, how many problems have been solved, and things like that are covered in the quality reports. If we talked about the procurement area, here is the actually thing where bidder conference happen, and finally you get agreement. You sign the agreement. It can be initially letter of intent and finally agreement, but the purpose is that everything now which is done, how the deliverables will be produced, how execution is going to be done, how the things are going to be handled, everything must be written into the agreement. Agreement is kind of the most important thing in this process. Okay, so let's see what happens in risk in this process. In risk, we still head over, we do the audit, of course, at this process, and most importantly, we implement the agreed risk when the triggered occur. Okay, the triggered occur, we implement the agreed risk response that has been discussed before, and we update the register in this process maybe also. Okay, so the most important thing is the risk can be identified, which will be put into the risk register, but the most important thing is you implement the risk response. If I put execution here into the previous PMP, and we have scope, schedule, cost, quality, stakeholder, communication, resource, procurement, and risk. So the work is being done, so no much document are produced in the scope side, not much in the schedule side, not in the cost side. We have already discussed in quality reports are being produced, and then in case stakeholders, your plan is being implemented. So the plan is same plan is being updated. In communication, same communication plan, and we have communication reports here, or also known as project communication. That's a document that is communicated to every person throughout the project, what things are happening right now. Then resource or team topic, this is a very important topic for resource. Here the RACI metrics will be implemented. Here we will have team management plan, staffing management plan, how the team is acquired, developed, handled. Team charter, a very important document. Team charter that will be talked about the rules, regulations, values, vision, mission of the team will played here. You will identify the strength and weaknesses, and you will set the ground rules here, and you will of course look out that is there any conflict among the team. You will handle those conflict and look into that, work towards those conflict, and yeah, this will be in the team topic or resource topic. Then procurement we have already discussed, and risk we have already discussed. So this is basically what happens in documents in execution. If you are watching this video as the first video, I do recommend the watch the pre-initiation, where we covered business case, benefit management plan and things like that. Then initiation, charter, stakeholder, then a lot of plans in the planning, and now this is execution. Next will be monitoring and control, and then closing. So I hope this video added value to you. If you liked it, do put something comments that how did you like it, any aha moment for you, you loved it, or it can be improved in any way. Always love to know that. And if you are watching at this YouTube channel for the first time, do hit that like and subscribe button. And if you are preparing for a PMP program and you want my support, feel free to contact us on this number or on this email. We had 464 PMP last year, and already in 2023 we already have more than 50 plus PMP. So thank you very much for watching, and best. Hello everyone, and welcome to the next series of this video, in which we are discussing all the documents and plans in PMP. So far we have discussed pre-initiation. We started actually with the pre-initiation. Then we discussed initiation, and then we discussed planning. Planning has the maximum of documents. Now we discussed execution last week, and today we are going to discuss what happens in monitoring and control. And after that we will discuss closing, and then this series will be completed. Let's discuss this thing, monitoring and controlling today. The most important thing, if we look into the monitoring and controlling, the purpose, if I define the purpose of monitoring and controlling, is this basically: to check the progress, do the variance analysis. Whenever you see monitoring and control, it always means variance analysis. You are comparing your plan, which we made in planning, and your actual, which we did in execution. So this is nothing but variance of execution minus planning. This is your monitoring and control in simple words. It can be any plan, you put it there: scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, stakeholder, risk. You compare the plan and you check whether your plan is effective or not. If your plan is effective or not, and if not, you raise a change request. One more time, what happens basically? We compare plan versus actual. How do we actually compare plan versus actual? We already have a plan, actual. In execution, we produced work performance data. Work performance data is the lowest form of information, I can say raw information, as it comes directly from the execution. But this is the actual information, the raw information that is coming from the execution. The information comes to you. This raw information goes to all the department. If I put all the department here: scope, schedule, cost, quality, procurement, risk, stakeholder, communication. Okay, let's say all these departments are this. Now this work performance data, a big file, it can be daily, weekly. Let's say it's a daily data. Daily, how much work is done, work performance data. It comes to scope. Scope will take the area that is concerning to them and discard or move the data to next domain. Similarly, it goes to schedule. The schedule will take the data that is important to them. The cost will take the data that is important to them. Quality, procurement, risk, stakeholder, communication. Every single department take the data that is important to them, that correlates them, that basically helps them to understand. And this work performance data, they compare with their plan. They compare with their plan. And here comes then every single department produce work performance information. Work performance schedule will have their own work performance information, cost will have their own work performance information, quality will have their own work performance, and everyone will have their own work performance information, which is basically their summary, the departmental summary, how their progress is going. And accordingly, if they need a change request, every single department will raise change request here. The very important concept to understand. The change request and the reason, of course, will be documented here why we need that change request. Okay. So that change request, all that work performance information, all that from scope till stakeholder, all those work performance informations report. You can say that every department is giving their individual daily report, goes to project manager in monitoring and control integration. Okay, it goes to that, he combines them, he integrate them, he look into that. Okay, and he make a comprehensive report which is called as work performance report. Now this work performance report will show each and everything that is important, that is needed to communicate to the stakeholders, sponsor, depending upon the communication management plan. Of course, communication management plan will tell you 4R how much information is needed to the stakeholder, how much information they need. We will share that information to them. So data got converted into information came, and it has been converted into work performance report. And this work performance report goes to the stakeholder through risk. All the communication, of course, happen through managed communication, which we discussed in the previous topic in execution. So decisions actually happen because of this. Okay, this is a decision making authority. Now this is one of the important document, how data get converted into information get converted into report. Now let's talk about the change request that was created along this way. So let's say now change request, in order to look at the change request, we have to look at predictive first and then agile. Let's say a change request is generated. First of all, change request must be put in the change log or change form, and of course change management plan. Everything has plan in execution, will tell you how this change will happen. This change log, once the change is generated, it goes to project manager. Project manager checks the change if the change is needed. Okay, means if it is affecting the deliverable, he will do further impact analysis. Now impact analysis is very important. If it is not affecting, he will just send the rejection notice. Okay, let's say it is affecting a deliverable, he will do the scope, schedule, cost, quality, customer satisfaction, risk, all those constraint analysis. All the analysis he will do. And if we think we need the change request, he will send it to change control board. If we think the change is not needed, he will simply reject it. Yes, the project manager has authority to accept or reject any change because he is the project manager. It is his job. It is his baby. This project is his project. this project does not belong to anyone. This project belongs to project manager. So he decides, shall he move to the change or not? Of course, the sponsor is the head of the change control board. Let's say the change control board, now again, if they deny, we send the rejection notice, why it was rejected. If it is accepted, we will update the change log. Please understand, at every step that you are also rejecting, change log is also being updated. Okay, so rejected, we update the change log, we communicate that change has been accepted by doing the impact analysis, all those things, we implement, and we rebalance the project with that maybe new scope, schedule, cost. Acha, very important, one change request is enough to update all the plans. One change request is enough to update all the plans. So this is basically a change come in a change request form, okay, to the PM. PM basically looks at the change, and if he thinks that the change is important, he does the impact analysis, then send to the change control board. When the change control board approved it, we communicate the change, then implement the change, okay, and then rebalance the project. What if the customer asks the change? Let's say the customer has requested the change. I'm making it small. Customer has requested a change. The change was from customer. It will be automatically formal change. The change directly goes to PM. PM does the impact analysis, and after doing the impact analysis, he sends the change back to them and asks them, hey, this will impact the scope this way, schedule this way, cost this way. Do you really want to go ahead with this change? And if they says yes, we want to have this change, okay, good enough, that's their call. Then the change goes to change control board. Let's say, just to give you an example, the customer requested a change that will increase the cost. So we will do the impact analysis and tell them the cost will increase this much. Do you want to have the change? If they say that yes, we want to have the change, we will send to the change control board. Otherwise, if they say no, we don't want to have a change, then we will end the change here. Acha, few more things about the change. Change is needed to update all the baselines, scope, schedule, cost, or combined known as performance baseline. All the plans, all plans change needed. For documents like stakeholder register, risk register, issue log, you don't need change request. No change request is required. For all 33 documents, you don't need change request. But if you put a stakeholder into a stakeholder register, and as a result, if a plans get updated, then you may need change request. Now this is in predictive. If we talk about Agile, it's very easy. A change request is requested by a customer. It goes to product owner. Product owner put into the product backlog. All the changes must be put into the product backlog. We reprioritize, and if the priority is above, it can go into the next sprint. And if this is something that is a showstopper, it can also goes into the current sprint. That is how the change is handled. Okay, two important things we discussed: the work performance data flow, how the change requests are handled. Okay, in addition to that, in scope, schedule, and cost, we do earned value analysis. Okay, earned value analysis, planned value, earned value, actual cost. We measure schedule variance, which is earned value minus planned value, cost variance, earned value minus actual cost. We can also call it as SPI, earned value divided by planned value, cost variance, earned value divided by actual cost. This should be equal, greater than 1 or equal to 1. If it is, that's a good thing. If it is less than 1, it's a bad thing. That is more than enough that you need to know about the real exam. Okay, in earned value analysis, this is more than important. Nothing else is needed here. That is enough for earned value analysis. You will not get question on critical path or detailed formula in at least 2023 PMP. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's move forward. We have covered scope. One of the thing is still remaining, validate scope. I'll come to that. Cost is done, scheduling is done. Two things I would like to add here: schedule compression techniques. Crashing. Crashing is basically adding resources. In crashing, you are adding resources. Once you add the resource, of course, the schedule gets small, but cost increases. Whereas we have other fast tracking. In fast tracking, basically activities that were in sequence, you make them parallel. It increases risk as a primary thing, and of course the cost will increase. If money is not the problem, you always prefer crashing to do first. Then maybe we'll look at fast tracking. Crashing is preferred better. This is schedule compression technique. Then we go to resource optimization technique. Okay, resource optimization. So resource optimization is basically when the resources are overloaded. There are two techniques: resource leveling and smoothing. Leveling basically handle all the resources. It is arranged according to the available resource, and all the resources are handled. As a result, like you change the schedule according to the availability of a resource, critical path or your schedule may change and optimize all the resources. Here we say that critical path is fixed, we are not gonna change. All the resources cannot be optimized, not all are optimized. Okay, this is about scheduling. Okay, in the risk topic, what happened basically, you are doing risk review meeting. In risk review meeting, you are looking at the risk report, which is basically overall report, what has happened, good or bad or whatever, how many risks have occurred in last 2 weeks. Risk review meeting can be 2 weeks, after 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It entirely depends on your plan. So you look into that, you make a risk report, and that is presented in that meeting. In addition to that, we do audit, which is basically checking the effectiveness of risk process. Are we following the risk processes or not? That is the purpose of the audit. Like risk management, again, risk management plan is being followed or not, that is audit. And in the risk review meeting, we looked over reserves, how much reserves are left. Okay. If the reserves are not needed anymore, what do? We release that money and we send it back. We send it back to the pool of the resources. This is basically things that happen in risk review meetings. Audit is happening, and of course, as we discussed in previously, in execution we implement risk response plan, and here we looked at the residual risk, the remaining risk after the implementation. The residual risk is, let's say, less than our tolerances, we just accept it, we don't make any plan. If the residual risk is more, then of course we have to make a plan. And sometimes you also get a secondary risk. You implement a plan, as a result you get another risk because of that particular thing. So you handle secondary risk the same way you handle the primary risk, put into the risk register. That's all about risk. One more time we discussed, anything that has happened, it goes into issue log. For that which we did not have, planned. If we identify something before happening, it goes into risk register. A very important thing I want to add here, if you identify a risk, the trigger of the risk occur, and you implement the response and the response was good, you update risk register. The risk that was identified and everything goes according to plan never goes into issue log. Many people confuses this thing. I don't know why, but this is something that you need to understand and master this thing. Okay, G. So risk is done. In the stakeholder and communication in both areas, we do the variance analysis, and of course the same thing which we just discussed. We for performance information generated and change request is generated in both of these areas. The next thing is basically what happens in procurement. Yes, in procurement, actually procurement, all the procurement in execution was agreement was signed. Here the actually deliverable comes. If it is written in the contract that you can do the audit, it must be written in the contract you can do the audit. If it is not written in the contract that you can do the audit, then you cannot do the audit. This is a very interesting thing to understand. It must be written down in the contract that whether you can do the audit or you cannot do the audit. If the contract says no, you cannot do the audit, then straightforward you cannot do the audit. This is an important thing. Secondly, in procurement, let's say deliverable comes to you, you inspect those deliverable. Okay, you inspect those deliverable. If you agreed that that deliverable is good, that there are only two options now. You agree, you close the procurement, and pay them, update the lesson learned and things like that, which we will discuss in closing. If you disagree, a conflict has occurred. To handle the conflict in procurement, step 1, try to get a win-win situation, as we discussed in the team topic. If that is not possible, do what is written in the contract. Okay, do what is written in the contract. Most of the time contracts are also silent for multiple things. Try to get a mediator, a third party person whom both parties listen. Try to solve it in any possible way. Otherwise, alternate dispute resolution, go to the court. This is a sequence that must be followed. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Okay, procurement has closed throughout the project. We don't wait for the project to close the procurement. Your goal should be in monitoring and control, all the procurement should be closed. If any is open, then we close into the closing of the project. Otherwise, every procurement must be closed in the monitoring and control. Acha ji. We have discussed scope, schedule, cost, procurement, risk, communication, stakeholder. Now I want to discuss quality. I left the quality for this thing because there's a journey of deliverable involved in it. In quality, basically this happens. Deliverables that were produced in execution, they are produced. It comes to control quality. In control quality, according to quality management plan, we check the deliverables. We basically inspect the deliverable. If the deliverables are according to the quality standards, we called it verified deliverable. Okay, we called it verified deliverable. If not, we do raise the change request to take preventive action that can get the deliverable back to the original state, or corrective action, still something that can be repaired, or defect repair, that the thing has gone out of the hand, now we need to do the defect repair. So we get verified deliverables in the quality. Then this deliverable goes into validate scope. Remember, in the scope I said there's another process, validate scope. I skipped it because I want to discuss here. Here the client come and check the deliverable according to scope baseline, not the quality plan. And the verified deliverable comes here. If the client says no, of course there is a change request. It goes to change control board or change control procedure. Here we get accepted deliverable, also known as validated deliverable. Remember, verification happens before, validation happen later on. Then these accepted deliverable goes to closing the project. So guys, that was monitoring and control for you. Each and everything that you must know. Of course, there are some quality tools, Pareto chart, that is basically based on 80-20 principle that removes vital few, trivial many. Then there is a tool known as sampling, which can be statistical. After every 100 we check the sampling whether it is there or it is not there, it is meeting the within the tolerance or not. Or it can be random sampling, like you randomly check. Then in sampling it can be attribute sampling, where you say either it is pass or fail. Okay, this is sampling. Then in addition to that, we can use control chart, which checks whether the deliverables are within the control limit or not. If it goes out of the upper control limit or lower control limit, we say that the project is out of control. Or if the 7 points, this is called rule of 7, consecutive 7 points, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 are one side of the mean, we say that there is a problem, we need to investigate into that. Okay, further we have also discussed other tools of quality like scatter diagram, which basically actually shows the relationship between two variables, how affecting the one variable affect the other. It is also known as correlation diagram. We have already discussed fishbone diagram, that is y diagram, 5y, Ishikawa diagram, all the same links for this. I guess this is the complete monitoring and control for you. I hope this makes sense to you. This video has become like a big one, but that was the purpose of this video, so that you can understand each and every single thing. Now if there's any question, you can put into the comments and I will be more than happy to answer your any question. And if you haven't taken the training, you can contact me at this number. Then the WhatsApp is also in this number, or you can email me. The email is very simple. My name, amerali@gmail.com. Number is 588-350-833. So feel free to contact me. Happy to help you in your PMP. And if you do PMP, do let me know. I would love to share your success story all over the world. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, and welcome to the last video of this series. In this series, we have discussed so far pre-initiation and activities in pre-initiation, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and today we are going to discuss closing. I would say this series can be a game changer for you if you are preparing for your PMP exam. Please watch the previous video. I'll put it on the link here. You can watch it. Pre-initiation, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control. If you are watching this video the first, I do recommend first watch these videos in sequence. I don't think so it will be more than 2 hours all combined, but this will give the context of entire documents and activity in the PMP exam. So closing. In closing, now closing starts when deliverables are accepted by the client or project is no longer needed. Now no longer needed can be either the organizational strategy has changed. Okay, the organizational strategy has changed, or you don't have budget, or reason for the project does not exist. It can also be that the risk of doing the project is more than not doing it, so you don't do it. Okay, it can be multiple reasons. Whatever the reason is, step one is always you get approval from sponsor. Yes. Now sponsor here means the person who basically affiliated, who started the project. You get approval from the sponsor and ask him, hey sponsor, can I start closing the project? Once the sponsor give go ahead, you start closing the project. In certain cases, sponsor directly call you and ask you for closing the project, then immediately you start closing the project. Now once you start closing the project, the first activity is start writing final report. Final report is kind of a summary of each and everything that your project may entail. It can be the risk the project has faced, quality, the lesson learned, everything. It is a summary report. You start writing the final report. Once the final report is written, you show it to sponsor. And once the sponsor feel, yeah, this is good, you can go ahead, then you share this final report according to communication management plan. Not everybody can access it. It depends on the communication management plan whom you are going to share the final report. While final report is being written, you also start updating project documents. And we have already discussed the documents. Documents plus plans are all being updated. Once documents or plans being updated, they are updated and you archive them in the organizational database. You archive the document into the organizational database. Once that is being done, you also in parallel start writing lesson learned register. You are writing from the team, asking them to update the lesson learned register. Once the lesson learned register is written, it is updated, you put it into the lesson learned repository, which is actually the part of OPS. Both of these project documents updated and lesson learned, they both goes as the part of OPS database. Please understand this thing, this final report, this project documents and lesson learned register, they are being written simultaneously. Okay, once this is written, all this is done, now you release the team. Please don't release the team before, otherwise who is going to do the work? Now you release the team. The team is released, you start doing administrative closures, that things are being released, procurements are closed throughout the project. You see if some procurements are open, you can put that into a final report. Administrative closures are being done, things are being closed, and once everything is closed, you basically close the project and maybe even celebrate the success. Here you celebrate success. Achha, I want to add something here. If we go a little bit above, when you are writing the final report, if I put a final report in a little bit context, final report, while you are doing it, at this context, you will also measure your benefit management plan, whether the intended benefits were met or not. Were they met or not? Okay, because that goes into the final report and the lesson learned register. So this is the entire series of how the all projects, documents and everything gets updated. So we discussed pre-initiation, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. We discussed 18 plans, 33 documents, and each and every single thing. Every single thing has been covered in this series. All these things were considered taking predictive mindset. If you want me to make a video also explaining the entire Agile in this series, you can put it into the comments, and if I receive 100 comments, I will make the Agile series. Yeah, I am putting a condition here. Just wanted to know that everyone watch till the end. Okay. One more thing, if you haven't taken the training, you can contact me at my WhatsApp. This is my number, WhatsApp number, or you can email me if you prefer email communication. You can email me here. I hope this series was useful for you, and at any time if you have any question, feel free to contact with me. I'm gonna combine all this, and maybe next Sunday I will put it as a one video so that it can become easy for you. Also put in the comment, do you want me to make this in the combined one video that becomes easy for you? Thank you. Okay, so in this video I'm gonna explain the 5 ceremonies or events in Agile. The first and most important ceremony is sprint planning. Now in this ceremony, basically we plan what we are going to do in this sprint. We actually make sprint goal in this particular ceremony. How do we make that? We take the product backlog, which is list of all prioritized requirement by high value and high risk, and from that product backlog we make sprint backlog. Now sprint backlog is an important document that will tell what you are going to do in sprint. Okay, what you are going to do in this particular sprint. We put all the list of user stories in this sprint. A very important thing to understand when we are working with this sprint backlog, we make estimated velocity. Especially in the first sprint, we make the estimated velocity, that how many story points we are going to cover. Let's say the story points will be 20 story points, and since it is the first sprint, so it is more of an estimation. Team will do this estimation. It's an important thing that team will do the estimation how many story points we are going to do. So there's always negotiation. Team may say we want to do 20 story points. The product owner says no, you have to do 25 story points. So Scrum Master facilitate that negotiation, and most of the time what team says we will go with that, or maybe we may reach a midpoint. So we reach, okay, this will be the estimated velocity. We select the user stories from here, the high value, high priority user story, put it into the sprint backlog. Once sprint backlog is made, we show it to the client, the sprint backlog and sprint goal. If it gets approved, which normally does, so then the sprint actually start. Sprint itself is 1 to 4 week of duration. Okay, normally it is 2 week. But generally 1 to 4 week. We don't normally go with the 1 week because it is very small time. You cannot complete anything. 4 weeks is a long time, so generally IT sector has 2 week of sprint. So we have discussed so far what is sprint. We have also discussed what is sprint planning, what happens in sprint planning. The next thing is daily stand-up. Daily stand-up, or sometimes called as daily scrum, is a status sharing meeting. It's a status sharing meeting, 15 minutes meeting. 3 questions are answered here. What have you done yesterday? What you are going to do today? Is there any roadblocks or impediments that you want to handle? Okay, what you have done yesterday, what you are going to do today, impediments, any issues, risk that you are going to face. All the team members sit normally or stand, daily stand up, sorry. So stand. So let's say A, B, C, D, E, F. These are the team members. Scrum Master is standing in between. He asks, hey, this person will share the status, then this person, then this, and we try to sum it up in 15 minutes. If there is any issue, we don't discuss that issue in detail. Those team members, maybe C and D has an issue. C and D can discuss that issue in a follow-up meeting after the stand-up. Stand-up is only for these 3 questions, nothing more. Now normally, especially if it is in co-located, which is one of the tenets of Agile, that we want to have a co-located team. So we have a common area, sometimes called as war room, in which basically information radiators are placed. Information radiators are placed like burn up, burn down chart, burn up chart, or burn down chart, or task board showing the status, to do, in progress, completed, or even Kanban board which has work in progress limit. I'll make another video in which I explain these information radiators, all 4 or 5 of them in detail. But for now, so in daily stand-up, which is a status sharing meeting, we basically discuss the status and we see, okay, what are the things in the project that we want to discuss here. Okay, so status sharing meeting is basically daily stand-up. Acha ji. So now Daily stand-up is done. The next one is sprint review. Sprint review is basically once the sprint is completed, we agreed the duration of the sprint will be 2 weeks. So once the sprint is completed, the sprint is end. Now we work into that. All the user stories are requirements in Agile. Whatever the user stories have been completed, and how does team know that the user story is completed? Your definition of done tells you that this user story is completed. So any user story that is 100% completed according to definition of done, the team comes, let's say this is team member, he will show that user story to the client. The client will check that user story. Client can be customer, it can be product owner himself. He will check the user story according to his acceptance criteria. Okay. Now we are only showing those user stories which are 100% complete according to definition of done. So client will check according to acceptance criteria, which is nothing but again a checklist that the client uses to make sure that the things are done properly. Most of the time definition of done and acceptance criteria can be the same thing. We just name it different as an internal and an external. You can consider this is more of a control quality tool, or this is more of a validate scope thing, something like that. So the client basically checks that, and if the client accepts, there are two options of course. When the user story is shown to the client, either client accept it, that user story goes into product increment. Okay, that user stories goes into product increment, which basically goes later into the release part. So this user story is accepted user story, or it is rejected. This is the second case we can have. In this second case, when the user story is rejected, it goes back to the product backlog. It goes back to the product backlog. Okay. Now here, one thing more happens in the sprint review. New user stories can also be added. That also goes into the product backlog. Okay. Now, what are the things that are happening in the sprint review? If I summarize it, in sprint review, we show the completed user stories to the client. If they accept, it goes into product increment. If they reject, they goes into product backlog. New user stories can be added into product backlog. This is the ideal time to add in product backlog. Sprint backlog is over since it's a new sprint, so the previous sprint backlog is over. There is no like every sprint will have a new sprint backlog, and then we do the grooming of product backlog, which means we will reprioritize the product backlog. We mean product owner. The job, this job belong to the product owner. Since the customer is here, they have given the more user stories, some are rejected and some are incompleted. The time is there to basically reprioritize the product backlog. You see, we are only showing the user stories which are 100% complete to the client. So all the incomplete user stories, they also goes back to product backlog, and the product backlog get reprioritized. Now the last ceremony or the event in Agile is sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective itself is a basically lesson learned meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to get the lesson learned. Okay, to get the lesson learned meeting, you can say it. It is a 5-stage. Set the stage, gather data, generate insights, decide what to do, and close the retrospective. So what happened in each stage? Let's look at that. Set the stage. In set the stage, we set the tone, what we are going to do in this particular sprint. We welcome them, Thank you very much for coming into this sprint, and this is expected for you. We may congratulate them for completing the sprint. It is basically more of a tone is being set here and setting the stage. We are basically trying to break the ice so that every person can talk what has happened in the sprint, and then the gather data. Here in gather data, basically we gather the entire data of the sprint. One of the tool that we can use is a timeline exercise. That's not basically in PMP, it's more of a ACP thing, but still we get a timeline exercise. What happened in day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 and day 10 till. This is called basically timeline exercise. We look at each things and we basically work into that. That is gathering data of entire thing. Now we will generate insights on this, which actually mean doing the root cause analysis. Okay, how do we feel about something? Are we mad, sad, glad? How do we feel about day 1 and the things that happen on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4? And in, let's say in day 3 we have a problem, we may do root cause analysis of that using fishbone diagram or 5 why this happened, why. So generate insight is an important step. In generate insight we basically do root cause analysis, and that is one of the most important thing why we actually doing the sprint retrospective. Generate insight can be the most important step. Then decide what to do. As the name says, here we prioritize. There can be 10 or 50 improvements for the next sprint, but we cannot do all the sprint, all the improvements. So we choose 1 or 2 and decide, okay, these improvements we are gonna do in the next sprint. And then we finally thank everyone for attending the workshop. So this was the entire Scrum for you. Let me summarize one more time, and I will also add one more thing. The entire sprint is basically 1 to 4 weeks. Normally it is 2 weeks. In sprint planning, we make basically sprint backlog and sprint goal. Product owner, Scrum master and a team attended. Then we have daily stand up. Daily stand up is 15 minutes, same time, same location. 3 questions: what you have done yesterday, what you are going to do today, is there any roadblock or impediment in those things, and it is done in the same location. Information radiators are used there. Normally it is for team, and Scrum Master is acting as a facilitator to make sure they're completed in 15 minutes. Product owner may come in that meeting, but he has to take permission. Sprint review, here everyone comes, the customer comes, we show them the user stories that are completed, and if their things are accepted, it goes into product increment. If they are rejected, it goes into product backlog. New user stories can also added here. Sprint review and happens at the end of the 2 weeks, or if their length is more or less depending upon that. This happens at end of sprint. Retrospective. Retrospective is a 5-stage. It's a lesson learned meeting. 5 steps: set the stage, gather data, generate insight, decide what to do, close the retrospective. Purpose is to get the lesson learned and put it into the next sprint. It happens at the end of after each sprint. We should do that every sprint. Now again here team and Scrum Master is there. Product owner may come, but he needs approval. Why he wanted to come, things like that. So this is the entire Scrum for you. I hope that makes sense to you. If you have any question, feel free to put in the comment. And if you want me to make video like this, do let me know. I will more than happy to make this thing. I have a question for you guys. So which type of video you like more? This video in which I'm writing on the white in this iPad, or the one on which I make videos on whiteboard, or the if I make this on Zoom live videos? I would love to know the feedback from you. Thank you very much. And we have discussed 5 events in Scrum. If you haven't watched that video, I have put that into the link. You can watch it in the end. Now we are gonna discuss 3 roles in Scrum. There are 3 roles in Scrum: product owner, Scrum Master, and team. Product owner. Product owner, he is the voice of customer, which means he is representing customer here. He is representing the value that the customer needs. Anytime in the project when we talk about who is going to decide the value, it will be product owner. He represent the value in the scrum. He is the owner of a product backlog, and all the items that is prioritized by high value in the product backlog, it is decided by product owner. And if anyone need clarification on a user story, product owner will tell what that thing is. Normally he deals the customer once the user stories are completed. He will talk about the customer, okay, this user story is completed or this is not completed, all those things. So this is product owner, voice of customer representing value, and he is the person who can cancel the sprint. He is the person who accept or reject the user story as a general. Then next come Scrum Master, your servant leader or facilitator in the group. Scrum Master is like a project manager, or some people also called him Agile project manager. He does not have power as a traditional project manager. His job is to facilitate the meeting between all the parties. He's a facilitator and he makes sure that the Scrum methodologies are properly followed. This is Scrum Master. The third is team, also known as development team. Now we want to have a cross-functional team, so generalized specialists to avoid single point of failure. They are T-type leader, means they have in-depth knowledge of at least one thing and they have knowledge of other parties, other things also. The team is responsible for work. The team is accountable for work. They are self-organized. They know how to do their work. They estimate their work and it is their call to say how much this user story will take, how much time this user story will take, what are the story points of this user story, or what is the velocity of this current sprint. This is what the team will decide and their call will be final call. They will complete the work and they will decide how much they are gonna do their work. So this is three roles: product owner, scrum master, and team. Now let me give you a scenario. A problem occurred that and this is a general problem. The team says that they can complete 15 story point in a sprint. Product owner says that no, you need to complete 20 story points. Here the scrum master will try to get consensus between both parties, team and product owner. If he is able to get the consensus, mazel tov, that's great. If he is unable to take the consensus, he will take the side of team. This is an important thing to understand. He will take the side of team. Okay. His job is to remove roadblocks, impediments, track impediments, help the team to make sure they are shielded from any kind of discouragement, any kind of problem. If stakeholder is bothering the team, he acts like a shield for that. Okay. So here in this scenario, he is supporting the team. Acha, let's see one more scenario. The team is making sprint backlog, or they are working, and the team says that we want to work on this user story before, and the product owner says no, we should work on this user story, this is more important. Here scrum master, again he will try to get the consensus, but if he cannot get the consensus in this particular scenario, he will take the side of product owner because he is deciding value here. This is a very important and a critical point here. He's a servant leader, helps the team, shield them, but when it comes to value, he will take the side of product owner. So this is the high level information about the three roles. If you have any question, feel free to put in the content, and do watch this video that I put in the last, that is 5 events and role of the entire agile video. I hope that video will help you, and Like anytime, if you have any question, feel free to put in the comments. I would love to know what do you think. Comment it, like it, share it with other people, and if you haven't subscribed, please don't forget to subscribe it. We just reached 10k. The goal is to go to 30k this year. Thank you very much. So we have already discussed 5 events in Scrum. We have discussed 3 roles in Scrum. Today I want to discuss 3 documents or artifact in Scrums. Now, the first and most important document is product backlog. It's nothing but list of all requirements, which is called as user stories. Requirements are called as user stories in Scrum. So product backlog is a prioritized list of all requirements, prioritized by high value, which we already discussed, defined by the product owner, high risk, high value, high risk, and of course high value, medium risk, and so on, with low value, low risk at the bottom. Product backlog is the list of all requirement. Now, once the product backlog is made, it is groomed, or that is also known as reprioritized by the product owner throughout the project depending upon the requirement. Product owner is the owner of the product backlog. Anytime a new requirements come, or new user story, better to say, a new user story comes, it directly goes to the product backlog. Product owner take that user story, put it into the product backlog, and then again reprioritize the product backlog, which is called as grooming of the product backlog. This happens throughout the project. At any time a new user story can be added, but the best time is of course at sprint review, because at anyway we are going to reprioritize the product backlog here. Second document is sprint backlog, or also known as iteration backlog. So as the name suggests, for every single sprint, and we can have as many sprints depending upon the length of the product, for every single sprint we have a new sprint backlog, and once the sprint is over, then we will have a new sprint backlog. For the sprint number 1, we will have a sprint backlog 1, 2, 3, etc, etc. I would even say that for understanding, product backlog is the main thing and sprint backlog is a subset. Let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It will be one product backlog and at least 6 sprint backlog. This is for your understanding difference between product and sprint backlog. Now, the third document we'll discuss. Once the sprint is over, that is when the time is over, sprint is over. Now, the team come, show the completed user stories, only the user story that are 100% completed, show it to the client and product owner. If they accept that user story, it goes into the third document, product increment. The accepted user stories goes into the product increment. In sprint review, of course, the rejected user stories goes into the product backlog. Here in sprint review, the rejected user stories, incomplete user stories, and of course the new added user stories come into the product backlog. And again, after sprint review, we do grooming of product backlog or reprioritization of product backlog. So that's 3 document: product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increment. We also have few other artifacts, you can say, like burn up chart, burn down chart. So if you want to know about them, I'm gonna put the video link of information radiator. Have a look at that, and that can explain you that thing. So far we have discussed information radiators, 3 events, and all these things. I'm also gonna put a playlist of my pathway and journey here, so you can have a look of the entire Agile. In the next video, I'll go a few things about user stories and the flow of all these things. I hope that helps you. And if you like this video, put the comment what is the aha moment for you on this topic. I would love to know. Do subscribe it if you're watching on YouTube. Share it with all your friends. And if you want to do PMP, for sure you can join our program. And you already know I have 158 PMP in 2023, and last year we had 464 PMP. Thank you very much. Become PMP. Okay, today we are going to discuss information radiators. Let me put it IR. Information radiators is like traffic signal or a big billboard. They basically show you what are the information so that you can easily know. For example, you are going on a road and it is a red light. So red light means you have to stop there. Okay, you have to stop there. Or is it I have yellow? Okay, get ready, and green, go ahead. As simple as we can get this is information radiator. Information radiator actually came from the same concept. They radiate the information and basically they help you to understand the context of that thing. In Agile, we have different type of information radiators and we are going to discuss them. Let's discuss the most simple one first. Task board. Task board basically shows you the status of work. It does not matter how many columns are there. The purpose of these columns is to show you the status. Let's say I put to do, in progress, testing, completed. It is just showing you the status of the different user stories. Okay, now user stories are there, now user stories are there, now user stories are there. The team, stand-up team or the development team actually basically communicate this status to the team members. Now this task board can show the status of work progress. It can show you the status of the issues, status of the risk logs, all those things. The purpose is to, it is a progress sharing board, and that is one of the most important tool used while you are communicating the progress in your daily stand-up. Now, a slight modification of task board is Kanban board. Kanban board came from Japanese word and it means to show you the status, to show the signal the thing, but there's a special thing in Kanban. Kanban worked on work in progress limitation. What do I mean by that? It limits how much work you can do at a particular time. So if I put to do in progress, testing, completed, same columns that we used basically for task board, same can be used for Kanban board. But Kanban can put work in progress limit here. Now we can only do 2 user stories in progress, like we can develop only 2 user stories and we can test only 1 user story. This limit is put by team and this limit should be as minimum as possible. The purpose of the Kanban board is to identify bottleneck. What does bottleneck mean? Which things stop or hurdle your progress? Is it the development that is moving slow? Is it the testing? The purpose also is to establish flow in the progress, or also known as pull system. Like one thing enter, one thing goes out. It came from the lean concept, first in, first out. Like the thing comes and thing goes out. Basically Kanban came from Japanese. One of the example they use is in a garden. What they used to do that, they basically have different tokens. Let's say there are 6 tokens. 6 people can go into the garden. This one person, he will has that token, and then when he goes out of the garden, he will provide that token at the exit. So in this way they basically control how many people were there in the garden, so that they can control, they can clean and things like that. More recent example is during COVID-19, all the shopping marts have these numbers. 19 people can be here, 5 people can be here. They actually they here to limit how much work we can do at any particular time, how many people can stand in that shopping mall. So going back to our example of the Kanban board, let's say there are user stories A, B, C, D, E, F. Now user story A comes here. We can take one more story because the work in progress limit here is 2. The B can also there. Let's say A is completed, A is moved here. Now A is moved forward, I am crossing it. Now we pull the next user story. Now let's say B is completed, but testing on A is still being done. The work will stop here. Yes, the work will stop here, which will indicate that testing is our bottleneck. The testing is our bottleneck because unless this is completed, we cannot move forward. The entire work will be stopped. So we have identified our bottleneck. That is the purpose of the Kanban board. One more time, the purpose of the Kanban board is to identify what is the bottleneck. It limits the work in progress. It works on flow or pull system. And team sets the work in progress limit. It should be as minimum as possible so that one person work only at one thing at a time. So that is Kanban board. I hope that makes sense to you. The next is burn down chart. burn down burn down basically came from the name how much work is remaining. It works on the concept of remaining, how much work is remaining. Let's say there are 10 days in the sprint. Okay, total 100 story points. Your ideal burn down chart, if I can drive, yeah, this will be your ideal burn down chart. Can I use this line somehow? Okay, this is your ideal burn down chart, which shows that the entire work will be completed on day 10. Okay, this is your ideal burn down chart, that your work start on day 1 and it will be completed on day 10. This is ideal burn down chart. Now let's say I want to track my progress on the burn down chart. What will I do? Day 1, maybe I'm 90, let's say I put 90, 80, 40, 20, 10 and 0. Let's say day 1 I want to put the progress, I am here. Day 2 I am here. Day 3 I am here. Day 4 I am here. I want to measure my progress on day 3. Okay, where I am. So this is the point. If I extrapolate it, this means I can complete the work before. So any point that is below the ideal burn down chart line, this shows you are ahead of schedule. One more time, if you are below the burn down chart, this shows that you are ahead of schedule. If you are here on day 4, if I extrapolate this means you need more days. If something is upward on burn down chart, this means you are behind schedule. So this burn down chart is being used as data representation technique as well as data analysis technique. You are analyzing this data as well as you are representing this data. So this is an important thing. Burn down is both data analysis and data representation. But let's say the exam asks you, is it a data analysis technique or is it a data representation technique? It is both. It is both of those techniques. But data analysis is more important, or it takes precedence over data representation. Let's talk about burn up chart. Okay, let's talk about burn up chart, exactly opposite of burn down chart. Here we want to show check how much is done. Okay, so again, let's say I use 100 story points, 0 to 100 and 10 days, 1 2 5 8 10 20 40 60 80. So on day 10 all the story points will be completed. Okay, let's say I want to track. Okay, let me change the color. Day 1 I am here, day 2 I am here, day 5 I am here, day 8 again. If I want to measure on day 5, okay, this is below. If I extrapolate it, this means I may need more time. Okay, I may need more time. If I extrapolated it, I may need more time to complete that work. So anything in the burn up chart that is below, this is mean you are behind the schedule. If we take it at the upward point, this point, we will complete it before, even before the date. Anything that is upward on the burn up chart, it is ahead of schedule. Okay, so burn up chart, both burn up and burn down, both are data representation and data analysis technique. Now the question is asked which to use, burn up or burn down. Which one to use? It depends what you want to measure. Do you want to measure how much is done or how much is remaining? Okay, that is the simple thing. Most of the time you can use both of these chart in your organization, looking like this. Okay, and one thing that the burn up chart has over burn down chart, if let's say if any scope is added here, if any scope is added, if I remove this, okay, let me show you this. I'm removing them. Let's say there are 100 story points. It is going on day 3, something is added. Okay, so it can actually show you a spike on the burn up chart. Whereas in burn down chart, if I look at their burn down chart, since it is remaining, it may show spike like that. In the work, it will not be that visible. So burn up chart has one more advantage. It can show the scope added. Okay, so maybe if you want to see the scope added, then you may use burn up chart. Acha ji, these are the most used information radiator. One more information radiator is used, that is actually the graphical representation of this Kanban board, that is called as cumulative flow diagram, CFD. It is very rarely used, but just to put in the context, let's say we put the same parameters here, the time and the user stories. If I represent this Kanban board here, so it will show this thing like that: to do, in progress, testing, completed. Now it will have different type of colors representing different things. Okay, different type of color representing. So at any day, if you want to measure which of them is limiting your work in progress, which of them is bottleneck. Let's say we want to measure it on, this is day 4, here at this, the smallest line, this is basically your bottleneck. So that is the purpose of cumulative flow diagram. It's very rarely used in your exam or in the PMP. It's more of the concept of PMI SCP. So what we have discussed information radiator, we have discussed task board that shows the progress. Then Kanban board, which basically shows the work in progress limit, identify the bottleneck, work on pull system. Okay, then we discuss cumulative flow diagram, which is a graphical representation of Kanban, again used to identify the bottleneck. Then we discussed burn up chart, burn down chart. Both are graphical representation techniques and data analysis technique. It shows how much is done, it shows how much is remaining. Achha, one more thing, both burn up and burn down chart, instead of having user stories, this we can also put the risk left, how many risks was identified and they were left. But this is mostly used for burn down. That's kind of an advantage of burn down. Burn down can also be used to identify how there were 100 risk in the project, how many are remaining. So in that particular case, burn down can be drawn in this way. Let's say risk or issues both can be day 1, day 2, day 5, day 10. Let's say there are risks here, the risk per 100 risk. So as we move down, they should move like remaining how much left. Just another way to show you the things. So I hope these information radiators are clear to you. Do tell me in the chat box, did you like this way or not? And now information radiators are clear to you or not? And do let me know which next topic you want me to explain you through this whiteboard. Let's discuss what is basically Kanban board. Kanban board is one of the information radiator that is used in the project management. Now it is also one of the methodologies, and we actually use with Scrum, and we called it Scrumban. Okay, let's focus into the Kanban. As a simple, it is just an information radiator with minimum 3 things in it: to do, in progress, and completed, something like that. Okay, so that makes it as an information radiator into it. Now Kanban has some speciality of this thing, and the speciality of the Kanban board is basically Kanban board limits the work in progress. Okay, Kanban board limits how much work you can do, work in progress, and it helps you to identify a bottleneck, right? The pain, which is the biggest pain. I would even say that this helps you a lot, just like the Pareto rule. What are the biggest pain where your work needs to be done, where you need to improve your systems, and where you need to see how things can be improved for the betterment. Okay, it also establish a flow into it. Flow means that your work does not stop just in just time, the things are continuously moving in that direction. And of course it is built on the pull system instead of push system. It works that once the previous user story has been completed, then you work on the next user story, and you keep on doing that, keep on doing that. Let me give you a little bit a better picture graphic of Kanban board. Okay, so let's say this is a Kanban board. I put it a little different this time. To do, it has in progress, what we are testing right now, and how much the work has been completed. So these are the some columns of the Kanban board. The team set some user stories. Let's say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay, now initially in order to visualize the workflow, which is the number 1 rule, that we must visualize. Okay, this visualization have been done. Now we want to limit how much work we can do at one time. Let's put the limit. Okay, let's say we have two developer and 1 tester. Okay, so now in this column only 2 user stories can come, and on this column only 1 user story will come. So A is pulled here, now B is pulled here. Okay, I can remove this A and B. Okay, once A is completed, A will be pulled here. It is being pulled here. Since now the work in progress limit is 2, I can pull the next one here. Now the C will start working on B and C. So A is there, I'm gonna remove it for easiness. I'm gonna remove A, B and C from here. Now let's say B is completed here. Here comes the interesting thing. Here comes the beauty of the Kanban system. Since the team is still working on A, they are testing on it, but the B is completed. Here, 1 developer will become idle, and the entire system will actually stop. The entire system will actually stop, making it stop. The reason being that here you have a bottleneck because of the testing part, because of the testing arena, because the work that you are doing in the testing, now your work has been stopped. This is the beauty of Kanban system, that you can identify where the bottleneck is. Maybe we need to put more tester here, maybe we need to improve the flow, maybe we need to look at that how things can be done. This is the beauty of the Kanban system. Kanban system was actually made by Japanese to control like number of flow or number of persons going in a garden. Okay, that's how it was made. Even if you go to any bank, okay, they gave you a token, okay, and then you can see which token number is working right. Do you remember? Put in the chat box. Do you remember going to the bank and you get your token number, or if you go to the McDonald's, you can see actually your food number, your food is being prepared, it is ready, things like that. That is what the purpose of Kanban system is. Its purpose is to visualize the flow. You can consider it as a billboard, signboard showing you your progress, your status. There are 5 rules that I would recommend if you can understand. The number 1 is visualize the workflow. Okay, like put them into the notice board, visualize them. You must be able to see that. That is the number 1 thing about Kanban board. Second thing is put work in progress limit. How much work do you think you can do? Now this limit, a work in progress limit, can be changed along the way. Okay, it can be changed along the way, but at least you set the limit in the first way, and you can keep on changing, the team can keep on changing it depending upon that till they reach the next stage, which is get a flow stage. Like flow stage mean once one is completed, you keep on moving, you don't stop at all. That is kind of a flow stage. You manage the flow, then you make the processes. Okay, the work should be done in this way, so that we can work into that. The flow should not stop. First you set the flow. Once the flow is established, you manage the policy that you don't have to change it every single time. One time we make it, that's it. We don't have to take that decision. And of course, one of the principle of Agile is we need to improve so that we can get better and evolve. Okay, improve collaboratively and evolve along the way. So this is all about Kanban system. Okay, one more way where the Kanban system is actually used is basically in value stream mapping, which is the purpose is in lean for sure, to remove the waste. What do we do? In that we consider lead time as well as cycle time for that. If you just want to visualize what is lead time, I'll use a different color here. Okay, lead time is when the user story was requested. Let's say the user requested G to complete it, when it was requested to when it was completed. Once again, when the user story was requested to when it was completed. This is called lead time. So lead time is basically total time of a user story when it was requested to when it was completed. Cycle time is very amazing. Cycle time is actually when the team started working onto it and when it was completed. Cycle time is when the team started requesting it and when it was completed. So that is your cycle time. So what do you think? Which one is greater, lead time or cycle time? A question for you. I hope now with this video the Kanban is clear for you forever. Okay, and I hope I can add value in this preparation. And if for sure if you want to join my program, you can always contact me, and my number is very accessible. Okay, same number is on WhatsApp, and see you at the other side when you become PMP. Thank you very much. One of my students asked me that he is having some difficulties in motivational theories, the topic like that. So I thought, okay, let's discuss that in this video. First, let's start with one of the most important thing that I called as Tuckman ladder or stages of team. It is also known as Tuckman ladder. So Tuckman ladder is basically define how the team moves from each of the states as they pass through that. Let's say this is time on x-axis and this is productivity on y-axis. So we have two things: how productive team is, and how the start of the project. This is start of the project, mid of the project, execution, and this is the end of the project. Things like that. Okay. So now the first stage is called as a forming stage. Now at this stage, the team just came here. They don't know what is good, what is bad, what is expected of them. They are confused. At this stage, project manager needs to be more of a directive in nature. He needs to make a direction, okay, do this, do that, this will help you more, and we can work into that, things like that. All those things help into that, okay? So this is indirective in nature. We make team charter, ground rules, all those things are made at this stage. Then comes the storming stage. Now I would say that reality sets in. The team is fighting here for the leadership. I want to be the leader. I know more about the team, things like that. Here project manager need to listen to them, use emotional intelligence, use active listening here, try to understand what the team is saying and work into that. I'll explore emotional intelligence in a while about how this can correlate with you. So we need active listening, and here he is acting as a coach. Okay, when the things start getting better, the team is normalizing to the normal thing. Here the team is understanding each other, how things get in a better way, things like that. So now here we understand the habits of the team. Here the project manager need to mentor them. And finally, the ideal stage. Now the team is performing well. The team understand what is best for them, what is not good for them, and they are working as an ideal team. Everyone wants their team to reach there. This is a performing stage. Here project manager need to delegate. And finally, we went to the adjourning stage. Now the team is leaving here. Here again the team is like sad or confused. So again here we need to use mentor and coaching. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. The Tuckman ladder. Okay, this is the stages of the team. Understand this thing. Whenever a team member whenever the team member come, we go back to the initial stage. This is a very interesting concept to understand that whenever a new team member is here, we go back to the previous stage. This is Tuckman ladder for you. It's kind of a very important, like at the start we need to train the team member, the entire team. At the start the entire team needs to be trained, and so does at the end. But throughout the series, throughout the entire way, you need to identify the training need assessment of a team member, provide them the trainings, measure the training outcome. This keeps on happening. I hope that is clear to you. If this is clear, put yes in the comment box wherever you are watching this. Now let's talk about emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the, I would say, super skill or a secret skill of the project managers of the future. This is something that AI so far unable to relate it, unable to get it in their bones. So when we talk about emotional intelligence consists of 5 things. First of all, self-awareness, know yourself. Self-management, manage yourself. Social skills, know others, how you communicate with them. Empathy, understanding how the person are feeling, getting into the shoes of that. And finally, motivation. We'll cover motivation in a minute. Self-awareness, understand what triggers you, what are you are good at, what you are bad at, and manage it accordingly. If you know what you are good at, if you know what you are bad at, you can manage in that way and you can work in that positive way. So that is an important thing that we need to understand, and we need to manage that thing. Okay, once we know that we need to improve ourselves, we need to look into that, okay, how we can improve ourselves, how we can get those things, what are the things that needs to look into that, how humans can perform, things like that comes under self-management. Then understanding social skills, that includes communication, all the skills. And empathy, understanding empathy is basically understanding the getting into the shoes of the other person, I would say that. And motivation. Now, understanding the motivation of each team member is crucial for the project manager, since that project manager will be dealing the team member. Knowing which team member is motivated by which thing can help him in a long run. So there are multiple motivational theories that describe it. The first one is Maslow hierarchy of need. Okay, Maslow basically gave this hierarchy of need, in which he basically put At the bottom, your psychological need. What are the need that we need to understand? Which are the needs that must be done if those needs are not fulfilled? Like psychological needs are air. Let's say if you are listening to me, no matter how beautiful my voice is, why don't you rate, by the way, my voice from 1 to 10, how much you like my voice? So you are breathing the air, let's say the air is not there, so you will forget everything because this is the psychological needs. You will go for that. And then it can be food, it can be water, things like that. These things must present. If these things are not present, we will not move towards the next thing. The next is safety and security. Once you have food, water, shelter, now you talk about family, you talk about social abilities, property, employment, things like that. Then comes love and belongings, then self-esteem, and then finally self-actualization. The purpose of this theory is this: unless your lower needs are not satisfied, we will never even move towards the higher way. That is the crust of Maslow hierarchy of need. So, at which level are you? What would you say? At which level are you right now? I would love to know that. Acha, then another scientist, Frederick Herzberg came. He says that okay, Maslow theory is good, but I want to simplify it. Herzberg said that there are two things. One is hygiene agent and other is motivating agent. Hygiene agents are the things that must be present. They are must be present. If they are not present, if hygiene agents are not there, like working condition, good policies, things like that, and very important thing, your salary. Your salary is a hygiene agent. If you don't have a minimum salary, let's say at your area it is $1,500, if you don't have that minimum salary, you will not be like happy at all. These things must be present. These job security can be hygiene agent, status, things like that. I can also put company policy, physical workplace, working condition, supervision is good, things like that. But no matter how good these things are, if they are not present, you will become demotivated. Like if your working conditions are bad, you will become demotivated. But no matter how much you increase them, you are not motivated to go every single day to work on that. For example, whenever I explain this thing, salary, people get no, salary is not a hygiene agent, it's a motivating agent. Guys, if I make your salary $100,000 or $1,000,000, it will not motivate you. Jeff Bezos is not motivated by money. Elon Musk does not even have a home. He is not motivated by that. These are those person who have achieved the money game. So what are they motivated? What are human actually motivated by? They are motivated by growth, opportunities. The work itself, is it demanding? We need a challenging work. We don't need a lousy work. We cannot work into that. There's a thing called flow state. I'll cover sometime it. That if the work is too easy, we'd never get to the flow state. And recognition, reward and recognition, achievement, all those things are basically motivating things. The work itself, responsibility is a big thing. The parents are like motivated to take care of their child because of responsibility. So this is Herzberg theory of motivation. So is this clear or not? This is a very important thing to understand. Is this clear or not? Acha ji. Then comes the next theory, which is McGregor's theory of X and Y. McGregor said that people, it can be considered as the people look at the negative side. He considered that people does not like to work, employees dislike working, they don't want responsibility, they don't want work, they need to be controlled all the time. All those organizations that has thumbprint to go in, out, they believe in theory X. Whereas theory Y says that employees are happy to work. Okay, employees are happy, they are motivated, give them the responsibility, they will love to work, they don't need continuous direction on them. They are the believer of theory Y. Now I wouldn't say that theory X is wrong or theory Y is wrong. It depends from the scenario to scenario. It depends from which kind of work you are doing. Both theories are still valid. Both theory are still valid. Which type of theory your organization is using? Are they using theory X or theory Y? The next theory is Varun's expectancy theory. Okay, expectancy theory says that if we expect something, then we will put effort into that, and then we will work into that. For example, if we consider that this is a worthy goal, I expect that if I work hard I will achieve that goal, then I will give effort to that. Like for example, if you are studying for PMP, if you are studying for PMP, you will put effort into PMP if you consider that you will get a reward for that. So your performance, your motivation, your effort will be done how much reward you think. For example, if I ask you walk on the glass and I'll give you walk on the glass, broken glass, without shoes, and I'll give you $500, you will never do that probably. But if I ask you, I'll give you 5 billion. Now maybe you will run on the glass. This is like kind of expectance theory. All the religions are based on expectance theory. I would say all the motivation is even based on expectance theory. This is a very beautiful theory about that. What do you expect that PMP will get you? Put in the chat box. I would love to know that because this is a kind of an interesting thing. Acha ji, the last theory is basically Macklin's theory. He kind of put different points into a way. Macklin said that people are motivated by power, affiliation, or achievement. Power, affiliation, or achievement. It's not necessary somebody is only motivated by power. It can be a combination of that. They can be motivated by power and affiliation, affiliation and achievement, things like that. For example, me, I don't care about power. I'm more like I like to have achievement and affiliation. And of course, at a different ages in your life, these things also changes along the age. Everything changes along the age. That's an interesting thing to know that. So these are all the motivational theory. So in this video, we discussed Tuckman ladder, that is stages of the team. We discussed emotional intelligence. We discussed different motivational theory, Maslow, Herzberg, expectance theory. Then what else we did? Macklin's achievement theory, and we did one more, theory X and Y. So all those things are discussed in this video. So which theory was more interesting for you? Do put in the comment box, and if you are watching this video on YouTube, LinkedIn, wherever you are watching, do like it, share it, so that this can reach to more people. My goal is to reach as many people as humanly possible so we can help them. My goal is each one teach one. So let's keep moving forward. And if you want to join my program, this is my number. This is also on WhatsApp. +971 588 350 833. Thank you. See you in the next video. Bye bye. The purpose of root cause analysis is very simple. Look at the question, then go to the depth of the question, how we can improve it. But before going into the root cause analysis, I want you guys to introduce to you one of my booklet, 7-step formula. That's formula that I recommend that you use to solve PMP question. Okay, the formula that I recommend that you use to solve PMP question. There are 7 steps. If you follow, for sure you will get a very good answer for the question. Now, all these 7 steps will be applicable most of the time to most of the questions. Not all the question, most of the time to most of the questions. These 7 steps will be okay. So yeah, basically, this is a book I was reading. 7-step formula. Where is my files? Yeah. So 7-step formula basically goes in this way. Step number 1 that I recommend is that you read the question slowly. Okay. Now, why do I recommend to read the question super slow? Guys, all of us are here. They are not native speaker. None of you is basically native speaker. My audience language is basically second language is English. Okay. My audience second language is English. First language. What is your first language? Why don't you put in the chat box? I love that question. What is your first language? Put it in the chat box. So that is your uh, that is basically kind of your first language. Second language, we are learning English. It can be other, like for Tamil, their second language can be Hindi, and so and so. But English is second or third language. So with the second or third language, this comes to our mind. I need to read fast, otherwise I will not understand. That is not the case. That is not the case. If you are sitting in this class, your English is good. Your English is good without any doubt. Your English is good. Okay, I can write it down for you that your English is good because you have at least taken 3 days of my PMP training. Minimum those people are there. So you have gone through the entire material of that way. So your English is good. Keep that thing out of your mind. Justin, maybe your German is not good, but I'm sure about English is good. I'm not sure how is your German. I tried to learn German one time. Ich bin. That's it. I forget the remaining part. Yeah. Okay. So English is not a problem. So step number one is you slow down. Now, whenever I ask the students to slow down, you may say that I will run out of time. I have 1,000+ PMPs. All of those who follow this method, they never run out of time. They never run out of time. And for the first 13 topics you are doing, I am not giving you timed mocks. Let me show you my simulator, which you will get later on. Okay, PM. This is my actually simulator. Yeah. Okay. So I have even put all these chapters with the timed mocks. If somebody says that I need a mocks with, I have that. I can give you access. I don't give it to you. I give you Google Forms so that you don't focus on the first 13 topics on the timer. In order to solve the question answer, the first thing is understanding the fundamentals, understanding the topic, what that topic is. Right? For example, where are you in the stakeholder? You identify the stakeholder, rank them, classify them, prioritize them, and put that into which document? Risk register, right? Right, Mohit? Risk register, no?
Yeah.
So you were not listening.
No, a stakeholder
Register, right?
Stakeholder register. Yeah.
We put them into stakeholder register. Then we make stakeholder engagement metrics, which look at the current engagement of the stakeholder and all desired engagement, and we make a stakeholder engagement plan. Then we make a communication plan, 4 hours of communication. Then resource plan. What does the resource plan? What does the resource management plan tells you? I need 63 answers here. What does the resource management plan tells you? What does the resource management plan tells you? How to acquire, develop, manage, and release the resources. 4 things. Acquire. Remember, we discussed which type of resources. Then develop, training need. Then manage them, conflict, emotional intelligence, release them. Okay. So these things we need to know when we are solving the question answers. Okay. Then we discuss that we made a procurement management plan, and then we get the agreement. Like in planning phase of the procurement, we make the procurement management plan. In the execution, we sign the agreement. That is execution. Once the agreement is signed, execution is completed. In control procurement, that is monitoring and control, we get the deliverables, and if there's a conflict, we handle those conflicts. Right? This was the things we discussed. You need to know that. For that, I gave you a task. The task was make mind map. Right? Make mind map of topic, then do the question answers, then do the root cause analysis. Right? If you do that, then there is no other problem that we can face into it. So timer is not a problem for you. Time will never be a problem for you. Okay. timer will never be a problem. So please slow down. Now, when I say slow down, what does slow down means? It depends at which level you are currently. For example, Sarika, she is solving 180 questions. Okay. For her, slow down means like you need to solve the question in 80 to 85 seconds, something like that, not less than that. And let's put it that Anushk today did fundamental question. I don't care even if you take 4 minutes in one question and you are solving question. That's okay at the start. Okay. But the purpose is that slow down. Okay. Now the question comes, why I am yelling at slow down, slow down, slow down? What is the benefit of that? Guys, when you start speaking slow and you are reading something, that things become a picture in your mind. If I'm not, if I'm right or wrong, let's play experiment. An elephant is eating grass. An elephant is eating grass. Say it like this. Elephant is eating grass. Or say it like that. An elephant is eating grass. Does the picture comes to your mind or not when you slow down? Put in the chat box, yes or no. That is the reason. When you are reading slowly, actually you jump into the question that and you understand actually what is happening, which is the most important thing. Now, there will be a timer limit. Amar, I just said that at your level, at currently at which level are you? Don't worry about the timer. Haven't I said that, Amar? Put in the chat box, Amar. Have I said that or not? Then don't worry about the timer for now. Okay? Don't worry about the timer for now. When you are done with the 13 topics, your understanding is right, then we will worry about that. For now, focus on one and only one thing, understanding the question. So slowing down is the most important thing. Second thing, second step from my 7-step formula. Read the last line first. Achha, this is more applicable when your question is of 3-liners or more than that. And majority of your exam question will be 3-liner or more than that. Okay. Read the last line first. Now, when you read the last line first, what happens? Most of the time it has the question in it. Most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, the last line actually has a question in it that what should the project manager do next? And secondly, this will be very useful, God forbid, if you run out of time and you want to catch the question answers. Okay, so reading the last line is helpful. Now, I recommend after reading the last line, you go and read the question. But after reading the last line, you can also read the option. That is also fine. That also work. Some of my student has given me feedback that after reading the last line, I read the options. I identified it from the options and last line, what the actually question is. Okay. Then I read the question, it become easy for me. Again, your mind will be, when I'm saying this thing, your mind is start saying to yourself, but I will run out of time. It is saying that. How many of you are thinking, but I will run out of time? Put in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Harun. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Nabia, you will not run out of time. Don't worry about that. That's for sure. Just do this. You cannot run out of time. It's a lot. We have a lot of time in the exam. Okay. Now, you have done the read. You have read the last line first. Now, the third one is very important. Identify the keyword. Every question will have some keywords. Okay. 1 or 2 keywords like risk has occurred or issue has been identified, stakeholder has left the company, you are in agile, or you are unproductive. Some keywords will be there in the question. Your job is, and the reason we are slowing down is this. We are trying to identify the key. The reason we are reading the last line is this. We are trying to identify the keywords. Okay, we are trying to identify the keywords. Then, like, try to identify the context of the question, what the question is saying to you. Okay, what the question is saying it to you. And plus, try to find out at which process group are you. Now, I got this question from one of the student today. How I am going to identify at which process group am I? Very simple. What are the three things that happen in initiation? Put in the chat box. What are the three things that happen in the initiation? Project charter, stakeholders are identified, put in there, stakeholder register, prioritize, assumption log. What do we make in pre-initiation? What do we make in pre-initiation? Business case, benefit management plan. So anything that says that we can easily identify it. So far you are with me? Okay. What happens in closing? You are writing the final report. Project is closed. Okay. Team is being released. Lesson learns are updated. Things are being closed now. Okay. What happens in planning? What happens in planning? Put in the chat box. We are planning something. We are putting the risk in the risk register. We are ranking the risk. We are planning to get the team. We are planning to engage them. We are planning. We are not doing anything. We are not producing anything. Okay? Planning. We are planning. No, procurement risk quality, it all happens in execution also. No? Amisha, now in execution. Execution are we are doing here. In procurement, we are having a bidder conference. In risk, we are implementing the risk response. In quality, we are doing quality assurance audit. Right? Right? We can talk about each knowledge area, each scope, schedule, cost, what happens in each one if you want to talk. If anyone has any confusion, I'm here. Now, what happens in monitoring and control? The purpose of monitoring and control is to compare plan versus actual and see where we are. Raise the change request. Comparison, variance analysis. Variance analysis. Planned versus actual. Monitoring and changing the progress. So that's what happened in the process group. Don't make it complex. It is not complex. It is not meant to be complex. So don't make it. Clear? Risk, identify scope. In scope, we implement that. Okay, good, good. Rupak, is there a question? You can ask also. Now, once you have identified, the next step is basically, this is a question that people keep on asking me. If the question categorically says that we are in a predictive life cycle, it is written, then you're in a predictive life cycle. If the question says that we are in an agile environment, then you're in an agile environment. If it does not says, then you're in a hybrid environment. Then you are always in a hybrid environment. Okay, in hybrid. What do you mean by hybrid environment? Three things, minimum three things. First, we will raise a change request for every single thing. We will try to make MVP and give value to the customer. Third, we will act like a servant leader. The best of both. The best of. It will be written that you are working in a predictive life cycle. So that's Amer Ali. It will be written that you are working in an agile life. You are working in an agile team. Okay. Gee guys, it is clear to everyone? I need 66, yes or no? If it is not written, you will consider it as a hybrid. Islam, you will consider it a hybrid if it is not written. Yes, Mahmood. For life cycle, it must be written. It's a predictive. It will be written there that you are working in a predictive life cycle. Or for a agile, it must be written in the question you are working in an agile life cycle. If it is not written, then you will automatically assume I'm in a hybrid environment. Okay, in a hybrid, you need a change request for a plan. You try to give value to the customer and you act as a servant leader. Okay. What do I mean by servant leader? What does the servant leader does? Somebody can put in the chat box, or better, everybody can put in the chat box. He likes like the mother, identify their training needs, work with their team, develop them, build them, things like that. Yeah. Acha ji. Understand the role in the context, what you are trying to do in this pattern question. Okay. And finally, if you don't do anything and just do this thing, 9 out of 10 times, your question will be right. I am saying 9 out of 10. Your question will be right. Elimination technique. Understand the elimination technique. Traditional is predictive. Ghulam Nabi, predictive, plan driven is traditional. What does elimination technique means? Elimination technique means you go to each option. Let's say there are 4 options, A, C, D. You went to the A option and you felt A is the right answer, right? You don't pick the answer. No. You don't pick the answer. You go to option B. Check the answer. You justify why B is wrong in your mind. Then you go to option number C. You justify why option C is wrong and why D is wrong. It must be then. Okay. Select. Aslan, what I am saying, focus on that more than focus on typing. Okay. Try to understand that. If you have any question, then ask. Okay. You go through each single option, all the options, and justify which option is right, which is wrong. In PMP, now don't ever give me the answer when I ask you what is the root cause analysis. You will say, I am getting confused in 2 options. In the entire PMP exam or PMP preparation, most of the time, 2 options are useless. 2 options are near to each other. Mostly, both 2 are right. Both of them are right. But one is best, the other is better. You need to go to the best option. I'll repeat. You go to the best option. Acha, one of my students also shared that this trick worked for him. When you go for option A and option A looked like a right answer, you picked it and you move to next question. But if you go to option D and D looks like a right answer, no, you will automatically go to read C, B, A. So you can also do this trick if you are like your mind always run away to the next question, read option D, then C, then B, then A. That trick may work for you. Okay. Guys, you see, there's a term known as shu ha rai. In Japanese, there's a term known as shu ha rai. Shu mean you are a learner, you don't know anything. So when you are at the shu stage, you follow the guru, the mentor without any question. Batch 5, you are at shu stage. And some of batch 4, you are also shu stage. Please, for some time, without any question, follow this. For some time. And sometime, by some time, I mean 13 topics that you are solving question answer. Follow this thing. When you will reach to ha stage, where you understand a lot of these things, then you can question my methods. Like Abu Bakr Siddiq, Mohid, Onkar, Sarika, people like them, they are at that stage. And then Ra, Shuhara, Ra, yeah, right. When you reach the master stage, you don't have to follow my pattern. You do whatever you want to do. And that is when you become certified PMP, right? So for this stage, you need to follow elimination techniques, some tips, some tricks, things like that. Are we clear about 7-step formula? If we are, then please put. If not, please ask by raising your hand. And I will share this 7-step formula booklet. This is 17 pages to the group. Okay, sure. Now comes the root cause analysis. We will solve a question, one or two, and then we will do the root cause analysis for that questions. Okay. My questions. Yeah. Close. Coaching on. Okay. Acha ji, I'll solve one question myself. Okay. Then, and you guys, I am giving you 70 seconds. Put your answer in the chat box. Okay. And I am solving this question. Then I will solve this question. I'll apply and please use that 7-step formula while solving this question. The timer is up, but I'm still giving you time because at this stage, I don't care about how much time you take. I more care about that. Do you understand this question or not? Which document will ensure team follow a consistent approach for decision making? Now, this is step number 1. I am reading it slowly. Step number 2, I'm reading the last line first. If you look at that, even without reading the question, I get a context of that. Not necessary, 50% you will get that, but not necessary. Which document? The question is asked, the keyword is here, document, okay. Team uses for a decision. So which is team decision document? If I understand PMP, so I know that even without reading that, which document is that? Okay. Now I'll use elimination technique. I'll first go to the options and I'll go from DCB. Communication management plan. Now elimination technique says if you say that is a wrong answer, you must justify. No, communication management plan only talks about 4 hours of communication. What are the 4 hours of communication? What are the 4 hours of communication, guys? Put in the chat box. What is the 4 hour? Amisha, you, Tarek Alvi Saab, put what are the 4 hours? Since you put D as an answer, I read everybody answer in the chat box now. Right information at right time to right people to have right impact. So communication plan has nothing about the decision. It has nothing about the decision. So I'm going to eliminate this option. Okay. Team charter can be. Can be. Now this is the right answer, but still PMP demands elimination technically demands I go through the stakeholder plan. No, it is about strategies, right? Engaged stakeholder. It has nothing to do about team. Project charter, it's a high level information. Okay. High level information. Tariq Saab, I guess you did not watch the recorded videos of day one so far. Please watch that. Okay, 4R means right information to right people at right time to a right impact. That is all the communication plan is about. Okay. Acha, now I read the question to make sure my answer is right or not. Okay. Here I solve the question immediately. In the next question, I will do the different method. The project manager is leading a global project for a pharmaceutical company. The drug will be used to save life for people. In developing these technologies, many new artificial technologies will be developed. Project manager has a team from all over the world working in different times. So which document will be used? So yes, this was the only thing. All that information was unnecessary. Last line was enough. Now, I have solved the question. So far, everyone agrees with that I have solved the question. The question is clear. Now I will tell you what to do the root cause analysis. I'll show you two methods, the simplest one and the little bit complex one. Okay, which one to use? Your choice. Okay, for me, I don't actually care. For me, that you have done the root cause analysis, that is more than enough. Okay, Achha. So where is my new Excel file? Okay, so let's say this is new file. Okay, I'll zoom it for you. I'll put topic. What is the topic on the file? Topic, let's say it's fundamental. Okay, I'm just sharing it to you. Fundamental. Question 1. Don't put the question, don't put anything, just put one thing, the lesson you learned. Okay, for this question, pertinently that we did, the lesson is that all decisions for me made by project team should follow team charter. Something like that. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more. That is more than enough. Or team charter is used for decision. Okay. Now, what lesson you learn from this question? It will be different from what I learned. Like when you were solving this question, what did you learn? You could have learned that communication management plan is used for this purpose. Tariq sir, when you do this question, this will be your and Amisha that you learned it. Communication plan has nothing to, you can also put that in the lesson. Or project charter is used for high level information. That is also an option. You can do that. Your lesson. You do it. What you do. Okay. This is how you do root cause analysis. Is this clear to everyone? When I ask you to do the root cause analysis and share Excel file, this is what I'm asking. Gee, 66 people. Is this clear to especially batch 5? Is it clear? Okay. Now, means not only, yes, Hafiz Sahab, I'm saying this for that wrong and right, both options. Okay. It is like an elimination technique, but you learned elimination technique, you review your explanation of answer and then put it there. Put justification there in the Excel file. Vishal, is it clear? So then we use the analysis to go. Yes, you can go back after this one, after doing 4 or 5 topics that where you are getting mistake. That is the purpose actually. Okay. Is one sub clear? Please put in the chat box. Yeah. Acha, one of my student, he does a beautiful root cause analysis. I kind of love it. Okay, where is his root cause analysis? This is my leads. Where is his root cause analysis? Okay, I'll open it again. Yeah, he does a beautiful root cause analysis. But that is more than needed. If you want to do it up to that level, that is also okay. For example, he did for the Agile root cause analysis. He copied the question, he copied the options, he put what he selected, what is the right answer, and what did the justification he put it there. And if he had any doubt that he can ask in the coaching call or in the group, he also put that even after going to the justification. That is the most extensive way. If you want to do that, you can also do that, or you can only put the question number, like you can entirely hide that and get it here. Okay, clear? Anyone has any question so far, they can ask. I am sharing this root cause analysis format. I know many of you are putting message to me that can we have this root cause analysis sample. I am sharing this with you. You can have this. Okay, but make your own root cause analysis. Make your own root cause. GMR sir.
I did the root cause of fundamentals today. So what I did, I opened the Excel and I solved first question, and I put the reason against it, and that's how I made the root cause. So this is the right process, or should I
No, no.
complete all? Then I
After
put the
solving
reason
the question answer you did, or while doing the question answer?
while doing the question.
No. Root cause analysis. The meaning is after you have solved the question, then you review them and then put the justification. After reviewing the justification from the comments, for example, when you solve the question answers will give you a justification, right? The question answers, every question answer that I have shared with you, they have the justification. For example, if I open the risk topic question answers in front of you, okay, and let's say I solve them. Okay, let's say these are the risk questions. You are solving it. Okay. How many risk questions are there? Is it 20 or 50? Anyone can tell me? How many questions of risk we have? Okay. Yeah. So whenever, I guess it's 50 question. When you solve the 50 question, it will give you a justification. You need to read the justification. From that justification, compare your understanding. Why did you, what was your wrong? And that learning you need to put into that lesson learns. No? The purpose of lesson learn is to get the identify what you did wrong. Okay, when you are putting your, that is your reasoning. If you want to put that, put your reasoning, that is perfectly fine. But where your reasoning get wrong or right, you need to identify that. Otherwise you should get 100% if your all reasoning are right. What you are doing, Amar, is more like that. When what we see in movies, when somebody is doing experiment and they are recording themselves, it's more like that thing. If you want to do that, that's okay. But after doing the question, you also need to review and put that there. Clear? Marsab, clear? Okay. Gee, anyone root cause analysis is same? Yeah, it's the same thing as a lesson learned. I sometimes say root cause, sometimes lesson. Somebody is unmute, Mohit, mute them. Yeah. Gee, anyone has any question that they would like to ask? Can we do the next question? Now, in this question, I will not go to the options. I will directly go to the question. Okay. Shadi ma'am, mute yourself. Okay. All the deliverables have been completed. So when I read this line, something has been completed. So this looks to me like it goes to the client. It goes to closing and they are accepted by the client. Good. What should the project manager do first? The keyword is first, to start closing the project. Now the question yells at you, we want to close that. Okay. Start writing the lesson learned. Yes, he should write lesson learned. That's a good thing. So I'll mark it. Release the resources. Maybe get approval from the sponsor. That is the first thing you need to do. Unless the sponsor says you are ready to close, you cannot close. Write down final report also. Now here, all these things are that we do in the closing. But the question says first, among these, this is the first thing we do. Okay. So now in Excel, I can put as a lesson learned that the first thing that we do when closing is to get approval from the sponsor. Clear to everybody? Acha, let's do what if on the question. What if I do on the question is basically, I try to change the scenario of the question on the same. The question said that all these things and sponsor has given you approval. Sponsor has given you approval. Sponsor has given you approval. What would you do? And that's a good question. What is the first thing now you do when the sponsor has given you approval? Ghulam Nabi release the resource comes very late. Neil, very late. We need to start writing the final report. That is the first thing. After that, we get that. Start writing the final report. Okay. If the question says that, now let me just keep on doing what if. The final report has already been written. You are writing the final report. What will you do now? Next. What will you do next? Now, A is the option. Indra, no. My friend, understand this thing. If you release the team, who will write the report? Who will write the lesson learns? You are going to do. You don't know all the lesson learns, na? So sequence is kind of this. First, you get approval from the sponsor. Then you start writing the final report, then lesson learned and documents, and then release it. How many lesson learned for your root cause analysis for Excel file? I gave it to you from one question. This is called beauty of root cause. Now comes the next interesting question. Faisal, just give me 1 second. Sir, I solved the question in 1 hour, but it took me 4 hours to do the root cause analysis. Yes, it is supposed to be. It is supposed to be. The 50 questions root cause analysis should take 2 to 3 hours, especially for stakeholder communication team Agile. If you are doing root cause analysis in 1 hour for these 3-4 topics, other topics are straightforward. Like quality is this tool there, those are not. Risk is also little difficult but straightforward. Okay, but if you are doing the root cause in 1 hour, you are doing something wrong. Okay, you are doing something wrong. Ji Faisal sir.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. Amer, I have a question regarding the lesson learned now. So mostly it has to be done by the project owner or the business owner who has already been seen.
Team. Actually, everyone need to do that. Okay.
Which is the client asset, right?
No
it
clients,
can be manipulated.
stakeholders. The first responsibility lies on team. If we talk about overall responsibilities, it lies on the stakeholders. Okay.
And which document is this supposed to be part of? To make sure that lesson learned to be done by the project manager. Which document we should write this statement?
No, lesson learned should not be done by the project manager alone. It should be done by team. Team. Let's say the question is that who will do the lesson learn? Option is A, project manager, B, sponsor, C, stakeholder, D, team. The right answer is stakeholders, because stakeholder consists everyone. Then the next answer will be team. Okay, but let's say the question is who is accountable for lesson learn. Now comes the project manager. Okay, no, Justin, he is not. Project sponsor is only accountable for the complete project. That's it. Nothing else. He's not responsible or accountable for anything else. Yeah, it's kind of a person who is a god. One of my coach or trainer says that sponsor is like a god or a demigod who sits above, and you just need to go to him sometimes. I cannot use that analogy because my teams are mostly religious and that comes, but he used to say that he's kind of a demigod, if you know Hercules and people like that. So correlation to that. Acha ji. Neil. Okay, I am a bit confused about that. Himanshu, I haven't explained the closing to you guys. You guys haven't studied, so don't worry. We will get to that in detail. Neil, go ahead.
So, Amir, actually, in the fundamental, the question says the same thing that you just elaborated.
Stakeholder.
But don't you?
The answer is stakeholder.
Yes, I understand. But in stakeholder, there might be various people, whether
So everyone
they
is
are involved in project or
we
not.
need to get the lesson from everyone.
Okay.
Okay. We need to get the lesson from everyone. Okay, guys, just give me 1 second. There's so much noise. Whether internal, if the question asks, the question is not gonna ask internal, external, but I would say yeah, internal and external both can come. Is this clear to everyone? Still anyone has any confusion on this thing? Guys, this coaching call is very, very important. If you can follow it, your PMP journey will be very small. I have students, like, he did all the topic. I asked him to do a root cause analysis. I don't have time for that. But I want to do PMP 3 weeks. I said, I have no magic pill. I cannot help. If you don't follow my method, I cannot do it. Right? There's a reason you don't have to read books. This important. Unidentified. No. Yeah. It was unidentified voice. So Onkar will put in the issue log. Actually, it is supposed to be my risk register. It's my office boy. Everyone leaves the office. No? They have to clean it sometime. I am sitting here till 1 a.m. So they have to clean it sometime. No? It's not his fault. But he's talking to family when I so that's yeah. Can we solve the next question, guys? Yeah, that's good. We'll watch the video. Yes, let's not use those words hell Wi-Fi. Let's be kind as a servant leader because we have that community. Please use the language, more kind language. This is a good question. I like it. The project manager is working in a matrix organization. An important resource left the team to join another organization. Now the project manager need a resource whom he should contact first. Acha, first thing first. When the question says matrix, it is balance matrix. Both have same power. Okay. The question says whom he should contact first. Functional manager, yes, he should contact him. Now here comes the problem. You will go to A option and you leave it. Right? Tariq Sahab again watch the first topic. Now this is an interesting thing, but me and Mr. Tariq had a discussion. Tariq Sahab had an experience of 30 plus years experience, right? Or give or take. But language of PMP is, you would say human resource. There is nothing like a human resource manager in PMP. It is called as functional manager. What I called as, you need to wear PMP hat while solving PMP question. Okay, so please do watch that topic. With all due respect, I understand where you're coming from, but do watch that video. Yeah. But Farhan, that is your question, shouldn't be wrong. So first we should contact functional manager, but elimination technique says that I must go to all option. Sponsor? No. Later on. First, the question is asking first. Human resource, there is nothing human resource in PMP. Team member? No, why should we go to team member? So A is the answer. Even though I know for 100% sure that A is the answer, still I will go to all option. This is called elimination technique. Okay, we must, there is nothing HR in the PMP language. Yes, sir, that's why. Justin, if the question does not say it's a weak matrix or a strong matrix, it's automatically you are working in a balanced matrix. Okay, and matrix mean actually balanced matrix. Otherwise, the question will say weak matrix, strong matrix. Okay. Yes, both have the same power, Namar. That's why we will go to him and ask him. You are not ordering him. You're asking him, hey, you can help me. If he does not agree, then you go to sponsor. Okay? Then you go to sponsor. Yeah. So again, lesson learn, you can put a lesson learn in root cause analysis. Okay, in weak matrix, he has power, strong matrix, things like that. Yeah. Achha. This will be a good question. A senior manager complains he is not receiving information. What should the project manager do first? Now that's a very interesting question. B. 4 hours of communication. 4 hours of communication. What is 4 hours of communication? Now this question has very interesting things, but for batch 5, just understand 4 hours of communication. Okay. Stakeholder register can be. Let's check the communication plan. that why he's not receiving the information. If not, then we will put it in the issue log that the problem has occurred and so on and so on. Okay, but no, yes, no, no. Okay, acha ji. What will the project manager do? You are the project manager. You are in planning, procurement, and shortlisting seller. One of the member had asked you to select seller. You find that seller recommended is a good seller, okay, and meet all the requirement, good, but he is the brother of steering committee. He's a good seller. The question does not say he's not a good seller, it's a good seller. Report unethical activity, it's not an unethical activity. He meets the requirement. Na? Report conflict of interest. Yes, that can be, but means like there's a problem. Hire the seller? No. We cannot directly hire the seller. Reject the seller. He does meet the criteria. B is the right answer. Let's say, now let me put what if on this question. Does not meet the requirement. Just give me 1 second. It does not meet the requirement. Then what will be the answer? If it does not meet the requirement and still is asking, that will be unethical activity. Since he meets the requirement, he's just trying to get a hands off there. So that is conflict of interest. That he is in the steering committee and he's trying to use his force. Okay. G. Yes, Jatin. Justin.
Hi, Amer. My question was regarding the previous question. The answer. So I was thinking that the first place where what I will look is the stakeholder register to confirm is the if this manager is
90% of the time, yes. But remember this thing. If you get any of the R in the question, close your eyes and put your answer on communication. G.
Okay.
Clear? Yes, Rupak.
On this question, the second part, you mentioned that he has not meet the requirement. Only that part has changed, but he is the brother of steering committee. So if it not meets the requirement, why to go for A? We can directly go to D straightforward, right?
Can be. But since he's a senior member, so that's why I went to that. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll see how many questions we get. Okay. Please, question number 1. Guys, share it in the groups here that the class has started. I don't see that coaching, the messages in the group that the coaching call has started. I don't see it. Decompromising. Okay, Abdullah Khan, slow down. Don't hurry that much. Try to understand the context of the question. Okay. A. And guys, put your justification. Why do you think this answer is right or this answer is wrong? I need justification that is more correct to me. Okay. So as a project manager, which of this is most appropriate approach? Okay. What is the most appropriate approach? Your petroleum company is in the process of transitioning from a predictive to agile for its exploratory. We are moving from predictive to agile. There's a pushback from some members who are used to comprehensive documentations, concerns about the loss of structure, which is most important. Reassure the stakeholders and maintain the current document until the agile is implemented. Not bad, not bad, but we are now moving from it. Mean this is hybrid. Let's see. Stress the agile place more importance on working product than comprehensive documentation. No, we cannot stop immediately every single thing because agile says so. So well, that focus just enough, just in time. Stakeholder, this is a beautiful option. I'll use it. Compromise by creating. Yeah, compromise is like moving away from that thing. I wouldn't do that. Okay, I would eliminate these options. Okay, so we have eliminated B, we have eliminated D. Now we are left with A and C, and I see majority people are putting C. Are you sure that to maintain the current documentation? No, we basically what we need to do that here. This is a keyword. While you are moving from predictive to agile, we need to educate the people, okay, and work into that to provide minimum documentation. Okay, so we don't need the entire documentation. We need to educate the people. This is this, this is that. Let's move with this thing. So that's how we are going to move. So C will be the right answer in this pattern question. And I only see Junaid Wahid. Oh, Marine on spot. Really? Marine Badar, she just joined the program and she has the right answer. That is what Agile. We can't compromise. We cannot simply. Yeah, yeah. Onkar, Azhar, Hafiz Azhar, Abdullah. C is the right answer, guys. How you missed this thing? Educating that thing. C is the right answer for this question. Is it clear to everyone? Put in the chat box. Put in the chat box. Is it clear to everyone? Yes or no? Then I'll move to the next question. Thank you, Amy, for putting in the batch for Yasir, putting in the PMP aspirant, putting in batch 5. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. C is the right answer. Okay. Let's go to the next question. No, Apma, it is C option. Please listen to the justification I just gave. Guys, whenever you are answering the question, please put your justification. I am more interested in your justification than your answers. Abdurrahman. Okay, D. Mohit Gupta. Okay, let me solve this question. How should you navigate this? Halfway through a critical pipeline project that is transitioning from predictive to agile model, you discover a high risk problem that could impact the project timeline and the budget. There's a high risk that could impact the timeline and the budget. The team agile training is still incomplete. The training is not complete. How you would do that? Immediately, that the project plan to include new risk that the lean towards agile, call for a meeting to foster a approach in resolving the issues. Okay, this can be a good way. Delegate the issue. The most experience relying on traditional predictive model. No, escalation is the last thing. C and D eliminated between A and B. I would go for B option. Mohsin Raza C. I don't think so. Santosh, no. We know, good to have you, but no. B would be the right answer. Abdullah, Abu Bakr Galidima, I like your justification. Face to face can be a right way to do it. Next question. B is the right answer. Please solve this. Yeah. Didn't I like your justification? People who are watching, I see there are 15 plus people watching on LinkedIn. You can also watch it on YouTube, and actually, I get the answers of YouTube immediately here. So, here is the link. You can come to the YouTube if you feel it so. I'll just share the link to there. Okay. MVP, D. Guys, put the question number with that because sometimes you are lagged on YouTube, so that can get confusing when I'm reading the justification. Through workshop, he can address the concern. Training, unsure. Training for him. Okay. How would you elevate their concern? As a project manager in a software development firm transitioning to agile, you are facing resistance. Okay, the team members are used to predictive model with detailed specification upfront. They are expressing concern about agile, iterative, and incremental approach. How would you elevate their concern? Okay, so we want to look into that they are having concern, how we can deal their concern in that way. Insist on sticking, we never insist on anything. You see, these are kind of a negative word. Escalate to the sponsor, insert it, report the team member, these are kind of never the answer. Okay, so I would eliminate it. Revert back to predictive model, this is again the negative word. Slow down the agile, this can be the option. Elimination technique suggest, unless we have the justification, we keep on going to that. Apma, why B? Why you are saying the B has nothing to do with this question number 23. Okay, facilitate is a very positive word. If this is the option, go for that, go for those positive words. Maybe I'll maybe put a note here somewhere. Yeah, that I should make a video on this thing, like positive word and negative word, that I can use it so that you guys can remember. So facilitate is kind of a very positive word. Okay, so D is the right answer. Next question. 24th B. Okay, 24th B, 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 B. Why B? No justification from anybody. Okay, guys, do you like this format? Like, first question is from petroleum industry, second is from oil and gas, third is kind of information technology, fourth is from construction industry, which we just solved. Okay, as the project manager, how would you guide them? You are leading a skyscraper construction project, transitioning from a traditional waterfall approach to agile methodology. Okay, we are moving from waterfall to agile. The team struggles to identify what elements could be delivered incrementally given the linear natures of construction. Like the construction is one go entirely, so what elements can we look into that? As a project manager, how should you guide them? Suggest that agile might not be right approach for construction and recommend sticking waterfall. Not a bad option. Guys, suggest is a very positive word. Okay, very positive word, so it can be option. Identify components of the project that can be modelized. Beautiful answer. Identify is a very positive words. Okay, encourage the team to deliver wherever possible, even it means altering. Like till here the answer was very positive, but when I look in this option, even if it means altering the project, we don't want to change the project, so I would eliminate it. Tell them to focus only as this is a predictive. No, this is not the focus of that. From option A and B, I'll go to option B. Okay, it has a positive word, Madhya and Nasir, but look at the remaining part of it. That is interesting. 25 D D D D. Okay. As the project manager, what is your most effective response? Your training company is shifting from predictive to agile model for the development of new online courses. During the transition, you observe that team is overwhelmed with constant feedback and iteration. As the project manager, what is your effective response? Continue as that this is essential for agile, not a bad thing, I would say. Slow down, I am not gonna do that. Rabbit, again we discussed this thing. Facilitate as an opportunity for continuous. Yes, very beautiful option. D option. Next question. Yes, I mean you're right. B 26B 26B. Okay. How should you handle this situation? Your hospital is shifting to Agile for implementing a new digital record system. However, your team is struggling with changing requirements and adjusting to the regulatory compliance during the iteration. As the project manager, how should you handle the situation? Make when regulatory compliance is threatened, otherwise continue. That is kind of if the negative thing comes, then do, otherwise never do that. I don't think that can be a good option. Incorporate a regular review of regulation and compliance into each iteration, ensuring that that's a good thing. Okay. Revert to predictive model that we already postpone is also again a negative word. So we would go with the B option. B is the right answer. B. Okay, so guys, now this trick I'm gonna share it with you when you are lagging time in the real exam and you want to solve the question. Let's say you are running out of 5 minutes. Let's directly go to the options. As the project manager, what should be your next step? Okay, so ignore, I can eliminate it easily. Implement overtime. Overtime can never be the right answer. Because that's against PMI. Okay, so overtime is a negative word. Okay, that is not. Ignore is a negative word. Hold a meeting with the stakeholder, the possible extending the timeline. 9 out of 10 times this cannot be the answer. So I am left with the B option. Collaboratively work with the team to address the issue while communicating the delay. This is a good option. So this is kind of a trade, what we say, trade secret, but whatever, tip of the trade or something. What is the right line for this? Trade secret or whatever, like something like that. But that's an important thing. Read the options, and 9 out of the 10 times, most of the time, you can easily eliminate two, and you can go to the best option, and B will be the right answer in this particular case. Now I'll read the question just to make sure. Uh, you are you are leading a project to develop a new hybrid vehicle model. The organization is transitioning from project management approach to agile, predictive approach to agile. Significant designs flaw. The project is already behind. We are already behind the schedule. What should be your next step? Implement overtime? No. Ignore the flaw. We cannot ignore the flaw. Hold a meeting? No. So B is the right answer. Even we've looked into that. Ninja technique? Nice name. Guys, 36 people have just liked it here. Please do like it. We have 60 people in there. Please. Shahid, you can ask your question, but I do recommend come there. I just saw that you have a question. I hope this question is now. Go ahead, ask your question. Sayyid Khizr Shahid. Yeah. B B B B B B B C 28 C C B. So we are here discussing with B and C. Let's play the game. That same question trick which he called as ninja technique. As the project manager, how should you respond to the situation? Pause the project cannot be the answer. Encourage the team to learn agile and make adjustment can be, but that is a different. Bring in agile consultant to work with the team and bridge the can be. With the project as per will slowly introducing. I'm not gonna go with the D option. So B, A and D are eliminated. B and C is left. So I would go more towards C option because asking them to learn on their job and while making the progress access that does not make much sense. Now let's read the question. While transitioning from predictive to agile in a spacecraft development project, you discover that the team lacks knowledge about agile. Despite training session, the team is struggling with a concept like user stories. Guys, put in the chat box. Let's put this thing for easiness. Okay, so what is user stories and what are sprints? Put in the chat box. I want to make sure you know that. Then how can C be the answer? So yes, Khidr, which question you are asking? Question number, or maybe hold your question at the end of the coaching call. We can go back to that question where you are getting confused. Okay. What is user stories and what are sprints? Put in the chat box. I would love to know. What are your thoughts on that? Still 46 people. 14 people, you have still not liked the video, yeah. I'm putting a good effort here. But there's a good show here. Sprint outcome is user story. No. Okay. User stories are feature. Why do we want to do something? Okay. Sprint outcomes. No, sprint outcome is the completion of the task. What are user stories and what is sprints? User stories are requirement. Loved it. That is the right answer. User stories are the requirement. Stories is requirement. User stories are requirement. Sprints are event beautifully. User stories are requirement, whereas sprint is the entire thing in which the entire things flow in this. Sprint is a time box to complete. Very well done. So I hope that is set to everyone. Yeah, which we need to look into that way. Okay. So I hope sprint, Marine Brother, is the event 1 to 4 week. Okay. Sprint cover. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's go back to the question where we are. Where are we? Yeah. So they are still struggling for the concepts. Like some of you are still struggling. Like sprint is the time box duration 1 to 4 week, normally 2 weeks, in which the work is actually carried out. The entire project is divided into small sprints. In Agile, that's what the sprint is. Whereas the user stories are the requirement, what we need to complete. Pause the project, bring in agile consultant with the team and bridge the knowledge gap, encourage the team to learn. No, I wouldn't go with this option. I would go with the C option, as the C option talks about the training. So that would be the best answer in this patent case. to 29th. D. As the project manager, how will you handle this situation? You are the project manager for the major telecom infrastructure. The project is transitioning from waterfall to agile. Pushback from the team members who are not comfortable with frequent changes. Okay, how would you handle this situation? Revert back? Nah, this is not the option. Okay, encourage them as an opportunity for improvement can be the answer. Keep change to the minimum until the team members become more comfortable. No, training and yeah, this is the answer. Okay. Rupak, I wouldn't go with the B answer because embrace the change and opportunity. That does not help. We always need to look at how we can provide the training, the learning opportunity. So I would go for the B option. I wouldn't go for the B option. I would go for the D option. Question number. Guys, we have five more questions after this. Actually, we have 25 more, but we can do five more questions after that. Then we have to do my daily LinkedIn question. Do you want to do those questions, or shall we call it a day after these 10 questions and solve only LinkedIn? So what would you say? Solve 10 question or 15 question? Put in the chat box. D. They call it a day as all my answer. Marine, when we'll solve the LinkedIn question, they will be different because we're solving predictive to agile questions. Okay. I'll ask you guys after this question. D. I am getting this pen. As the project manager, how should you address this situation? Your bank is implementing a new software system and moving from a predictive project management approach to agile. You notice that your team is overcommitting in each sprint, leading to unmet commitments and team frustration. As a project manager, how should you address this situation? Continue it as hoping the team will eventually encourage that team to commit less in each sprint. Okay, that is not a bad option, but D is the right option. So I did not get your answers, guys. D is the right answer. I said that should we do five more questions and then do LinkedIn, or now since we have solved the 10 question which I promised, we should go to LinkedIn directly. Option A or option B. Put in the chat box. Mhm. Need stand up meeting and end of the sprint break. Okay, both. Five more than LinkedIn. Do five more question and then LinkedIn. Okay. Option B. B. So Marian, you are the only one with option A. Okay, let's do the five more question. Okay, let's do the five more question. But we will do quickly. I'll give only 30 seconds. Guys, by the way, if you haven't taken the training, my PMP program is going to start on day after tomorrow. And this program will make sure that you become PMP just after 4 to 6 weeks of training. We already have received like 30 registration, and we will be closing it tomorrow this time. So if you want to become certified PMP, this can be the best time to register. Contact me on the number that is scrolling here, and we will contact. Make sure you become PMP. Okay, as a project manager, In a defense manufacturing project moving from a predictive to agile, your team is struggling to see how agile can work given the high stake nature of their what should be your response. Emphasize the such as a flexibility response time. This is a good option. Advice. Now B is the right answer here. Straightforward B is the right answer. Okay, B is the right answer, guys. We want to emphasize the value of the agile and also look into that if the hybrid approach can be utilized. Okay. My offer is join my program. That is my offer. Do five more. Saw this saying. Yes, I'm doing five more. Okay. Your team is conducting clinical trials and transitioning to agile. Due to regulatory constraint, not all aspects can be agile. As the project manager, how would you use? Strictly no. Adopt hybrid approaches, yeah. To no. Abandon the agile. Be up question. Okay. 33 question. By the way, question number 1 to 20, we solved it last time. So you can also look at those questions. Your environmental conversation project is moving from predictive to agile. The stakeholders are believing that agile want long term. Assure that does not limit in long. Okay. Encourage stakeholder. Suggest a blend of agile. Hmm. D look like a very good option actually. D look like a very good option. Blend of agile. But that is the purpose of uh, like we need that is not their concern. The concern is the belief that this will cause the problem, so we need to target that concern, which is option A in this case. Okay, as the project manager, how would you respond? An education institute is transitioning from a traditional model to agile for its curriculum development. Staff members are concerned that agile nature may disrupt the continuity. So reiterate, ensure consistency. Okay, so I would which option? B option. Okay, guys, I hope after these questions, when we are moving from predictive to agile, you never had issue, because always I was getting this thing, what we do in predicting to agile. So I give you those things. The team to creative ways to adopt. They insist on no, suggest where designs are created. Okay, agree with the design team. No, developing a new transitioning from predictive. However, the design team is struggling with the concept of fashion lines need to be cohesive and delivered in full. Agree with that. Suggest design that and what reviewed and adjusted using facility with the team. B would be the right answer. Let's go with hmm, let's go with the LinkedIn questions. Question call today. I tried to cover the way the PMP exam is explained, most of the topics in the PMP exam, the most important topics, and then work it from there. Okay, so let's start the question answer session, and of course, throughout the session, if you have any question, free to ask. Now, I experimented this uh, timer in my premium coaching call. Last Sunday, we have a premium coaching call that was only for only my certified students, and those question answers made by certified PMPs. We did that. So yeah, this is a big timer, especially to frighten you. I hope you like this timer. Do give me feedback. How do you like this timer? And guys, if you haven't liked this video, please do like it and share it in the groups wherever you are. Thank you, Yasser Saab. Good to have you, sir, back. Everyone who is putting answer A, B, C, D, put it justification why it's B. Always, I am more interested in your justification than your answer. Justification is more important so that I can understand what is happening there. Okay, so let's solve this question. Which skill define correctly what the project manager have utilized here? You work in a global organization, one team member starts yelling in the meeting. Now that is something that is not an expected behavior, but he's doing it that. Okay. So you listen to him patiently, and at the end of the meeting, you went to his room and find out his wife was in the hospital. Okay. So this is not a technical skill. This is, yes, this can be social skills, emotional intelligence, yes, listening skill, yes. But if we go more specific, basically, what is emotional intelligence? If I go here, what is emotional intelligence? EQ. If you can put in the chat box, what are the five things that comes under the emotional intelligence? EQ or EI, both are the same thing. What are the five things that comes under emotional intelligence? Put in the chat box. What are the five things that come under the emotional intelligence? Understand yourself. Okay. So the most important thing, if someone is yelling, okay, you need to control yourself. And the second is manage yourself. Understand yourself, know thyself, but Confucius said, then manage yourself, then social skills, then empathy, and then understanding the motivation. So in the question, the pertinent question that we discussed, he basically used the listening. There is no doubt he used active listening, what the person was saying, but more than that, he used empathy. He tried to understand what his motivation was that, and he controlled himself. So he managed himself, he managed all those things. So the combination of all those skills actually goes and become the more of a emotional intelligence as compared to active listening. Active listening is also very important and very pertinent, to those things. But the most important thing to look into that he used emotional intelligence to understand that. So a very important question for your exam perspective. Acha ji, let's go to the next question. Yeah. Ji, next question. Okay, let's see what do we have here. What project manager should have done differently in this scenario? You are managing a team, and during the meeting, you notice that the conflict focus has shifted from the problem at hand to personality. And in a few minutes, it escalated to where people to start, have start, mind, have start abusing each other. What project manager should have done differently? Now, let's talk about the different stages of the conflict. Okay. So conflicts have 5 stages. If we talk about stages of conflict, there are actually 5 stages of conflict. Number one is problem to solve. Now, at this stage, the team is trying to solve that particular problem. And the team is working with each other, you don't interfere them, you let them do their thing, and that is a simple thing that happens. You let them do their thing. Problem to solve. If it escalated, it goes to disagreement. Here, at the disagreement stage, now the problem has gone from the problem to solve. It's more getting the people are starting discussing with each other in a different way. They are not discussing the problem. This is stage two. Next is stage three, contest. Now, in order to me to win, you have to lose. That's a contest stage. And stage four, crusade. Crusade is more of a ideological state. And step five, world war. So at this stage number one, where it is problem to solve, the project manager should not interfere. The project manager should not interfere at the nitty gritty. But if it get escalated from stage one to stage two, here he needs to interfere into it. He needs to solve the problem. So if you look at this question, what has happened? He did not take any action. Nothing is not the answer. He has done the nothing. He should have interfere when the interfere should be uh, that can be the answer. He should have escalated to the manager. No, putting the issue it into the issue log. No, yeah, that's more of a passive action. We wouldn't do it. We need to take a proactive action and solve the problem at that particular time. So the option D is eliminated, C is eliminated, A is eliminated, B is the right answer. Acha ji. Next question. अच्छा जी, let's see what is your answer. A, A, B, B. Padma is saying B. Okay, communication plan A, A. Padma, which question you are answering? A. Atif, A, Ranjish. Okay, good to have you, Ranjish, back. Electromania, what should the project manager review first? Electromania, part of a group owns and operation a vast network of etc. etc. A key stakeholder expressed his concern over lack of visibility and progress over the installation that runs on the. He mentioned that the status report received lack of critical information relevant to the stakeholder. What should the project manager review first? Straightforward communication management plan. When we talk about 4 hour of communication, 4 hour of communication, right information at right time to stakeholder. It's not project charter, not requirement documentation. It's straightforward communication management plan. So the communication management plan for you guys. G, next question. Guys, if you haven't liked this video, please do that. Still 38 likes, 64 people are watching here. Please everyone, do like this video. Acha ji. Hi Kevin, good to have you Kevin. If you have time Kevin, let's catch up after the coaching call. How should this conflict be resolved? You are working as a project manager in the large organization. It is transforming itself from a predicted to agile. Now they have reached the agile state. A project team with a working knowledge of is experiencing significant conflict with the executive regarding the process to be followed. How should this conflict be resolved? Request the product owner from guidance. Why would he be provide the guidance on how the conflict should be resolved in that? I don't think so that he would be the person to provide the guidance on how the conflict should be resolved in agile. Okay. Train the executive on agile practice. Can be. Include the executive in the daily stand-up. Okay. Negotiate with the executive and agree on the progress. You see, the problem here is that they don't know the agile practices. The team has been converted to the agile practices, but the executives are still lacking that agile practices. So we want to get that agile practice into their bone. We want to make that understanding clear. So in other words, the training need has been identified. Once your training need has been identified, the next most logical step is provide that training. The training need has been identified. Let's provide that training. So B would be the right answer in this patent case. I hope this makes sense. It's a very important question. You will see a lot of question in one way or another that says that train the team member. Whenever there's an option regarding training the team member, be very, very, very careful eliminating that option. 9 out of 10 times that is the right answer, because as a servant leader and the entire mentality of your exam is a servant leader, so you cannot eliminate that thing. So training the team member is very important. So B is the right answer. Acha ji. अच्छा जी. So be very careful about this thing when the question says select two. Normally the software is good in the exam. We know you put one answer, the question is saying two. Padma, you also put one answer, the last line is select two. Okay, who else made this mistake? Uh, SM Jaffrey, same goes for you. Venkatesh Sajid Iqbal, same goes for you. Acha ji. So whenever the exam says select one or two option, the benefit is this, that unless you have selected both the option, the exam will not let it move forward. Okay. So select two. You are managing a global project. You have just completed the resource plan, and teams are located in different countries around the world. Plus, the team members are in multiple time zone, and they use different language to communicate. In order to avoid any misunderstanding that can hamper the progress or create, what should the project manager do? Now, this is a normal thing that, for example, in my class, normally I have a batch session. Students are from all over the world, and now when the students are all over the world, there are multicultural, multi-language, and so many other factors are affecting them. So, what we need to do? Hold a virtual meeting to discuss the political environment. No, that okay, it's not a very bad option because the political dynamics can be there. So straightforward, I wouldn't eliminate it. Let's hold it. Conduct a multi-generational management training session. It is we don't have generation X, Y, Z, so that cannot be the answer. Modify the communication plan to account for regional differences. That's a very important option. Can be. Conduct culture awareness seminars. We cannot conduct. We have a team from the entire project. I am eliminating it. Implement team charter. Now, team charter has something in it that is called ground rules. Ground rules says that come to this time, come to that time, use this language, use that language. For example, when my batch program is started, it starts. By the way, if you haven't taken that training, my batch program is starting on 13th of January. You can join the batch program. So the first thing in the first 10 minutes, I set the ground rules. Like we will respect the diversity, we will respect the culture. So all those things are the part of the team charter. So team charter is your first answer. Secondly, how we are going to communicate, which language we are going to use. So C and E become the best answer in this particular question. Guys, when you are selecting any answer, also understand there may something that is in between. So C and E is the right answer. A very important question for a PMP exam. I hope that makes sense to you. G, next question. Still, guys, we don't have even 50 likes. Please do like this video and share it with your friends so it can start coming to the algorithm of YouTube. Acha ji, which document you should make and manage to make sure who is responsible for a critical task? The question is asking about who is responsible for the critical task. You are the project manager. Actually, this is my own company. I have my company. We have like 16 team members, and we were having that difficulty. I was assigning tasks, so sometimes it was being done by two team members. So I have to make something for that. You are the project manager managing a small startup. Your team consists of 12 to team members. You are giving tasks to each team member. Sometimes a task is done twice. This has happened to me. Sometimes critical task is missed. Yeah, not missed. which document you should make and manage to make sure who is responsible for critical tasks. Communication plan can communicate that thing. It has nothing to do here. Team charter is all about ground rules. Uh, we don't have that has nothing to do here. A resource calendar is when a resource will come, when resource will go. Project charter is a high level document. RESI is the right answer. Responsibility, accountability, consult, inform. So that basically decide who is responsible for a particular task. So that will be your right answer. Acha ji. I tried to cover the entire team topic in this first 6 7 question. I hope everything is done. Now, this question is very important in a way because it explains the conflict management technique. I try to make it a this question like here and there so that people get confused, but I can see most of you have gotten the right answer. Just to highlight one more time, concerns for others, concerns for other, concerns for yourself. Here I care for others and here I care for myself. I will get into win-win win-win situation. Here I care more for me, win lose. Here lose lose, here lose win. Win win is problem solving, collaborating, confronting, forcing, directing, smoothing, and accommodating, avoid, withdraw. And then here we have compromise. As a project manager, you need to move from here uh-huh, from here to here, from avoid withdraw to compromise to win-win. So let's go to the question. What does the question says to us? What has he done? During a meeting, one team member argues that the way he has been using while in the competitive organization is the best, and he can help the team replicate the exact solution. The project manager listens to him. Although his solutions are very good and can give the correct solution, he knows that due to non-compete clause in his contract and conflict of interest, there can be later on. Project manager took the decision himself and asked the team to implement it. What has he done? Is he then compromising? And compromising, both parties give up something. I don't see anyone giving anything, so I wouldn't say it's compromising by any stance that we can look at. Smoothing is basically more of a when we focus on a decision. Okay, let's talk on the important issues right now, and we can discuss the less important issue later on. That's not there. Problem solving is that both parties agreed on something. Forcing, at the end of the day, once you take the decision, it's more of a forcing the decision, that you have taken the decision on the behalf of everyone else. That is as straight as forward as forcing. G. Guys, is this making sense to you? Anything that is confusing to you, you can always ask me and we can discuss that in detail. All that is one of the reason I go into details of the questions. That is one of the reason I try to explain every single thing, because the purpose here is not to solve as many questions as possible.
I can solve more question as like, but the most important thing is to understand each and everything, understand the context of the things, how things are. That is the number one important thing in these coaching calls. So I hope everything that we are doing it, you are understanding that thing. Okay. Ji. Acha ji. And plus, of course, once we are done with the 10 question, I'll give you time and we can have answer any question you want. Like, ji. Now I am done with the team topics. So I have put next few questions regarding other topics. Force the decision, but more of that related. What about saving him from the conflict? No, sir, but he took the decision. Na? Akmal sir, whenever he took the decision, so he's directing the thing. Acha ji. Now, the next few questions will be basically to one more time go through the concepts that are more important and the concepts that are easy, but they can sometimes be very confusing. Next few questions will be for that. So I hope you all of you can get all those questions right. Which document will you update? You are working on a project which is impacted by compliance. So where do we put all the compliance requirement? Put in the chat box. Where do we put all the compliance requirement, guys? Put in the chat box. Managing and ensuring proper compliance is one of the critical objective of the objective. You are in the mid of the execution. A new risk has been identified. What will you update? Straightforward. A new risk is identified. It will not go into risk report, not in the project charter, not the plan, not in the issue log. It goes into the risk register as straight as can. I'm very happy, guys, to see all of your answers. Very well done. Rais, no, no, brother. Risk register. Acha ji. Okay. Next question. It's a modification of that question. Okay. Just to understand these concepts. Okay, what will you update? You are working on a project which is impacted by a compliance. Managing and ensuring proper compliance is one of the critical objective. You are in the mid of the execution. A new risk has been identified. You planned for its response and implemented. As a result of it, secondary risk occurred, which was not identified. Now I could have removed even that thing. Secondary risk occurred. Okay, still the answer will be same. What will you update?
The answer would be issue log. Okay, I, and the justification you guys are giving is fabulous. Acha ji, next question. Acha ji. What should the project manager do first? The question here is first. First, I like while making the question, initially I did not put the first, then I said, okay, let's put the first. You are managing a construction of a new office. The project management plan states that it is necessary to contract highly trained resource to complete a critical component. However, when you raise a change request, the client has rejected the external score because of the high cost and even though it is within the project budget. What should the project manager do first to resolve this issue? A very important thing is first. Try to accomplish the task internally. Yes, not a bad answer. Hire the resources. No, we cannot do. That is already out of the question. Escalate to sponsor. Yes, but the question says first. Evaluate the consensus. Mean impact analysis. Meet with the client to explain the scenario. D option. A very important question. D option, guys. Okay. Makazi, not escalate to the sponsor. Not yet. Not yet. Acha ji, 10 questions are done, but I love to over deliver. Promise you and over deliver. Always there for you. Guys, still not everybody has liked. I don't know why. You are managing a highly budget constrained project. During the execution, a new stakeholder was identified. You have updated the stakeholder register and stakeholder plan. What will you do? G. Change request. Acha ji. B. I believe as now it's time for updating a plan. Update the resource management plan. Escalate the sponsor. You see, the stakeholder engagement plan was updated. It can only be updated by raising a change request. So one change request is more than enough to update each and everything. So once the stakeholder register is updated, then the next step is stakeholder engagement plan, of course, through CR, and the same CR is enough to raising the communication management plan. So B would be the right answer, A would be the right answer, B would be the right answer for you. I hope that makes sense to you. Another critical concept, like while I was making the question, after the team topics, I was thinking, okay, if somebody has an exam in 2 days, what are the concepts I can provide them? And that was the thinking behind this coaching call. That's why this is the best coaching call of the year, and this is the last coaching call of the year. I hope you are having fun. Are you having fun? Put in the chat box. D, ask the product owner for the change. Project D seems the better option. B. Acha ji, what will you do as a Scrum Master? So I put specifically here as a Scrum Master, and the reason was that when you are solving this question, have the servant leader mentality that this person does not have any power whatsoever. You are working in Agile during the execution of the project. Few stakeholders are contacting directly with the team and asking them for slight modification. In addition to that, they are calling team member late at night and asking for changing. What would you do? Nothing. As Agile says, respond to a change. Agile does not say that you give up your life. Ask them to take change request to product owner. Yes, not a bad answer. Escalate to sponsor. Not a bad answer, but D is better than that. Ask them to follow working agreement. It can be working agreement. It can be team chart. It can be ground rules. The purpose is that they should go by the rules. It's not that you disturb the personal space of someone else. This is not the rule. So B is the better answer from B and D. अच्छा जी जी B, check the contract, check the contract. Mohit saying Ranjish. Tarek, why A? Just saying E, check in the contract, check in the Rao and other people who are picking E because it is big. It is just the font style is different. I wrote E at the end just to explain that all these steps are in the procurement. That's not the right answer. What will you do? You are managing a multi-billion-dollar project. You have requested batteries and other equipment from China. When the equipment finally arrives, some of them are damaged. You email the supplier and inform that the product is damaged. The seller is refusing to. Now we need to look into that. The first thing is that try to get a win-win negotiation. So the seller is refusing that. The next step is to check the contract. Step number one, try to get a win-win negotiation. Check the contract. Step number three is get a mediator. Step number four, ultimate dispute resolution. Go to the court. Since we are still at step number two, so that is the next thing that we should do. So guys, are you like checking the pattern? First I'm going to team, then stakeholder communication, then risk, now procurement. Now the next question probably will be quality. I try to like touch every single topic in there. Now here I just wanted to see how you understand the different tool. It's a very simple question for you guys. Acha ji, scatter diagram, it just shows the relationship between, let me explain one by one all of them. So scatter diagram basically shows you the relationship between two variables x and y. If you increase x, how the y will increase. It is called as correlation diagram, or that one which shows the relationship between two variables. Pareto is based on 20-80 principle. Vital few, vital few, trivial many. Control chart basically control the process. It looks any defects goes out of the way or not. Okay, what other options were there? Sampling, you to check the samples, the things are there. Fishbone is a root cause analysis diagram. The purpose of this question is that you understand all the tools and technique. Very important in quality, the entire quality topic. You just need to understand what is in the quality management plan, quality matrices, quality reports, what happened in quality assurance, how do you make sure the audit, and then what is verified deliverable control quality, and the tools of quality, and you are done with the quality topic. G, now this topic I wanted to touch scope, schedule, cost. So the last question for you guys for today, and I hope that makes sense, ending the class or question answer session on this. अच्छा जी. अच्छा जी, let's look at first crashing and fast tracking. What is crashing and what is fast tracking? Okay. Crashing, basically adding resource. Once you add resource, money increases. Fast tracking, moving activities that were in series as parallel. So risk and rework increases. Okay. So, the book I was reading. Kamal sir, SPI, CPR, Schedule Performance Index, and Cost Performance Index. In exam, you will see SPI, CPI. They maybe put schedule performance or cost, but the probability is very low because these are the PMI terminologies. Okay, so we know that CPI, SPI greater than 1 is a good thing. This is very important for exam. You will probability is very low that you will get any question in the exam that has where you have to calculate formula as per se, but knowing them is important. Okay, when your SPI is 1.4, which means your schedule is very good. It is very good. CPI is 0.5 means you are very bad at cost. So what is happening? You are spending more money. Start crashing, it will take more money. No, stop crashing, yes, it will save us money, but elimination technique says go further. Start fast tracking, meaning that it is parallel, not needed. Stop fast tracking, maybe. Resource smoothing has nothing to do here. So between crashing and fast tracking, this deals with more money. So B will be the right answer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The timer is there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go, guys. Then solve the question. Guys, only 30 likes here. Please do that here. Guys, please put the justification of the answers. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? Acha ji, B, lesson learn register needs to be updated as RCA has been done. C, as issue is logged now and is impacted. Okay, B. Guys, please put the justification now, because issue is updated now. If any change request should be revisit scope management plan. Okay. Yeah, because root cause analysis and workaround to update lesson learned, root cause has been updated. Acha ji, the question says that an unidentified risk has occurred. A very important thing. An unidentified, you did not identify the risk that has occurred. That's an issue. You identify the root cause and implemented a workaround. What does that mean? Identify the issue, you put into the issue log, you have handled that issue. After that, you have updated the issue log. What will you update? Okay. Implemented, please understand the steps. Step number 1 is identify issue has occurred, identify the root cause, why that issue was occurred in the first place, or was not, why the issue was not actually identified in the first place. Once you have identified why it was not identified in the first place, the second thing is basically like you did the root cause, which means you have identified why the risk was not identified in the first place. Then you see if you need to raise a change request, you raise the change request, and then you implement a workaround for it. That is done. After that, you update the issue log. Now, what will you do next? Raise the change request. It's before. Impact analysis, no, that has been done before. Communicate change request, no. You will, in the sequence, you will update the lesson learned, like what you have learned from here, so that if that comes in the next project, you can handle it. Okay, so the right answer would be B. B, Atif, B. We have already done. You have implemented a workaround, which means you have handled it. You have solved it. Please understand the keywords. Understand the like the not spoken words. That is important in the question. Okay. Acha ji. Next question ji. Walaikum assalam. Rizwan sir. Guys, please always put the justification, because I am reading your comments, and I want to make sure that you understand the reason behind the question. That is the most important thing. Okay, that you understand the reason behind the question. The justification, getting the answer does not make any difference. I have solved more than thousands of questions, but none of those questions will come in the exam. Like, I have given you a lot of questions, none of those questions will come in the exam. So the most important thing is give justification. Ghazi sir, why C? Please. I'm giving you more time because this question was long. Skill lacking, so training required. Rakesh, good point to put in the context. Okay, what else? Rao D. Rao, justify yaar, why you are putting D. Okay, okay. What Zoha could have done to avoid the situation. Now the thing is that uh, the problem has occurred. So what you could have done to avoid that situation? That's an always an important thing to know. What you could have done in order to uh, see if that situation could not happen. A financial organization moving their current legacy system to new modern system, like we are moving from some to some, transitions requirements are there, and most of the time the project is hybrid and they are in execution phase. The project manager observed that there's a gap of a technical person which may badly affect and delay the project. That can delay the project. The project manager requested to department being recruited a technical person, but the currently assigned become reluctant, and he decided to participate in World War. Now, World War, what put in the chat box? What is the level of conflict of the World War? When I say something is a World War, what does that mean? What is the level of conflict? Is it World War level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And if you don't know the level of conflicts, there are five level of conflicts. There are five levels of conflict: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Level 1 is problem to solve, level 2 is disagreement, level 3 is contest, level 4 is crusade, level 5 is world war. Here, the project manager does not participate. He start participating from here, and his goal is to de-escalate the issue throughout the project. Okay, so yeah. So what could have done to avoid the situation? Now the bad thing has happened. What he could have done to avoid that situation? Before new resource acquired, transfer the currently person to another team. That does not make sense. After new resource acquired, transfer the currently assigned person. Again, that does not make sense. Arrange training to improve his skill. Yeah. Zoha would have discussed a project deadline, meetup risk with. Nah, I don't think so. Any of these option A, B, or D does make sense. I would go for option C because that is the only reasonable option. As a servant leader, you need to have a servant leadership mentality. Guys, do remind me. I have made a new, I would say, two-page slide last night, how to solve the question, the entire mindset. And anyone who is watching the coaching call, I love to give free giveaways. The persons who watch my coaching call, just ping me, send message me after the coaching call, not now. I will send you. Okay, like the entire mindset about how to basically solve those things. I can actually show you what that is. Just give me a second. Okay, I need to transfer it to my iPad. Do put in the chat box. Would you like to have that? That one, like one or two page mindset is just mind blowing. Like it's not just my work. I have identified the work of many people, and from there I actually made that thing. Where is that? Just give me. Yeah, this is basically. You can see the screen. No? You can see the situational questions that I just opened. Yeah. So first make a habit to read the last line. It is again the extension of what I have explained in my seventh step. Before reading action, normally see what those things will be. Okay. The entire thing only 2 pages. Okay. 1.5 pages, I would say. So just ping me. There can be some mistake. This is the first draft. I'm a big fan of a minimum viable product. My teams keep on saying, "Sir, let us make the grammar right." I just send it out. So just ping me after the coaching call. You can see my number below. If you are not my students, I'll share it. No problem. And if you are my student, just put the message in the group. I will share in that group. Acha ji. So the right answer would be B. Let's go to the next question. You see, that's why I say I'm the best trainer. I keep working on the things to improve. Sorry guys, there's a lag. I did change the question, but it came back. Sorry for that. Abdul Kadus Sasa, you always put the same message. Yeah, that question was copied 2 times. Sorry, my mistake. My mistake, guys. My mistake. All of yeah, I really like you. You guys are awesome. You immediately catch me if I mistake. Beautiful. At least 15 students message me. That said, please change the question. You guys are awesome. I'm proud to have you, all of you. I changed the question. Guys, still 40 likes, 41 likes. Change them now. Still 41. So Jat Saab, Jay Prakash, Asma, uh, Naga give the justification. Why do you think this should be the answer? Okay. What is the first course of action of the project manager? A project manager join in the mid of the execution. After his joining, he observed that there's a gap of collaboration of the team members with the stakeholders, and he feels that the team members still in the forming stage. Guys, what are the characteristic? Like, let's put it this question, and let's make this question a little bit more interesting. So, as I said multiple times, my goal here is not to just solve the question. My goal is here to go into deep with you guys. What are the characteristic of forming? What are the characteristic of storming, norming, performing? Give me at least two characteristic of each of them. What are the characteristic of each of them? Forming, storming, norming, forming. Guys, characteristic, please. Forming, storming, forming work as an individual, no team. Yeah, and one more characteristic, their productivity is good, but they are working there. Second characteristic can be team charter is developed, project manager is more of a directive in nature, ground rules are developed, forming know each other, better choice of all available option. As is still okay. Direct, storming, arguing always whenever the fighting is, it is storming, forming TNA, training need assessment, Naga, forming team charter, very well done, team formation, Sachin, work independently. Yeah, Sachin Korali, that's beautiful. You put a very good answer. People come together, forming start, team. What is storming conflict, each other, forming. Yeah. Guys, you will surely get a question on this. So please make that thing in. Forming storm. Okay, now let me give my 2 cents on this. Some of the characteristic I believe uh, forming. The team is working as an independent. Project manager is directive in nature. You make team charter which had ground rules. Storming. Uh, team member is always fighting conflict. You need emotional intelligence, active listening, motivational theory. Project manager is a coach. Norming. Team starts to understand habits of each other. These are very key words. Habits of each other, or we can say way of working, or we get used to it, and project manager is more of a mentor. Performing ideal stage, project managers are delicate. If a new team member comes, you can go back to the forming stage. Let's go back to the questions. Guys, do tell me and put in the chat box when I stop the question and go back. Do you like it or you want me just to solve the question? It's always good to know feedback. So yeah, what is the first course of action? So project manager joined in the mid of execution. After his joining, he observed that there's a big gap of collaboration and he feels that there now he's tense and want to take initiative. So what should he do? Update the communication plan will not help. Now, study the existing lesson learns resources. I don't think so. To arrange a meeting with VIA can be update the straightforward C is the right answer. Yeah. Next question. Adjourning mean the end of the project. Yeah. Storming project manager act as a coach. Yeah. Thank you, Fayal. Thank you very much. Good to discuss the question. SC. Ulam Nabi, what did you mean by SC? Acha ji, let's see what your answer is. Screen is not clear. Maybe you are looking from the laptop, a mobile. It's good when you explain simultaneous forming is a correct person. 24. Sajad sir, justification, sir. Justification, sir. Justification. Oh. Yeah, I have set a 1 hour. I think it would have stopped that screen sharing also. Yeah, you can see I'm in a hotel. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Is my screen visible now? I know in between the screen got lost. My laptop went to the sleep mode. Yeah. Gee guys, what is the answer for the 24th question number? What is the answer for 24 question number? Please, I'm reading your comments on my mobile, so please share your answer. Or am I missing something? I'm not getting answers here. Adjourning. Gee, what is the answer for 24 question? C, Rao. Rao, justify yaar. Why C? Why C? Guys, do you need more than 70 seconds to solve the questions? If you need more than 70 seconds, I can next time put the timer maybe 90 seconds. Can anyone divide for me 230 minutes divided by 180 question? How much time you actually have? 230 minutes divided by 180 question. 1.2, which is 76 minutes seconds you have almost for the question. I'm not going to increase. So I'm going to solve the question. Guys, please be more proactive now. What project manager should do to finalize the current situation? In a big organization, a major project is ongoing and a sponsor assign the project manager. Another from a business side. During execution, there's a conflict raised on some service and both to take the service response. Unfortunately, the service not yet included in the resource calendar. What they should do finalize the they have arranged a meeting to discuss the service nature responsibility. Sponsor. You see, understand this thing. The big organization, the two project managers have a conflict. Whenever two persons have a conflict, so you see, it goes back to the mindset of a matrix organization. Okay, whenever two persons have a conflict, the best thing will be first they should discuss with each other. Second thing will they will go to sponsor. Okay, so if we look in the question, one from technical, another from business. During execution, there are conflict raised due to some services, and both PM propagating themselves to take the service responsibility. It is not included. So I would say that the A is not the option here, C is not the option here, D is not the option here, B is the right answer here. Next question, guys. अच्छा जी, 9:30. is A. What should Miriam do to manage the situation? Scrum Master Miriam waiting to close the last sprint. The deadline is very near, but the customer enforcing. Okay. The senior member become anxious. Customer requirement is very logical. Okay, share the situation to extend the project deadline. Never deny the request. Never consult with the team about the impact on the last sprint deadline. So here, always, guys. Again, one of the tenets of the PMP is consult, discuss, root cause. That's very important. So D will be the right option in this particular case. Question 25, D option. G, 26. B. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement? Compliance requirement without even saying I would go towards the risk register. But let me read the question, the 7-step formula. If you still haven't received the book, ping me. Receive that 7-step formula, yaar. This is one of the best book, and I was planning to make it $19 on 31st of December. But my team and my students said that, sir, let's make it still put it free. So please, otherwise I'm gonna charge you for that book. This is still free. 1819 booklet. Email me or message and I'll share it with you. As a project manager, in which document you put compliance requirement that you have identified for the project. By the way, the 2 pages that I made, I will update in my book, so that the books get refreshed and keep on get updating. Okay, you are the project manager. Your project is highly regulated. There have been many issues regarding compliance. So where you would put risk register straightforward. So one of the most important thing is that this case is the real case scenario. I was having discussion with one of the civil manager with me, and he told me in Dubai, of course, this was the issue happening. So this is a real case scenario. Of course, risk register is the answer here. Okay, all compliance. B, A, B. Guys, Gulam Nabi, Ghazi, Faisal, give justification here. First step, when project obsolete, we need to start closing, update lesson learned. That Juliet Wahid give the justification. Lesson learned and escalate afterward. What is the first step you will do? A regulatory change have made your project obsolete. Okay. You are working on an electric car manufacturing plant. This will change the entire industry. Your final car will have solar cell installed on its roof. This will there will be no need of any fuel forever. Your project is receiving great feedback and support from all the corners. That is true gift to mankind. Actually, I was watching maybe Elon Musk documentary when I made it. You launch an MVP in the market and two people have died because of a solar cell getting overheated and burning the entire car. Government has taken serious a change and made your project. What is the first step? Release the team? No. Update the lesson learned? No. So this is a very important thing. The change have made obsolete. Guys, you can write down the steps of closing the project. Like there are two case scenarios. If I go with that, case one, case two. Case one is project is successful. Customer accept the deliverables. Customer accepted the deliverable. You share it with sponsor. Ask for closing. Approved, closing starts. Then all other steps. Case 2, the project got obsolete, business case is not valid, the sponsor call you. I can have a 3 case, but case 2. Whatever the reason the project got obsolete, first you talk to sponsor. Get his approval, get approval for closing the project. Once you get the approval, then you can start closing. You see, project charter is signed by the sponsor. You are hired by the sponsor. So in this case, you will escalate to the sponsor. And once the sponsor says, hey, you can start closing, you can start working on that. Please free. Ghulam Nabi, I don't understand. What are you typing, brother? Let's have a conversation after the coaching call. Let's have a call. What do you mean, please free? Okay. So this, the right answer will be escalate to the sponsor. Updating lesson learned. So the bus that comes very later, yeah. A Rao is right. Pratha, that comes very later, yeah. Ghulam Nabi. No, the lesson learned, Junaid, is the last among the last steps. You need to work better, Junaid. The answers are getting a lot of wrong, yeah. Need to have a discussion. Lesson learned will be after the step number one. Faisal will be more of a uh, approval. Once the sponsors gives the approval to start closing, step two will start closing the project. Step three will be start writing the final report. Then will be lesson learned, register and documents comes there. Then it comes there. So yeah, the sequence is in this way. Guys, still I don't see 50 likes here. Please, more than 57 people are watching. Okay. Risk report contain risk exposure and risk related info. You are the project manager of a construction project. Management has asked you to share what are the reports which will show risk exposure, which risks are coming in next week. Okay. So guys, two things are hinted in this question. The first thing is risk exposure. The question is next week, which risk will be coming next week. So you have a weekly or a bi-weekly meeting in which we discuss these things. So the right answer would be risk report. Yeah. Next question. A. You want to improve value for the client. Which tool can help increasing the value for the customer? Task board shows a status. Brainstorming is an idea generation technique. Storyboard is a visual document. So of course the right answer would be value stream mapping. Acha ji. Next question. C. Okay, what would you do next? Your project is the part of the program whose goal is to improve communication system. Your project is in a phase. Which one of the stakeholder her? When one of the stakeholder, what would you do next? So check communication plan. Acha guys, if the option was, let's say, update communication plan instead of update issue log, or we also have an option of update communication plan, then what would your answer be? If the answer, you are also have the option update communication plan, so what would be the answer be? Yeah, yeah, very well done. It was just a trick question. We have solved this question before, but it's okay. Yeah, it will still be C. Yeah, it will still be C. Not Naseem. The answer would be check communication plan because first you need to check, then update. Sajad Saab. Acha ji, this is a very easy question. If you can understand the calculation, I have solved this question. Yeah, why it is going to sleeping mode? I put a 1 hour timer on it. Next time I'll put more timer. Just 10 minutes. Sorry guys. Acha ji, when I say that you don't have to use formulas to solve the question, I really mean it. For example, just look at this question. This question is asking about the schedule variance. So you had 8 months for the project and 4 months have passed. So planned value will be half of the total budget, which is 1 million in this case. So half a million will be the value. Now you have put 620,000 on the cost and 40% of the work is done. Schedule variance is earned value minus actual cost, 40% minus 50%, and that become A as an answer minus 10,000, whatever the answer is. A is the right answer. We are done with the 10 questions. This will be the last question, guys. Um, Achaji, what will you do? You are the project manager of Agile. It has been agreed with the client that your project will deliver value incrementally in parts. However, now client want to test the product in the environment to check the result. Ask them to raise the change request, make a MVP test in them, reject them as the contract has already been approved. So what are the maximum answers we are getting here? C is the right answer. C is the right answer in this questions. Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining the coaching call, and we can always answer at the end of the class. Okay. So, guys, I'm sharing my screen. If you are able to see the screen, put something in the chat box and like put yes or no. Okay. If you are able to see my screen, put something in the chat box, please. Still 30 likes, guys. Put in. I need more likes. Gee. Okay. I can see the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, visible. Okay, guys. So time start. First question. Time starts now. Please put your justification of the answer. Why do you think particular answer is right or wrong? Hey Instagram, we are live with the coaching call. And we are doing now. First question has just started. So if you haven't joined this coaching call, join right now. Once this after this 10 seconds, I'm gonna put the link in that coaching call. Have a look at that. Hmm. Guys, put your justification in the answers. Why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong? Justification is very, very important. Without justification, nothing make sense to any question. Justification is extremely important. Okay. B, middle conference has everything. C, meeting with the seller. B, C, B, C, 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 B, B. Okay. Working on the source selection criteria. Achaji, let me answer now. So, which tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? Please understand the 7 step formula. If you still haven't received my 7 step formula of how to solve question answer, message me or email me on the number. I'll share that book free of cost. You need that book. It's a booklet, 17 pages, free of cost. How to solve answer questions. Which tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? Step number one, read the last line. Step number two, slow down and now read the question. As a as you plan your project, you realize that you will be need to acquire services from several vendors. However, due to complexity of requirement, you are concerned that without additional input from the potential sellers, developing an adequate procurement strategy might be difficult. Step number one was read the last line. Step number two, slow down. Step number three, read the question, identify the keyword. Here the keywords is that procurement strategy or you are doing the procurement. You want inputs from the sellers or that. You need input from that. So what would you do in that? Source selection analysis? No, we don't have to do source selection analysis. We are not clear about that. We want to have a discussion with someone. So A is not the right answer. A is straightforward, eliminated. Make or buy analysis, we already decided to buy it, so D is eliminated. Meeting with the seller, yes, it can be the answer. Bidder conference, a right term to meet with the seller is actually bidder conference. So C is right. Now that is the next step of 7 step formula. Use elimination technique. Go through every single option unless you get the right answer. So C seems the right answer, but B is better than C. So B will go to as the best answer. Acha, guys, one thing I learned in the last coaching call with my premium student, one student solved the option instead of A, B, C, D, he went from B, C, B, A. So I realized one thing that human minds are in this way. If we read from D, we will go to till A. Because what happened most of the time, when we read A, we stop there and we don't read the another answer. It is possible other answers are better than that. So I do recommend as a new thing, read from the last option D, C, B, A, and do tell me, does this work for you? Yes or no? Acha ji. B is the right answer. Next question. People and LinkedIn, uh, please also comment why do you think a particular answer is right or wrong with the justification. This is very important that you give a justification for particular thing, that why it is right or why it is wrong. Acha ji. In order to explain this question, let me take to you a topic. Okay, so Cost of quality. Cost of quality considered of cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance. Cost of conformance is money spent uh, because to avoid failures. Cost of non-conformance spent money spent because of failures. What are the costs that can be to avoid the failures? Training cost, appraisal cost, non-destructive testing. But now failure cost can be two side, inside and outside. Okay, inside can be destructive testing, rework. Outside of the organization is warranty cost. It's a very important thing because quality management plan has only two tools, and one of them is this. Which cost of consider is considered as outside? I hope now that makes sense to you. Training is inside, testing is inside, warranty cost can be considered as outside. So D will be the right answer for this question. G. Okay. We solved this question also last time and I loved it. So we are gonna solve this also this time. Okay, G. C appraisal C. G guys, what is the answer of this question? It's a very easy question if you understand it properly. Okay. What is the schedule variance? You see now normally SPI and CPI questions or calculation question may or may not come in the exam. But if the question come, such questions can come in your real exam. You see, you don't have to use any formula here. Your project is of total 8 months, okay, and you are halfway towards that, which means planned value, if this is the complete budget, planned value is 500,000 and you have only done 40% of the work. Schedule variance is earned value minus planned value, so it is minus 10%. So that is straightforward this answer. You don't have to calculate any formula here, yaar. When you go to complex things and things like that, things become more complex. Here you can easily solve these question answers if you just understand how things are and how you can get into it. Please understand this thing, you don't have to use calculator in the exam, although you get a calculator in your software, but you don't have to use it. If you have to use a calculator in the exam, you are doing something wrong. Mark these words. If you are using calculator, you are doing something wrong. Acha ji, next question. Schedule variance. SV is schedule. G, B, D. Guys, give me justification. Why B? Why D? Whatever the answer you are giving, please give your justification. That is very important to me. Why you are putting an answer? If particular answer is right or wrong in your point of view, why that answer? You see, getting an answer right or wrong, it's okay. But why you reach there? What is your thought process? I want to know that thought process. Why you are going, why you are doing it. You are working on a project as a project manager. You are emphasizing it will better to deliver value incrementally as compared to one go. So one of the tenets of agile is that we prefer to give value incrementally. So why we do that? You can earn more when value is delivered incrementally. Yeah, sure. It's not a wrong answer. There will be less risk when delivering value in one go. Yeah, still sure. There will be less risk when delivering value in one go. Wrong. Sorry. Both clients can go home early. No. Value can be realized early on by delivering value incrementally. That is one of the biggest benefit when you are delivering value incrementally. Please understand you will get the PMP exam will test your concept on predictive, agile, iterative, incremental. What are the difference? What is the benefit of that? So this question is kind of a very important for you. And D is the right answer. J. Next question, guys. C, C, C. Cancel the project. C, 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 C. Okay. G. What will you do? You are working in a car manufacturing company. You are designing a new car for the UA region. You are focused on delivering high level feature to test the market. You got a result. They are negative to what you expected. Cost is much higher than benefit. What will you do? Launch the MVP in the market. What you already did. You already launched the MVP. Na? Launch full project. Okay. Cancel the project. Okay. Test another project. Guys, now this answer seems like a right answer, but elimination technique demands you still go to the next option. This is a very important and a critical concept to understand. No matter what your answer is, still go to the next concept. One of the biggest thing is that project is based on the basis of business case. Business case is benefit to cost. Okay, what are the benefits, what are the cost? Minimum it should be on break even. Okay, if the benefits are more, that is why we are doing the project. But if at any time, if your cost becomes more than benefit, as a general, you will cancel the project, or you will start canceling the project, things like that. So in this particular question, the right answer will not be test another project. Cancel the project would be the right option. So everyone who has a cancel the project has right answer. Can you please remove volume symbol? Okay, let me see. Actually, it is on the iPad. Yeah, I hope that is clear, Rizwan. G, what will you do as a project manager? You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of manned diesel engine. While you were in the planning phase, organizations have gone through merger and now the organization strategy has changed, which makes your business obsolete. What will you do as the project manager? Now again, something has happened that your project is not valid anymore. Like these questions are more related towards compliance, business environment, those range. So what will you do? Continue to work on the project as normal? Of course not, yeah. That does not make sense. D is eliminated. Escalate the issue to sponsor? Yeah, can be. Update the project charter, keep that thing in mind. Business case, benefit management plan, charter cannot be updated. Update the business case again, as I said. So C will be the right answer. You escalate to the sponsor. Sponsor will take the decision on closing the project, what to do, what not to do. G Abbas, very well done. Business case and project charter cannot be updated. Guys, still not 50 likes. What are we doing here? Please do like this video. B, 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 B. Speak to the sponsor. Be sympathetic with the employer. Okay, let's see what the question actually is. Which skill have you used to come to this decision? Your team member is not performing well for the past 2 months. As a result, project is lacking behind of 1 month. You went to him and talked to him. You shared that three of his family members are suffering from COVID. You gave him a week off to take care of his family. Which skills you have used? Leadership skills for sure. Emotional intelligence for sure. Communication skills for sure. Influencing skill no. So this is an interesting question. Three options seems like right answers. So now we have to select which is the best answer among. Okay, communication skills, I can eliminate it. Now we are left with leadership skills and emotional intelligence. Leadership, it will go more towards emotional intelligence because you understand the emotions behind it, the motivation behind it, what things are happening in life. So I would go more with the emotional intelligence thing as compared to leadership skill. BI is the right answer. Guys, always use elimination technique. Always use elimination technique to solve this question. One more time, if you haven't received my 7-step formula, you can ping me and you can get it free of cost. Acha, A, still B, issue unknown. Okay, let's see. You have identified risk, planned its response, and set a risk owner to that risk. That risk occurred. Now, what will you do? Update. It's a very important thing. I have explained this concept before. If risk is identified and it occur, risk register gets updated. If an unidentified risk is identified, again risk register is updated. If unidentified risk occur, issue log is updated. Very important thing for the PMP exam. You identified risk, planned this response, set a owner, the risk occur. But will you update lesson learned register? Not at this stage. The question asked first. Risk management plan has nothing to do with it. Issue log, of course not. Risk register. Yes, it's up. Why would you update the risk management plan? Risk management plan has nothing to do with it. G. Gee, guys, still not 50 likes. What a good thing. 1 likes too. Yeah. 46. Still, we have 60 people watching here. Like it. B, A. Let's see. What will you update? You're working in a construction project and resource has left the team. You have already identified the risk and have hired additional resource in place of this resource. What will you update? Resource management plan? Okay, can be. Procurement management plan? No. Issue log? No. So this is a very important thing in risk register and resource management plan. Both can be updated. Both can be updated. But the question says you identify the risk and hired additional resources. Identify the risk, you handle the risk, you mitigated that risk, and as a result, you need to update the risk register first. First, risk register need to update it, then the resource management plan can be updated. Risk register. Okay. B B B C C C A A A 49 B C B A. Okay. Zahid Parvez saying C C is greater than. Okay. Let's see. What do we have here? First thing first, if SPI is greater than 1, it's a good thing. Ahead of schedule. Less than 1, bad thing. Same goes for CPI, greater than 1, good thing. CPI, less than 1, bad thing. So let's look. G, what does that indicate? You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of the manned diesel engine. The contract is expected to complete in 8 months. The cost of $1 million. 4 months have passed and your cost variance is, so basically CPI is positive greater than 1. SPI is positive greater than 1. You are running over budget? No. You are running under budget and within schedule? Yes. Under budget, below schedule? No. Over budget and below schedule? No. B is the right answer. Both SPI and CPI is at a good stage, so you are at this stage. G. Last question of today, the 10th question. अच्छा जी, B, C, B, product owner, D, B, C, D, all the answers are in the market. B, C, D. Let's see. What could have avoided this? You are in a sprint review, the client refused to accept user story and said he never agreed with the definition of the done. What could have avoided this? Inviting client to a daily stand-up, out of the question. Getting approval of a sprint goal by client, possible. Putting acceptance criteria and information radiator, no. Asking product owner to check before, yes. So the thing is that he is not accepting a user story, not the entire sprint. So this makes more sense because he is kind of a product owner is responsible for everything in the project. Product owner is the person who is there to look for those things. So we will go with the more of the product owner, what he is asking and what he is doing into that context. So guys, we have done 10 questions as promised. Do you want to solve few more questions? We have 15 more minutes. I will to that. Okay, at LinkedIn, I see Muhammad Abdul Jabbar putting answer. Mangesh putting, please start the 10 cloned. Manoj, 10, you asked to start the cloned question that is not allowed by PMI. That we only shared with our premium students. We do every Monday the cloned question. You can join our program and you can do that. Okay, I have been Sayyid Ali saying you may need to provide a letter from the no, yeah, Said Ali, that is not true about the application thing. Okay, so guys, do you want to solve more questions? Okay, can PM be the part of a sprint review? Santosh, what do you mean by PM? In the agile we called him an agile leader, we called him scrum master and things like that. Okay, yes please, yes. Okay, everyone is asking to do more questions, so let's go with more questions. Okay. Hmm. Ghazi Saab, I'll answer this question in long question in stipulated time. How can be solved? So PMP exam is balanced in this way. Most of the time, first section has long question, second section has medium, and then so 80. You need to fix your time into 80, 75, 75. My simulator mocks that you are doing, they will organize it in that way, so you don't have to worry. B. Would love to thanks. A. Chaji, who will be what will be the most useful for this job? You are the new project manager joining a new project in the middle of execution. Last project manager left the organization due to health issues. You want to check what are the risk organization have handled in the past project. We are talking about the past project. What will the most useful? Risk register is for the current project. Project charter is for current project. Lesson learned register is for the current project. OPS have lesson learned repository, which has all the risk that we have handled in the past. So B will be the right answer in this particular question. Not D, B. Mangesh, put your focus on the question. Asad Abbas, understand what the question is actually asking. G, next question, guys. G. You spent a report to all the important however, when you went to them meet them, many of them have not read the report. What you have missed? You sent a report to the wrong stakeholders? I don't think so. You did not send them the video. It is never said in the question that they asked specifically for the video. You did not identify the preferred form of communication. Okay. Nothing, it's their fault. This is not their answer. You see, this is the job of the project manager to identify what is the preferred communication styles of the stakeholder, and in this particular way, he need to identify like maybe they need push communication, pull communication. Like one of the way that we use in the corporate sectors, we ask them to put that whenever they read the email, Roger that or accepted, I will review it, something to make sure that they really read the email, because otherwise the email can get lost in the busyness of the day. G. Next question. Okay. Ji. A client has requested to review the project. His requirements are fixed. Which life cycle you will be using for this project? So the question asks the requirements are fixed and he wants in parts. We will go with the incremental life cycle. I said the boss, why would you go with the agile when the requirements are fixed here? Why would you go that? Not at all. G. A or C, A or C, A or C. Acha ji. Which type of organization you are working? You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of infrastructure. Functional manager came to you and has taken the key resources. You waited for the functional manager to return, although this will cause delay. Which type of organization is it? It is not strong matrix, it is not balanced, it is not projectized. We are left with functional and weak matrix. Now, it is project coordinator here, or if project expeditor, and here project coordinator. So whenever we have both option, we will go with the weak matrix as compared to functional matrix. If the weak matrix was not in the option, then we will go for the functional matrix. Acha ji. We have solved 15 questions. Yeah, last question. I wanted to end it, but let's do this. One more question for you. G. What answers we have here? A, B. What document should the project manager update to reflect this? CEO was involved at the start of the project, as this was one of the riskiest. Now he has requested only to involve him phase review. So what documents the project manager update to reflect this? Not an issue log, not resource management plan. So the point is that he wants like 4 hours of communication, right information, right time, right people, right impact. He wants to have the less frequency of the communication. So of course it goes to communication plan. So these are 15 questions for you guys. I hope you have enjoyed in today's coaching call. And these questions, you have question along the way. I will answer you. I'll give you 70 seconds for each question. Put your answer in the chat box with the justification. Why do you think it is a right answer or it is a wrong answer? How much time should be allocated on the study? So the thing is that if you want to it depends, Hafiz Abu Huraira, when you want to become PMP. If you want to become PMP in 1 month, you have to set like 2 to 3 hours. If you want to become PMP in 2 months, then 1 to 2 hours. If I want to prepare exam by videos, how can I get it? uh, we don't share that thing, because we are PMI ATP, so you can join our program if you want to join our program. Hi Avinash, update issue log. Why Pooja? I need a justification and Pooja slow down. Try to understand the context for CF communication. Murli, justification needed. Fankar, justification needed. Philip, I need justification why your answer is right or wrong. Safdar, Sajid, Safid, Suleiman, Mohit, I need justification. The important thing to understand here is that okay, you are solving question, you are doing that, but the most important thing is that give the justification for a particular answer. Without justification, the question, like okay, you can solve this question, but you will not have this question in the exam. uh, in my programs you solved a lot of questions, but you will not see even a single question as the same as you solve that, because exam questions cannot be shared with anyone. PMI does not share. We are PMI authorized training provider. So the most important thing is to understand the mindset. The most important thing is to know how the PM thinks. Okay. So let's solve the question. The first step to understand all question must be solved by following my 7-step formula. If you still haven't received my book of 7-step formula, just email me or WhatsApp me. I'll share it to you. 7-step formula. The first step is read the last line first. And of course, the second step is slow down. This is very critical for your PMP exam that you slow down. Most of the time, people hurried up and they lose the context of the real thing. So slow down. What would you do next? Your project is the part of the program whose goal is to improve communication system. So that is the keyword. The goal of the project is to improve the communication system. Your project is in the phase gate review. Now, phase gate review happens once the project passes from one phase to another phase. We sit together, we review, should we move ahead or should we cancel, things like that. Which one of the stakeholder highlighted? When one of the stakeholder highlighted, he is not receiving the update. So the most important thing to understand in the third step formula is that keywords. The keyword says that one stakeholder is not receiving the information. What does that mean? In which plan we have those information? The communication management plan talks about the information, right information at right time to right people to have right impact. Hafiz, maybe your internet is slow. Maybe leave the meeting and join again, then you will be able to see. So right information at right time to understand that. So by reading the context of the question, getting slowed down, you understand how to solve the question. Now comes the most important thing. If you only do this thing what I am gonna say, you will solve most of the question. Okay. So option number A, stakeholder register, no. Update the lesson learned register, no. Communication plan, it talks about the information, can be. Update issue log, no. So the point is there, We need to see the communication plan, and that will be the right answer. C is the right answer. Okay, guys, next question. Okay, Amit sir, do we have a video from you that provide you brief on each topic on exam content outline? I do have. I made it in when the exam content outline changed in 2021. I do had on people and process, but I can share it with you. Information is not reached the concerned person. Communication plan. Okay, stakeholder register. Okay, update the issue after. Okay, Hassan, when the question is asking about the frequency not there, C would be the answer. Okay, okay. Thanks for sharing 7 steps. You are welcome, Sathar. Okay. G. Guys, please give the justification of each question. That is very important. Okay, we are live, guys. Okay. So let's see what answer you have to this question. C. Ghulam Nabi MVP Ghazi saying test the product. It's not an agile multi-year quest does not change the plan. Client wants make MVP to test the product environment. Okay. Test minimum viable product. Okay. Guys, why don't you put in the chat box what is the difference between minimum viable product and minimum business increment? Put in the chat box. What will you do? The question is asking what will you do? You are the project manager of a agile multi-year project. It has been agreed with the client that your project will deliver value incrementally. So we want to deliver value part by part, part by part. However, now the client want to test the environment to check results. Now the client wants to test the product. Keywords are very important in the question. What does the client want? Client want to change something. So when we are already giving the value in incremental paths, this means we are in the agile. And the question already said that we are in the agile environment. Okay, and now client want to change something. Okay, he wants to change. We don't have to raise the change request. Agile mindset states that respond to the change even late in the development. So the client asks for the change, provide him the change. Not a big problem. Refer them to sponsor, not a problem. Not make a MVP. Now the if you look at the question wants that he wanted to check something in his environment. It is possible the entire product is not made, so that can cause an issue. So checks the part of it, which is option C. But, and a big but, elimination technique demands, even if you feel 100% in your guts that that is the right answer, still move to the next option. Look at the option. D, reject them as a contract. No. C is the right answer. Next question. G. Guys, if you haven't liked this video, we have more than 65 people, 65, 66 people. Everybody please do like this video so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. It is important. It reached to other people. Each one teach one is the name of the game. Please like it. If you haven't liked this video, do like it. One more time, on Sunday we are going to have free coaching call in which I'm gonna solve 60 questions. So if you haven't registered for it, register on the email by telling when you plan to give the exam. This coaching call was only for my uh, parent student, but we are making it public uh, so that everybody can learn how to solve the question, and especially those people who have exam within the next 1 month. So do join for it, and yeah, this is important for all of you. Acha ji, what could you have done to avoid this situation? Okay, now this is a very important line. The question says that what could you have done to avoid this situation? What does this indicate? Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. That's why we have to change something, na? Right? We have to change something. So yeah, something bad has happened. You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of manned diesel engine in Dubai. You have, since I am in Dubai, so you will see in the questions Dubai is a lot. You have been sending them complete weekly report to all the stakeholders. That's a mistake. So you don't send the report to all the stakeholders. Never. You see according to the communication plan who needs the report and send it according to that. So that's the benefit of when you slow down, try to read the context of the question, you can understand that. When you go to the meeting, stakeholders are not informed about the status of the project. Now that's a problem. You have sent the report, the complete report. The complete report can be 100 pages, and I'm a stakeholder who is only interested about the CPI. I don't care about anything else. So what you are doing, you are just messing up things to me. You should have customized something according to that. So that should be the answer. Acha, for elimination technique, I learned something from one of my certified PMP. Instead of reading A, B, C, D, he read from D, C, B, A, like from downward to upward option. And his sense was, which make perfect sense. If we read A option and we feel A is the right, normally we just move to the next question. But if we read the last option in our guts, we feel no, we have to read all the option. So you can try that and do tell me what do you think about that. So I'm gonna do that for this question. This is stakeholder fault. It's never stakeholder fault. Instead of report, send them video. We don't know they would watch that video or not. With the stakeholder, we already they are identified. Okay, understand the communication requirement, and that is where the problem lied. We did not understand their communication requirement, and we just send them the report. So A is the right answer to everybody. So guys, are you having fun? Are you understanding the question? Because the most important thing is that you learn while you are solving the question. While solving the question, if you don't learn what we have discussed, if you don't learn the most important part of the question, that is how to solve question answer, then it becomes a problematic. So people watching at LinkedIn, like we have few attendees watching at Siba is watching, Asad Abbas is watching, other people are watching. Do put your answers in the chat box. Do put your answer in the comment. What do you think is the right answer, and why do you think is the right answer? Guys, justification is more important. I can solve all the question for that. Like I can solve all the questions, but the important thing is why I want you to understand the questions so that you can solve the question at yourself. You can understand the process of solving question, and that is the most important thing. Let's get back to the questions. And guys, do like this video on YouTube especially so that it can start coming into the algorithm of YouTube. Okay, next question. Thank you, uh, Prata Jain. Okay, guys, how many likes do I have on the video? 48. Please, everyone else, do like it. Normally, I don't care about likes and comments, but the algorithm of YouTube work in that way. I still remember when I started doing coaching call, for the first few months, I only had 3 to 5 people watching, and now, by the blessing of God, we have more than 65 people. Yeah, do like this, dude. And 7.83, maybe in the by the March, we will hit 10,000 subscribers. So that will be great. Okay, D. Since there's a change request, escalate to the sponsor. Fayal, justify. Understand, when you escalate the sponsor, Fayal, you have to have a very big reason. Okay, the risk to be discussed with the team. B. Devinder, why B? Give me justification. Sulaiman, give me justification. Okay, Fankar is saying because you don't have the funds to tackle, and you need the funds. Okay, funds required to cover. Second step, why Ali Raza? When you escalate the sponsor, you always have to have a reason. There's a change request since permission. Hassan, remind me to have a call with you regarding your exam. So we have to finalize today. Change request because secondary risk. Ali Rakib, why B? Ali Rakib, justify why B. Sponsor is the one who create decide. Okay, Atha. Okay. Funds need to be. Sachin is saying need to raise a change request. Mangesh is saying fund. Okay, let's solve it, guys. What will you do first? You are the project manager for construction of a skyscraper in Makkah. You have identified the risk and manage it according to but now a secondary risk has occurred. So important thing to understand, a risk has occurred. So this means issue. You don't have funds to manage it. So straightforward, when an issue occur, it's a issue. So how the issue is tackled? Step number one, guys, this is a very important thing. How to handle the issue? Step number one, put the issue into the issue log. Step number two, identify the root cause analysis, why it was not identified before. Step number three, raise a change request. Step number four, change request approved, implement it. Step number five, update the issue log. Step number six, if that issue can reoccur in the project, put it to the lesson learn register. Step number seven, put into the lesson learn repository. So if we look at here, communicate to the team, no. Now going to the sponsor is the last thing. So we can raise a change request, and from that change request we can have that. So that is not the answer here. Use management reserve. You don't have access to management reserve. In order to use the management reserve, you need a change request. For that, we will raise the change request, and D is the right answer. D is the right answer for this question. G, next question. Put your answers with the justification, guys. Justification. Justification is the most important thing that I am interested in. Okay, identify first, classify. B, Shabar, justification. Chetali, you are a senior person, you know justification. Zubair, Pratha, Ghazi Sahab, you're a senior person, you know that justification is needed. Mohit, prioritization. Fahad Sahab, justification. Okay, Rice. Okay, B. Okay. So we are getting a lot of B answers in there. So let me have a look at that. Okay, so the question is basically, what could you have done differently? So the so there's a problem in the question, and that's why the question is saying you could have done differently. So whenever the problem question says that what you should have done differently, what has done bad, things like that. So that need to be looked into the in that lens. You are the project manager responsible for what? For the upgradation of hydropower plant. You have identified all stakeholders and started managing them. Okay. However, during execution, you are loaded with too much and unnecessary demand. What could you have done differently? Okay. Now the thing is that you are getting demand from so many stakeholders. So the key thing is that basically you should have prioritized the stakeholders. By power and interest, Akil have not see, not the communication requirement. You did not prioritize that. You get a stakeholder, there can be 10,000 stakeholders. You need to prioritize them. You need to look into that, okay, who are the important stakeholder and how can I work with them? So the right answer, not nothing, not communication requirement, not this. This is impossible. This is the right answer. B, putting using power and trust matrix, we should have prioritized them. G, drag and drop. I'll put it here. A, B, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Match them. This is more related to Tuckman ladder, and I love Tuckman ladder a lot. So this is related to that. Okay, so let's see what justification you have. Hmm. Okay, so Tuckman ladder. This is Tuckman ladder, guys. Time here, productivity here. Forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. Here, the role of the project manager, since the team is new, is directive in nature. Here, since the team is fighting with each other, his job is as a coach. Here, he acts as a mentor. Here, he delegate the task. Here, again, coach and mentor. So if we go back and look into the questions, yeah. So forming, directive in nature, storming, coaching, norming, mentoring, performing, delegation, adjourning. So how many of you got this one right? How many of you got this one right? This was an important question. G. I love this question. If you can solve this question, you can solve any calculation questions that come in the exam. Okay. So B, SPA less than 1, underspent. Okay, prioritize office. You are still at the back. So, okay, let's see. You are working in the project budget at completion. Is this SPI greater than 1 is a good thing? CV is positive. So that also means greater than 1. Your project is not behind schedule. It's greater than 1. This is eliminated. Ahead of schedule, over budget? No. Behind schedule? No. D is the right answer. Straightforward. D is the right answer. If you can solve this question, understand this thing. SPI, CPI greater than 1 is a good thing. Schedule variance should be positive. Cost variance should be positive. If these things are there, you are good to go. J. Next question. Okay, J. So please put the justification in the questions. Okay. So you are inspecting deliverable and you find that some of the deliverable does not meet quality management plan. Okay. On inspection, you find out the temperature of the furnace was not maintained properly. What will you do? Okay. You have already identified the problem. Issue is already identified. Okay. Raise a change request. Okay. You have identified the issue as the step said that next is you identify the root cause analysis. This can be the answer, but again, elimination technique demands we need to go through FC option. Quality management plan, nothing. No, no. That is the next step after that. So D is the right answer. G. Next question, guys. What do you think will be the answer of this question? Instagram, we are live at YouTube. So if you want to become PMP, this is a coaching call free of cost that is live right now. Four, three, two, one. Okay. See, DS per scope material deferred. NAFUL always give justification, scope baseline, the check the quality. Okay. Your client is inspecting verified deliverable. First of all, verified deliverable means the deliverable that has been approved by quality team. On inspection, is said that deliverable do not meet requirement. Which document you will claim? Check the claim of the client. So client check with something That in agile is called as acceptance criteria, and in predictive is called, which we study for batch 1, we'll study it on Friday. It is called scope baseline. So quality management plan has already basically team check according to quality plan. Risk register, no. Quality report, no. Scope baseline will be the answer. Scope baseline will be your right answer. It's an important question to understand when does the client check and when does the team check. Both have a different parameters when they are checking and when they are working with that. I hope that makes sense to you. G, next question. Guys, still more people are watching than the live. Please do like it. Okay, so 40B bidder conference due to complexity of requirement bidder conference, you can obtain difference. Okay, bidder conference. Okay, Hassan. Okay, justification is different, but your point is the same. That the bidder conference will be the right answer for your question. Okay, okay, let me look into that. Okay, so let's see what answers do we have here. Acha ji. But the tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation. As you plan your project, you realize that you will need to acquire services from several vendors. Okay. However, due to the complexity of the requirements, you are concerned with additional input from potential sellers. Developing an adequate procurement strategy might be difficult. Which tool or technique would be most helpful in this situation? So the question here is asking you need a support from the seller. You want to understand the requirements of the seller, how that can be done. Make or buy analysis happens when you decide, okay, should I make it or should I buy it from outside? Meeting with the sellers, that does not help. Source selection analysis, it has nothing to do with that. We are only left with the bidder conference. So that is the beauty of elimination technique. You can easily eliminate the option even if you don't know and go to the final answer. So guys, this is okay. Go to the final answer. So guys, this was the question number 10. So as promised, we will solve 10 questions. We have solved it, but we still have 20 minutes. Do you want to solve more questions? If everybody put, we have to have unanimity. If everybody says that yes, we want to solve, then we'll solve the next more questions. So we have to have unanimity. Okay. We kind of, I guess, have unanimity on this. Shabar Mani, what does okay mean? Okay. Okay, let's go for the question. Okay, so let's see. Warranty, this question was solved in earlier session. Sandeep, are you talking about in this session or in the previous session? Of course, the questions should come. Okay, cost of quality. Okay, cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance. Money spent to avoid failures, money spent because of failures. Okay, and let's see. It's considered as outside. Training cost is inside. Testing cost is inside. Appraisal is basically identifying, assessing. Inside, warranty is outside. So D is the right answer. No, Orthogal, C is not the answer. C, D is the right answer. Okay. G, next question. Okay. D, 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 D. Yes, Hassan, we solved the. We repeat the question because those questions are important. That's why. Okay, why you are doing that? You are working on a project as a project manager. You are emphasizing it will better to deliver value incrementally as compared to why you are considering that. You can earn more when value is driven incrementally. Yeah, there will be less risk. Both clients and vendor can know early on by delivering value. So you see, this is also right, and this is also right. Both options are right. Now here comes the beauty of elimination technique. B and D are both right, but in these options, this is the mindset of agile. That's why we consider more value. This is very important to understand the context of the question. Okay, let's solve this next question. There are still people who haven't liked this video. Guys, do like it, yeah? We are solving so many questions for you. And yeah, th- instead of only doing premium session, we are doing also this. So do like this, yeah, at least. You see, I am a big believer of each one teach one. So your teaching is this word to you like the video and share it with other people. Okay, so let's see. Okay, D risk register. You are the project manager joining a project in the middle of execution. Last project manager left due to health issue. You want to check what other risk organizations have handled in the past project. What will be the most useful? Now the question says past project. So straightforward, you will look at what answer? Past projects. You will look at OPS, my friend. That was a trick in this question. Lesson learned register is for current project that you will use in the future. Project charter has nothing to do with. B is the right answer. You will look at the lesson learned repository. OPA is the right answer. Azan, uh, lesson learned register is for current project. Lesson learned repository is for the past project. And lesson learned repository is in the organizational process asset. I hope that makes sense. Next question. अच्छा जी, C. You sent report to all important. However, when you went to meet many of them, okay. So C is the right answer. You need to identify their preferred way of communication. Okay. Yeah. What document plan should the project manager update to reflect this? Okay. The CEO was involved at the start of the project as this was one of the riskiest projects. Now he has requested the sponsor only to involve him in the phase review meeting as he is busy with the communication. Okay, frequency, Ashok, communication, stakeholder register. Okay, so guys, the point is that he is still interested. He wanted the information at a particular interval. So what we need to see, his frequency is changing, and that is in the communication plan. G. Okay, yeah, please. Okay, let's see what you guys have answered here. C, face-to-face communication. What will he do as a project manager? A new stakeholder has entered your organization. You have put him in the stakeholder register. You have determined his engagement level and found that he is resistant, means against the project, as it can make his job obsolete. What will you do? Ignore him? No, that is not. Escalate? No. Try to hide the facts? No. Have a face-to-face meeting? Yes. I also cut this. So I guess we have solved. Anyone can tell me how many questions we have solved today? You can see the screen, please put. You can see me, you can hear me. If yes, put something in the chat box. You can see the screen. Thank you, Liman, for the go ahead. Question number 1, guys. Please solve the question with justification. Okay, thank you. And guys, do like this video, and after liking this video, do put in the chat box that you have liked this video. So that just to make sure that every single one of you have liked this video. And if you can share it on your social media, that will be just awesome. B. Sivaram Krishna, justify your answer, please. Why do you think B is the right answer? I need justification. Anushka, justification. Mati, justification. As team charter, as team ground rules. Gladiator, I need your justification. Either justification. D. Ramnath engage. Even across the location. C. Ground rules. Okay. So now let me solve this question for you. Which document will ensure that team follows a consistent approach for decision making? The question, my 7-step formula, if you still haven't received that this is my 7-step formula, email me and I'll share it with you. That basically guides you how to solve question answers. So read the question slowly. It is like the foundation. You have to read the question slowly. That is the number one thing. Read the last line first. This is actually, the question is more than 3-liner. So read the last line first. Identify the keywords. Every single question will have a different keyword. You need to identify what typical keyword is there. If you can identify, are you in initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and control? Where are you? That will help you. If you can also tell the life cycle, like are you in predictive life cycle or are you in agile life cycle, that is just awesome. Okay. Then understand the role, context, the context of the entire question, and finally, elimination technique. If you can do only one thing and cannot do any other thing, just do this. This is the number one priority. That if you can find out the reason behind it, eliminate A, B, C, D, then you can get this thing done. So if you haven't received this 7-step formula, please do share with me. I'll share it with you. Okay, so going to the question. Which document, as the formula says that read the last line first, and the question is more than 3 lines. It is more than 3 lines. Which document will ensure that the team follow a consistent approach for decision making? So we are looking for 2 keywords in this question so far are document and second is decision making. Okay. The project manager is leading a global project for a pharmaceutical company. The drug will be used to save the life of the people. It has nothing to do. This is just a useless information, extra information. In developing this technology, many new artificial intelligence will be developed. Yeah, this thing can tell you it's an agile project, but still not a good information. But okay, since it is a new, so the new word is telling us it's a agile or a hybrid question.
Project manager has team from all over the world. So we have a team all over the world. So the team will be virtual, working in a different time zones. So that is clear. We have virtual team in a different time zone. So you can, if the question says that the manager has a team from all over the world, but this line was not there. Can you say that it's still a virtual team? Put yes or no on the answer. If this was not the part of the question, can you still say that it's a virtual team? The purpose I am trying to solve with this question is to help you to identify the keywords, understand the question. So can you tell no Ramnath? We cannot say that. No Komal, we cannot say that. Project like in Dubai, I am working in Dubai. In Dubai, we have people all over the world working under one location. Like in my office, where like in the building where we have office under one within one building at one floor 23. I guess there are more than 44 nationality. Lebanese people are there, Pakistani, Indian, Sri Lankan, Arabi, like all. So that is not necessary. If they are working in a different time zone, then that makes them virtual team. Is it clear to you? Please put in the chat box. Okay, which document will be used for the same project charter? And then project charter is a high level document that is basically used high level information. So we are looking for the nitty gritty of the information. That is not the answer. So I am gonna eliminate that. Stakeholder plan is used for the strategies to engage the stakeholder. We are not looking for the strategies to engage the stakeholder. So I'm gonna eliminate this option. Team charter. What is team charter? Team charter is a document that has all the guidance that the team need. How the team is gonna set the ground rules, how the team is gonna set the values, vision, mission, how they are gonna handle conflict and take decision. So C looks like the right answer, but you will not take the answer. Elimination technique demands you go through every single option. D is communication plan. So communication plan primarily talks about the 4R of communication: right information at right time to right people to have right impact. So that is a 4R of communication. It has nothing to do with about the consistent decision approach. So D is not the answer. C is the right answer. Is it clear to everyone? Put yes or no, then I'll move to the next question. Actually, I will change the question to a what if question for you guys. If this is clear, put yes or no. Yes, yes. Okay. What if the question says that which document we will use that team follow a consistent approach for communicating in this virtual environment? Now, what will be your answer? Now, what will be your answer? Now D will be the answer. Okay. Now you understand. Now D will be the. No, Amit. No. Why? We're talking about the communication here. D will be the answer, Amit. Okay. G. Next question. Guys, give the justification here. Hassan, Chetali, everybody, Raza Chaudhary, Shivram Krishna, Suhail Akhtar, Ranjesh, Vanda, Rizwan, give the justification. Liaquat, give the justification here. Without approval, PM cannot. Okay. After all the deliverables have been completed and accepted by the client, what should the project manager do first to start closing the project? Guys, this will be the sequence for closing the project. Understand this thing. Step number one, like how the closing can happen. Okay, how the closing can happen. Deliverables are accepted. Okay, are accepted by the client. Okay, this is one condition. Or your project is not needed. The benefit to cost is not there. And then the cost becomes more, the organizational strategy has changed. All those things led to the project closure. Remember, who signed the project charter? Put in the chat box. Who signed the project charter? Who signed the project charter? Who signed the project charter? G. Who signed the project charter? Sponsor. Yes, thank you very much. Sponsor signed the project charter, so you need sponsor. First, the sponsor will give you approve. Always, once you approve, now you start writing final report, lesson learned register, updating project documents. Once the final report is written, you show it to the sponsor. The sponsor give you a go ahead, you share it according to communication management plan. Once lesson learned registers are updated, they are put in a lesson learned repository. Okay, project documents are archived. Now you release the team or administrative closure and so on and so on. So with that thing, all the deliverables have been completed and accepted by the client. What should the project manager do first to stop the closing? Start writing down the lesson learned? No. Release the resources? No. Get approval? Can be. Write down the final report. Okay. No. Acha, let's do the what if on this question. If the question said accepted by the client and sponsor have given approval for closure. Okay. Now I can put an issue administrative closure. So what will be the right answer now? What will be the right answer now? Yeah. Now the final report becomes the first thing as to look into that. Because final report is a summary of each and everything, then become the very well done. Raza Chaudhary, why you are putting A, sir? It has nothing to do with that. Next question. Ashok, always give the justification. Always give Ranjesh, always give the justification. Malik Suhail, Fayal, Atif is a matrix organization. Okay, let's read the question. The functional manager is working in a matrix organization. An important resource have left the team to join another organization. Now the project manager need a resource whom he should contact first. It's a very important thing that read the last line first and read. The question is not asking who. Okay, I'll come to that first. So first of all, let's go to the organizations. Okay, different types of organization we do have. We have projectized organization. We have functional organization. Project manager is responsible in the projectized organization. He is accountable for everything. In functional organization, functional manager is responsible for each and every single thing in functional organization. Then in between, we have matrix organization. Strong matrix, where project manager has more power. Weak matrix, where functional manager has more power. Then we have the balance matrix. Whenever the question says that you are in a matrix organization or the question does not mention anything, you are automatically in the balance matrix organization. In balance matrix, both powers are at the same level. If a conflict occur among them, then we go to sponsor. But the question does not say the conflict occur. So the project manager will talk to functional manager to try to get those resources. So this will be a right answer, but elimination technique demands you go through every single option. Sponsor, no. Human resource, nah. Team member, nah. So this is the right answer. Now, if the question said that leader is resource, he has contacted functional manager, but he refused. What shall he do now? Do now. Again, go to functional manager, sponsor, human resource, whatever the answer is. What will the answer be? G. What will be the answer here, guys? Oh yeah. Now the answer, right answer would be sponsor. Yep. Acha ji, question number 4. Let's do something. Let's share this coaching call with every single person who wants to do PMP. What can we do? I have an idea. After question 5, I will do that with you. I'll ask you to do. Guys, we have 66 people watching and only 42 have liked. Please, everyone, like this video here. See. Give justification, guys. Why C, why B, why this answer is right, or why this answer is wrong. Okay, a senior manager complained that he is not receiving information about the project. What should the project manager do first? Guys, I have put especially this first or later so that you can understand the context of the questions, so that you can know like this document comes as a first document, but then that comes there. Again, the purpose of this coaching call is that you go deep in the PMP. You actually understand the PMP. So this is a important thing. That's why I'm doing this thing. So this is a very important thing to understand. Whenever a problem comes, no matter whatever the problem is, the problem comes. The problem it is a negative thing. You will always update the issue. That is the first thing. That is the first thing. Let me give you a sequence. The problem has occurred. You will update the issue log. Okay. A simple document that basically has what date, what is the issue, why it happened, status, things like that. Okay. So now, step number 1 was put in the issue log. Step number 2 is do the root cause analysis. The fishbone diagram, like the why, 5 why this problem actually occurred, why this problem was not identified, things like that. And then check if you need to raise a change request. If needed, raise a change request. Okay, raise a change request. If once the change request is raised and is approved, implement it. Update issue log. If that problem can reoccur in the current project, we will update the risk register. If that problem cannot occur in the current project, we will update the lesson learned list. So that's a sequence for you guys. What if the problem is already in the risk register? Amer, if the problem has occurred, like let's say risk is probability into impact and we identify it, but the problem is more than anticipated. Okay, more. If the problem is exactly what we planned, the plan is effective, we will update the risk register. But the risk is not, if the plan is not sufficient, we will update the issue log. So I hope that makes sense to you. So in this particular question, if I go, he's not receiving information. It goes to 4 hours, but the question does not ask what is the best thing to do. Stakeholder register, no. I'll hold this. Put an issue log, yes. Stakeholder plan, no. So this is eliminated. Okay. So C is the right answer. Let's do the what if. This is a very beautiful question. I can do a lot of what if on this question. He's not receiving information. What should the stakeholder and what should the project manager do after updating issue log? After updating issue log. No. What is the answer? Yes, here do RCA, that is not in the option. So the next thing will be update the communication management plan here. Achha, let me rephrase the question more. You have okay. This is removed. What should the project manager do when he found out he was not identified? Oh, every time this happens, my laptop get locked. Okay. Where is it? Yeah. When he found out that he was not identified stakeholder. So I'll rephrase the question. The question is in this way. A senior manager complains that he is not receiving information about the project. What should the project manager do first when he found that he was not even identified as a stakeholder? Everyone who is putting their that A option, do you see update the stakeholder register? The question says check stakeholder register. The question says check stakeholder register, not update the stakeholder register. That is the difference between options. That is why I changed the question. Okay. That's a very interesting thing to look into that. Update the issue log will not be there, Amit, because that's a before thing. That thing has happened before. We have found out that he is not in the there. We need to update the stakeholder plan. Now we need to update the stakeholder plan. Okay. In this particular question, we need to update the stakeholder plan. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, let's go to the next question. Mhm. B, 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 B. Okay, let's read the question. So this question is like 4-5 liner. So we need to look into that. What will the project manager do? You're the project manager of a large research and development company, and you're in planning procurement and shortlisting seller. One of the steering committee member ask you to select a seller. Upon an investigation, you find that the seller recommended by a steering committee member is a good seller. Is a good seller. The question, this is the keyword, is a good seller and meet all the requirement. Like he meets the qualification criteria that we discussed. But he is the brother of steering committee member. What will you do? You see, the keyword was that someone referred, okay, but he meet the source selection criteria or qualification criteria. Report unethical activity. No, there is no unethical. He meet the criteria. If he did not meet the criteria, then we could say that it's an unethical activity. I wouldn't say that. Report conflict of interest. Yes, it can be a conflict of interest. So I'm gonna mark this. Hire the seller. Yes, we will hire the seller because he meet the criteria. But first thing, as a project manager, we need to basically communicate that thing. Reject the seller, he does not meet the selection criteria. No, D is not the option. You see, D is not the option because he does meet the selection criteria. So that's an interesting thing to look into that. What does your question actually says? Does the question says that he meets the criteria, or does the question says that he does not meet the criteria? Acha ji, what if the question was that he does not meet the requirement and does not? Now, what will be your answer? Mhm. Okay, what are your answer? D. So yes. Now here we will report an unethical activity. That's a very important thing. There are what we say rules and regulation of PMI. The PMI says that hire the salary does not matter. No, we are not going to hire the salary, Mr. Okay, no, I wouldn't say conflict of interest, Liaquat, because it does not meet the criteria. Na? This is an interesting thing to understand. He does not meet the criteria. Initially, he was meeting the criteria, but that is not the case now.
he is not meeting our criteria. So how you are going to like hire that seller? Okay, reject it. Rejection will be something that we need to look into that. Okay guys, as I was saying to you, let's spread the words with every single person, that so that this coaching call can reach more people. So I have something that I just thought that can help you guys, help to reach into it. How many of you are connected to me at LinkedIn? If you are not connected to me at LinkedIn, my LinkedIn is very straightforward, Amer Ali PMP. While we were talking, this is my LinkedIn. Where is my LinkedIn? Yeah, this is my LinkedIn. While we were talking, I took a picture and I'll share that this. So what I want you to, if you can share, repost that, like that, comment that, so that it can reach to more people. I really want that this reaches to each and every single person who is preparing for PMP. And only you are the guys who can help me to reach there. So please share that post with every single person so that we can reach to that every single person. Like LinkedIn is the medium where everyone can reach there. Because YouTube, you are already doing like, and I loved it. Uh, yeah, why PM can't reject? PM can reject, but first thing will always be that he needs to look into that. He need to look at the context of that. That can it be done or can it not be done? So yeah, that is the thing that we need to look into that. Is it clear? Is this question answer clear to everyone? Okay, I just made the post. So Irfan, I hope that is clear to you. Share it and message in the box. Like you can just repost it or comment it some whatsoever. This is, I just posted live question answer to YouTube. Do join it by this link. So somebody has already reacted to it. So yeah, please post it everyone and do share it. Each one teach one is the name of the game. So if everyone will share it, if everyone will work on it, then you will be living the mantra that I really believe. Each one teach one. Do share it, guys. Put in the chat box after sharing it. I'm waiting for you. Let's have 1 minute for this. Let's share it with more people so that more people can be reached. More people, each one teach one is the name of the game. That's why I do free coaching calls. Connected, share, Matty. Thank you, everyone. We had 68 people, and more people are going to watch. I normally 4 to 500 people watch the coaching call. So, guys, this is your opportunity to give back to the community. This is your opportunity to work with every single one and to look into that. Please do that and do pin me that I have done it. Do message here in the chat box that I have done it. Please. Next question. Done. Thank you, Atif. Thank you, Maher. Thank you, Mati. Thank you, Asad. Thank you, Farid. Ali Raza, I'm waiting for you. Each one teach one is the name of the game, guys. Everybody does it, and I guess we should do it every uh, so that it can reach to more people. Yes, you are so kind. Thank you, Maher. Acha ji, let's see your answer. Thank you, Mushtaq. Thank you, Mohit. Okay, see. Simo Ahmed, why that answer? A same language. Mhm. Done. Thank you, Irfan. Set ground rules. Void training needs ground rules. Ground rules will repose. Thank you. Done. Set up ground rules processes. Thank you. Chitali, why C is important. Shared. Thank you, Mati. Done. Thank you, Radha Chaudhary. Okay. G. You are the project manager of an IT company working on a new technology. With diverse audience, what is the first thing to do when you are working with a diverse audience? Okay. Guys, the question asked again, we have been doing these questions again and again and again with all those things. The question is asking that what is the first thing to do? Yes, they must speak. That's a good thing to have. But how do we know that? We need to set it in a document. Diversity training, yes, it must be there. We cannot negate it. But we need to set somewhere that we must speak one language. We must have diversity training. We have to put it there somewhere. And then, now the team is there, and then we will identify the training needs. Then we will work into that. All these things that we should speak same language is a part of our ground rules. Please understand this. Like when I do my batch classes, what I do, the first thing is that I always, in the first 5 minutes, I set the ground rules. I set the ground rule that we must respect the diversity. The culture must be respected, and all the good things like that. So we need to understand them. Okay? Ground rule will be the first thing. Yes, Halim, C is the right answer. Okay. Okay, let me do the what if on this thing. This thing, I am eliminating this last line. Your people are having difficulty to adjust to their each other culture. What will you do? What will you do now? They have a difficulty arranging to their culture. They have a difficulty arranging to each other culture. So what would you do here? They are having difficulty adjusting to each culture. Yes, now we will go towards the B option. So you see, every option can be the potential right answer. We need to ask the right question. Somebody said that the universe has all the answers. We just need to ask the right question, and that's what we need to do. We need to ask the right question. Acha ji. Ji, this is an interesting question. Thank you, Oscar Bas, for the nice comment. Acha ji. An unidentified risk. Guys, any risk that you identify goes into risk register. If unidentified thing happen, we will update the issue log. Now I will use this the same line for you guys. I will use the same line, okay, and we'll change the question accordingly. So Maqsood said is saying, Maqsood Saab, unidentified risk has occurred. The question said that unidentified risk has occurred. So the right answer is issue log. If the risk is identified. If the question said that an unidentified risk has been identified, what will you do? Now, an unidentified risk has been identified. What will you do now? Put in the chat box. Yanda Satriya Hadi Surya C answer is not the right answer. We did not agree on the response. So now
The answer will be B. We will update the risk register. Let me change this question further on. An unidentified risk has been identified and you planned its response, and now trigger has occurred. Trigger has occurred or it has occurred. Now what will you do? An unidentified risk has been identified. You planned for it and now it has occurred. Now what will you do? And the plan risk occurred, we implement the risk response. Okay, everyone is saying C. For the same question, if C was not the option, then what would be your answer? An unidentified risk has been identified and you have planned a response for it and trigger has occurred. What will you do? Now C is not there. So what will be your answer now? Na, 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 Rizwan, na. Francis, no, no, no. No, no, not E, not E, not E. Update the risk register. The status of the risk has been changed, guys. The status of the risk has been changed. It is occurring. That is in the risk register. You update the risk register. Okay? Does that do mind blowing to your mind? Do you like it? Okay. So in the same way, if the question wanted the lesson learned register, like now I'm reorienting the question for option D. An unidentified risk has occurred. You have updated the issue log. Let's say, no, I'm not updating for, let's see, I'm changing the question. Ghulam come from laptop, then the screen will be clear. An unidentified risk has occurred. You have updated the issue log. Now what will you do? Now what will you do? You have updated the issue log. Now what will you do? You have updated the issue log. Now you will raise a change request. Okay. Now the last question for this one. You have already, the change request have been approved and issue response has been implemented. Now what you will update? Now what? Ghulam Nabi, RC is not in the option here. RC is not the option. Your point is right, but RC is not in the option. The change has been implemented. Now what you will do? Now you will update the lesson learned register finally. G. Guys, did you had fun in the last question? You see one-liner, how the one-liner question can be reoriented in a different way. Did you had fun in the last question? Put yes or no. I do request you when you're solving question answers, do play in this way. Everyone who is liking my LinkedIn post, it will be great if you repost it with some comment so that it can reach to more people. That will be the best way. Repost it. Just click the repost with some thoughts, enjoying it or loving it, something like that. Then it will reach more people. 70 people are there, yeah. 70 likes should be there. Ali Raza did impact analysis, CRF. Why Rizwan give the answers option? Why this is your right answer? Every time I need your option, reasons. Why do you think this answer is right or wrong? Justification has to be there, my friends. Justification has to be there. Okay, a new team member has joined from competitor organization. He suggests the way that can decrease your schedule and cost. What should the project manager do first? Reject it as he's a new team member. No, this is not an option. Raise or change request. No. Do the this can be option, but let's do the impact analysis. Implement. No, you cannot implement straightforward. Discuss with the sponsor. Nah. Discuss with the team. Nah. C is the right answer. C is the right answer. And approve plan is. Acha, let's play with this question. Okay, guys, are you ready to play with this question, or you want to do the next question? Let's see your votes. Put immediately. Put immediately. Do you want to play with this question, or you want me to go to the next question? Let's see. Now, Janet, he has already shared that it will increase. Ashok, what does yes mean? What play? Okay, play, Mangesh, play. Okay, let's play with this question. The right answer here was impact analysis. Now let's see how we can change the question. A new member has joined from a competitor organization. He suggested the way that can decrease your schedule and cost, and you have done the impact analysis. Now, what should you do? It's a very critical point. We have done the impact analysis. Now, what should you do? It's a very rare scenario that is basically a paradox of a normal sequence. Nah. Yes, Sachin. Yes, Mati. Now we will raise the change request. We have done the impact analysis, all the analysis. Now we raise it so get it to the sponsor. Okay, raise the change request. Now the change has been approved by the sponsor. What will you do? That change has been approved by the sponsor. What will you do? The change has been approved by the sponsor. What will you do? Implement. Okay. Change approved है ना? Somebody said that I haven't mentioned the improved. Very well done, Vilit, but he has approved na. So once the question says it has been approved, mean it's a good thing na. It's a good thing. That's why we are approving it na. Okay. Acha. Now I'm gonna go with the G option as an answer, and let me rephrase the question. You did the impact analysis, and after doing the impact analysis, you found out that this adds a problem because of a competitive clause or a disclosure clause of your employee, of the new employee. What will you do? It's a disclosure clause. Now, this is something that is basically when an employee comes from one organization and go to the next organization, and there's always a 2 to 3 years, like there's a competitive organization. For example, I hope all of you know about the chat GPT and things like of that nature. So basically in those, let's say somebody from chat GPT goes to Google, who are also trying to make the same technology. They cannot use the same code for certain period of time. It is a like non-compete. For it, thank you for adding it. It's kind of a conflict of interest. I hope you had fun. So let's do the next question. Junaid, slow down, bhai. You are very quick to answer. Slow down, please. Acha ji, a project has a cost variance of $500. This is cost variance, earned value minus actual cost. Actual cost of $700, planned cost of actual cost 700, planned value 900, earned value 1200. In past, you have done similar project with a similar parameter. What will be the budget of that? Guys, the calculation, like two students, Venkatesh and Raj, journey I recorded today, and both have said the same thing. No calculation in the exam. Don't get lost into the calculations. Don't get lost into the calculations. This question is actually asking you have done the project with the same budget, how much it will it. Analogous estimation, same. Like you did something in the past, now you want to do the same thing in the future. So what will be that? Same budget use, no? Unless the question says that there are different things, then we can look into that. The question clearly mentioned the same type of estimations can be done. So you don't even need to know the detail, what is earned value, what is the cost variance. The question categorically said that you have done something in the past which has resulted in this thing. So you are going to do the same thing now. That's it. G, last question of today. Sure. I need to increase the time for this. 5. Sorry guys, sorry. I know both parties give up. Okay. Yeah, please. I'm giving you 30 more seconds because got reduced because of it. Okay. Compromising be both parties. Okay. Now it's a long question. What conflict management technique you have used here? So we know that if we go about the conflict management, I'm just making it one more time so that you understand it in the best possible way. Concerns for oneself, concern for others. Okay. Here we try to both win-win. It is lose-lose. Here I care for myself. I care for myself, so it will be win-lose. Here I care for others, it will be lose-win. We have problem solving, collaboration, confronting here. Here it is forcing or direct. Here we avoid, withdraw. Here we have smoothing and accommodating. Now let's go, and here we have compromise. In compromise, both party give up something. So that's the question. You are the project manager of multi-year construction project. Team members have and stakeholders, uh, okay, have been arguing, okay, for few weeks regarding a deliverable. You were unable to attend because of other issues in the project. However, now this has become top priority. You can you can face delay of many critical deliverables because of this. You listen to both parties, discuss with them, and find a solution that both parties must give up something and agree on solution. So problem solving, both parties, like it looks like in the question, it's a problem solving. Both parties are agreeing, but they give up something. That's not problem solving. You discuss with them. It's not avoiding. You did not said let's discuss the agreed point now and the disagreed later on. That is smoothing. You did not do. So you did compromising. It's a very important thing. Understand all the conflict management techniques. That is very, very important. I hope you enjoyed the coaching call, and this was just, guys, I'm sure you have liked this video, but if you still haven't liked this video, please do like it. Thank you, Nishpa. Thank you, everyone, for saying that you will give your best. Ji. By the way, do message in your groups that the class has started. Okay, so I guess time's up for question solving. Let's see what answers did you put. Ali Raza, co-locate areas are always better. C, A, B, C. Give me a second, guys. It's too much noise. यार थोड़ा म्यूजिक बात करोगे आप आवाज म्यूजिक Yeah. Oh, I am wearing earpod. I forget that. Okay. Okay. What is the best course of action to ensure effective collaboration and coordination among the team members? A project manager is leading a project with a large team that includes members from different functional area. We want to ensure the collaboration. Assign team member to work in silos. That's kind of the opposite of what we want. Sorry. That's the opposite of what actually we want. Establish roles and responsibilities, not a bad option. Hold daily meeting. Okay. Okay. Require all team member to work in the same. So now, you see, this D looks like a good option. Okay. D looks like a puja good options. But this word require is kind of a negative word. As a project manager, we cannot have require somebody. Yes, facilitating somebody is a good thing. So hold meeting to work into that. Acha, let's discuss that thing. What basically Faryal said, daily meeting to discuss issues to work into that is one of the best way to ensure that you enhance the performance, you work into that particular domain, and this can actually help you in the best possible way. So having a daily stand up, working with that daily stand up can work into that. What Puja said, the physical location, normally it is very good answer, but with only one word the entire answer can change. The word that was regular, like make them regular to do that, that is kind of a problematic. Abdul Wahid, I hope that is clear to you. Rajiv, I hope that is clear to you. Arif, I don't think so B has to do anything with that. Okay, Ketan, I hope D is clear. Atif, I hope that is clear to you. The only problem with the option D that I really love D option, is this word, require. I am kind of disagreeing with the word require. Everything else I agree. The option require word, I have a problem with that.
अच्छा जी, next question. See, Ghazi always give justification. Hamid, Neeraj, okay, Ghulam Nabi, Kaleem, Sonali, Sajid, give justification. Atif, I like the way you give answer. It is very good. A can be, but if the same kind of project, B, okay, I really like it. Okay, let's see. What's the question actually? What is the best way to estimate the project budget? A project manager has been asked to estimate the project budget. What is the best way? Now the question is asking the best way. Okay, the best way is always the most accurate estimation. What are the four estimation put in the chat box? What are the four estimation techniques put in the chat box? What is the four type of estimation technique? Review historical project and use it as a benchmark. That's kind of a uh, analogous estimation. That is not the answer. Expert judgment, good option. Detailed WBS and estimate. That is actually bottom up estimation. So C is the most accurate one. And the question asks the most accurate one, and C is the right answer. G. Next question. Thank you everyone for putting all the justifications. Okay. What is the best course of action to manage cultural difference and promote teamwork? A project manager is leading a project with a team that includes members from different cultures. What is the best course of action to manage cultural difference and promote team culture? Encourage team members to conform to the project culture, develop a cross culture training program, language training, assign team members. So be straightforward is the best option. So guys, you will see a lot of the questions in the exam where the cross culture will be there, training needs will be there, whatever the thing is there. Always identify the training needs, provide that training, and work into that. Okay, that is the way to work into that. Is it clear to everyone? Provide the training according to that. This is very important. Acha ji, let's do the next question. The question in this way, if you understand, and it's an interesting point of view. And now it will be sound. I know my mic was muted. So is it, yeah, guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me properly? KR, somebody put, there's no sound. Can you hear me now? Put something in the chat box. Still you can't hear me? Guys, can you hear me or no? Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. There is always a lag. Okay, yeah. Acha. So understand this thing. Where ignore, force, remove, don't do it, fire the team member. All these things, normally that is not the right answer. Straightforward, that is not the right answer. Collaborate, work with them, guide them, things like that. These are the right answer. Okay, these are the right answer. It's an important concept to master in the PMP. Like which questions have right answers? Collaboration is always the key. The servant leader mentality. Servant leader mentality we need to have in okay. Okay, let's do it. Next question. Today all the question will have that context. Ji. See, collaboration. I hope now you guys are getting the context. Okay, my picture is actually blocked. Give me your question answer. Okay. Next question. Same question. Okay. They're different now. Yeah. Okay, Atif. Okay, everyone. That is so beautiful. You guys remember the questions. That's why I don't recommend to do the say revise the question. Have done. I am changing, guys. So many. I have a new question now. See. I like what Amar said. Always RCA, always RCA. G, what should you do next? You are the project manager of a construction project, not following project safety guidelines. Health and safety guidelines are very important, but the behavior continues. It can be the answer. I'll give you a situation. Resign Oliver to different project, provide additional training, analyze the root cause of an reason non-compliance and develop a plan for it. So, okay, let me change the option to this. You have analyzed the root cause of non-compliance and you have provided him the training. Still, Olivia is not following the health and safety principle, and you are worried that this can jeopardize somebody else's health. Now, what will be the answer? What will be the answer now? A will be the answer. In that situation, we will not train her again. Okay, we have already done the RCA, and you are worried that this happens actually on the sites. I know I was a risk manager, and there was a person we provide the HSC manager provided him the training, worked with him. Still, he violated, like he was a kind of a manager of a lifting manager, and what he was doing, he was still violating the principle, and because of him, the life of other person can be endangered. So even we did all the options. I made this question thinking that, so what I did basically, then you have to terminate that. It's a very important thing. B, 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 B. Anushka, you are saying C. Why C? Give me the justification. Okay, how can you support diversity and inclusion in your team to achieve successful project outcomes? You are leading a team of project managers from different regions who have varying background and a communication style. Your team is responsible for delivering a strategic initiative that requires cross-functional collaboration. How can you support diversity and inclusion in your team to achieve successful project outcomes? To conform to single communication, no. Why do we want a single communication? I don't want it. Establish a culture that recognizes the value, the unique strength, perspective. That is very good. But elimination technique demands you go through every single option. Assign tasks based on team members' culture, ensure their comfort. Okay. Implement a directive leadership. So A and D are straightforward eliminated. We are left with a B and C. So task based on team culture, comfort and familiarity, that's okay, but we also want to challenge them. I would go with option B. Option B would be the right answer. Now I want to answer this question. This is a very important question. Yes. Acha, Amer, you put it A, somebody else also put it A. So guys, understand that thing. Single communication channel means one-way communication. Only I am talking, right? That can be effective sometime, right? That can be effective sometime, not every single time. But every single time, we need to have a different option. We need to have a different way. We need to have different type of things to work into that. Not one way communication is not necessary. Is it clear to everybody? Anushka, your internet is lagging, I guess. You are seeing the previous questions, my friend. Is it clear to everybody? Put in the chat box, yes or no. Guys, still 36 likes. Please, everybody like it. Acha ji, what should you do to ensure the members, stakeholders are adequately trained? You are the project manager of a healthcare, is responsible. Okay, some of your team members lack the necessary skills. So the straightforward thing is training is needed. Okay, reassigned, no. Hire, no. C is a straightforward thing. Guys, I have done today at least 5 to 7 questions I have put it in the training needs. I hope now after this, nobody ever gets the wrong question regarding training. Because today, as I said that my focus was on the exam content outline, the first. Acha, before we move forward, I want to solve one question that I did on LinkedIn. Guys, if you are still not on my LinkedIn, please, I daily put one question on LinkedIn. I do recommend that you solve those. You do join there. Okay. So I promise to all the persons that I will solve the question. If you cannot see, I'm gonna make it bigger. Okay. I hope now you can see it. Yeah. Now you will be able to see. So the question is, what is your answer for this question, by the way? I can make still bigger if you need it. Otherwise, it's fine. Put in the chat box, what's your answer in this question? By the way, if you are not on my LinkedIn, here is the question. I'm putting here. Okay, go and click on the answer. Do put it in the chat box. Why don't you repost it that it can reach to more people? Please repost this question on your wall. Everyone, please repost this question on your wall. Okay, so let me read the question. Do repost this question on your wall. Which of the following, and ping it once you're done. Okay, somebody saying enlarge it. So this is the most enlarged version. Which of the following steps should the project manager take first to address the delay? Have you reposted it? Put in the box that I have reposted it. Please repost it. A medicine R&D company has been experiencing an increased number of delays in delivering its research project. Okay, they are getting delayed something. The project manager has been tasked with identifying the root cause of the delays and taking corrective action to address them. He basically is there to, he's trying to do the fishbone diagram, trying to identify what reason is there, trying to get it the right option. Okay, after conducting an analysis of the predicted data, project manager has identified several issues contributing. He identifies several issues, unavailability, etc., and poor communication. Which of the following should the project manager take first to address that? Now, first mean getting like what is the most important thing. So we are trying to find out what is the most important thing here. Conduct a brainstorming session. It's a good option, not a bad option. Assign additional resource to the project. Still not a bad option. Prioritize the issue using a Pareto chart. Yes, basically the purpose of Pareto is 20-80 principle, and we want to identify which one we should go. So C can be the right answer. D, I don't think so. C is the right answer for this particular question. I post daily one question. So if you miss it, I do recommend go there, always put your answers justification. Okay, let me, there are two questions I wanted to solve. One was this, one more question. Usually I put a lot of content, at least 10 posts a day. Yeah, this procurement question. Many people were getting wrong, so I thought, okay, I'll solve it. What is your answer for this question? If you are not connected to me at LinkedIn, do let me know. I'll share the LinkedIn link here so you don't miss anything. So you see B, D, B, D, A, all the people are giving different answer. So you are the project manager of a large construction project. You received a delivery from a seller. Now this is a very interesting thing. This is a very interesting thing. You received a delivery from the seller. You checked it is not according to the contract. You raised a dispute. So step number one is that you raise the, but seller is not agreeing. Now here I missed two steps. The first step is try to get a win-win situation. Second step is to do what is written in the contract. Third is get a mediator. I am writing here, you try to get a mediator. What does that mean? This means you have already done the first two steps and you try to get the option A, you were unable to get it. You try to do what is written in the contract, you are unable to get it. And C, we try to get the mediator, that was not useful. So the D is the right answer. D is the right answer for this particular option. Okay, D is the right option. Do we have any other question? Okay, yeah, the day before that 5 student clear. Yeah. Okay. Now from today, like not today, from tomorrow, every day I will post. I am already posting one question, but I will post daily one question, and in this coaching call, we will answer those question answer. What do you say? Is it a good way or no? Put in the chat box. I always like to know your point of view. Okay, give the answer of this question. Okay, this is a good way. Okay, great. That's also a good suggestion. What Raza said that everyone, all of you, if you are not connected to my LinkedIn, I am putting my LinkedIn in the chat box here. So yeah, here. So my LinkedIn is here. So you can also put it there. So what your answer is? Gee, what would you do next? You are the project manager of software development team project. The two members have been assigned to work on a critical task. They have been arguing frequently over the approach to taken, and both have valid reason. You have analyzed the context and there is no easy way. That what should you do next? Suggest work on separate. uh, Try to find a middle ground. You already did that. B is already eliminated. C is a good option. D, no. I will go with the C option. I will go with the C option. Very well, guys. Let's go to the next questions. Back to
D, B, D, B, D, B, B, D, D, B. Okay, what conflict resolution would you use to resolve this conflict? You are the project manager of a virtual team working on a software development project. Two members are having a disagreement about the best approach to completing a task. And the conflict has escalated to the point where team morale is being affected. Okay. One team member is based in US, the other is in India, which has caused some cultural misunderstanding. The project is on tight deadline and delay caused by the conflict could result in the project failing. You have tried multiple times to listen both parties and satisfy, but still no result. Which conflict technique you use to resolve this? Now, this is a very good question. Only one person has a right answer. I guess only one person. Guys, competing is forcing. Competing is another word that we use for forcing. Okay, competing is another word that we use for forcing. What has happened? You have tried multiple times doing collaboration. So collaboration did not work. Both parties are not giving up something. So compromising is not there. Smoothing is that, yes, after competing or forcing, smoothing can be focused on the point of agreement, but that is also not working. Na? The question does not state that that can also work. So here, the right answer is competing or forcing. Forcing is basically the word for that. I'm happy only that it went wrong for you. So is this question clear to everybody? This is a very important question. Like I rephrase this question at least 8 to 9 times. Even one word still spelling is wrong. I did not, some spelling was also wrong. This is a very important question. Acha ji. By the way, I am trying white and black format. Which format is better for you? White or black? Black, black. Okay, next time I'll use black more. And today I will also tell you how I make the question answers so that you can also like make the question answer. Actually, after this question, I'll tell you what should you do to manage and rectify the ground rules violations. Okay, you are the project manager of a virtual team working on a Scrum development project. The team is composed of members from different countries and cultures, and you have established ground rules to ensure effective communication and productivity. However, one team members continue to violate the ground rules. Okay, the team members have stated that the ground rules do not align with their cultural beliefs. Now, this is a very, very important thing.
cultural and political awareness is important to understand. So here he's saying that those ground rule is not working with them. Okay, Abdul Wahid, next time I'll put more black. What should you do to manage and rectify the ground rules violation? Enforce them? No, it does not work into that way. No? Modify to better align with the team members' culture? Yes, that can be the answer. That can be the answer. But remember, 7-step formula says that you need to go through every single thing. Work with the team members to find a compromise. Yes, yes, this seems like a very good option. Ignore the violation. So B and D, or A and D has been eliminated. Work with the team members to find a compromise balance between them and D. No, we cannot modify only according to his requirement. Ashok and Pooja, we have to work a balance between that. Okay, a balance between that needs to be worked into that. Acha, I'll show you how I make the question answers. Where is exam content? Ashok, is it clear to you? You see, I open this exam content outline. This is PMI exam content outline. I open this and you will see that the question, the context is there. Manage conflict, lead a team, sport team performance, all this context I'm trying to this 12 task. See, the last question was from this ground rules and engage the sport team. Before that, it was building trust, identifying the root cause, collaborating, negotiating the agreement. Okay, so this is basically how I make the question answers so that those questions are very near to the real PMP exam. I guess last question for today. Yeah. G, what is your answer in this question? CAC. You see, I put emotional intelligence in this question. As a project manager, what emotional intelligence technique would you apply to promote better team performance and address the behavior? You are the project manager of a virtual team working on a software development project. The team is composed of members with different personality type, etc. And you have noticed that this is causing conflict and impact. During the team meeting, one team member interrupts. As the project manager, what emotional technique you will apply? Social awareness, it is about understanding the social thing of that behavior of the team member. Self-regulation, it's not about that I am not getting calm. Relationship management, a private conversation, self-awareness. Okay. A, A, A. Okay, first of all, it's not B and it's not D. The problem is that the team is composed of different personality types and communication style. That this is causing conflict. Different people have different things, and that is impacting the performance. It has nothing to do with that. One member is interrupts and talk over the other member, which causes frustration and making it difficult. As that, what technique would you apply to promote better team performance? Okay, use social awareness to assess the behavior of the team member. You see, social awareness is basically you see the entire thing. The question is not related to the entire thing. Only one team member is picking problem here. You need to use relationship management, that is a part of a social skill. Have a conversation with the team member. The problem is one team member. Why you guys are going towards the entire thing? Huh? Why you guys are going to the entire thing? Tell me. The problem is with the one team member, yes or no? So why would we go with the social skill and address the behavior directly to them? Like have a private conversation, go to him, talk to him, and work with that. What is the problem with that? What is the problem? I know the question was hard. I tried to make it hard, but I don't think so. There is any issue that you would see that. Directly means go and talk to him. Na? The question also said, Shebaz, uh, go private. The question said privately. It does not say that talk in public. We are going privately and talking to a team member. Na? What is the problem in talking to the team member? Okay. What is the problem into that? I hope today's coaching call was effective for you. I hope you have learned something in today's coaching call. Okay. So it's a very important. I tried to make that today's coaching call according to the people region. Okay. So what I want from all of you now, I want you to repost this coaching call. Okay. I want all of you on LinkedIn so that we can reach more and more people with that. I just reposted this coaching call. Just go there and click the repost. You can put repost or you can put repost with thoughts. Please do that because the mantra that we follow, each one, teach one, can only be met in this way. More people can be reached, and each one, teach one is the name of the game. Please other books, if you want to buy that agile booklet, you can buy it, but this 7-step formula is free of cost. You can have that book. Okay, now we are going to solve process domain questions. Let me show you what do I mean by process domain. If you can actually see that I have made question till domain 9, so I was studying that and making the question. So this is process domain. This is 50% of the PMP exam. So this is task 1, execute process with urgency. So the question 1 we are going to solve, it will be correlated to task 1, then task 2, then task 3, then task 4. Then I made 2 questions on task 5, one predictive, one agile. Then again 2 questions on task 6, then one question on task 7, one on task 8. I guess 2 made on task 9. So is this clear to you that how I made this question on task 1, task 2, task 3? Okay. Hi, sir. Okay. Hello, Abdul Aziz from Qatar. Good to have you. Hi. Hi, Sani Khan. Good to have you, everyone. Everyone watching anywhere. Good to have you, all of you. So let's solve the question answers and let's start walking into it. And I tried to make this question according to the context of the real exam. Same level of difficulty. Okay. So not much, not less, according to the same. Okay, if you can hear me correctly and if you can see me, just ping in the message that my voice is clear so that we can start walking into that. Put in something in the chat box. Put something in the chat box, please. Hi from Afghanistan. Good to have you. Yeah, voice is clear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, we have 50 people. Good. Okay, let's solve the question answers. And guys, put something in the chat box. What's your answer is? And if you haven't liked the video yet, do that. It's clear. Thank you for that. And do put in your WhatsApp group that the coaching call has started. Did I turn the timer on? Okay. Now this time I use black format because many people said that black format is better. So I use that one. G. So what answers we have in the chat box? C, 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 MVP, 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 MVP. Which of the following action should you take to ensure that the project is executed with the highest business value? So we are looking at the highest business value. Okay. So in the 7-step formula, the step number 1 is to read the last line first. So the last line is saying that we are looking for the highest business value. You are the project manager of a software development project for a startup company. The project is urgent and the company needs to deliver a product with high business value as soon as possible to secure funding. We want to give incremental immediate value. Okay. The scope of the project is large and the company wants to prioritize the feature that will provide the most value. Which of the following action should you take? Okay. Allocate resource based on scope and time. That does not give us the priority. Okay. Guys, even if you think the question is very easy, still elimination technique is needed. Elimination technique is needed. Encourage the team to work on the features as they are most interested in. Nah, that is not the option. Identify opportunity for incremental value. Yes, incremental value will give the immediate value and making MVP. Yes, conduct a stakeholder analysis to ensure all stakeholder. No, C is the right answer. So, guys, now how I made this question. Let me also, Rizwan sir, maybe use more laptop if your screen is black for you. Now, how I made this question, let me help you with the exam content outline also. Okay. So let's say this is exam content outline. This was the exam content outline. Execute project with urgency required to deliver business value. This document is easily available on PMI website. So we want to execute the project with urgency. Assess the opportunity to deliver value incrementally. That is in the question. Yes or no? You can see that in the question. That is in the question. Examine the business value throughout the project and make the minimum viable product. So I took these words and put in the question. So that thing is reflected in the question. So in this way, the purpose is to make the question in the same context as the exam is. So let's go to the next question for you guys. So this is basically how I make all the questions very relevant to the exam. Guys, if you haven't liked this video, please do like that. अच्छा जी, D D D C D D C D D C. अच्छा जी, which of the following communication strategy would be most effective in ensuring successful project communication? Okay, we want to ensure successful project communication. So, which thing will be more relevant? A large construction project has stakeholders from various departments, including engineering, etc., etc. Each has different communication need and preferences. Everyone have their own thing, and there's a high risk of a miscommunication. Okay, so what would you do? Provide stakeholder with frequent projects update via email. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, but let's hold it. Create a centralized communication platform that all stakeholder can access. Again, it's a very good option. A and B are both good options. Meetings to discuss project updates. Okay, develop a plan that takes into account the needs and preference of each. Now that is such a beautiful option that it is kind of a yelling out at you that here we have different stakeholders from different domain. We want to minimize the risk. I like Puja that you put. We want to minimize the risk. We want to adjust according to stakeholder preferences, and the best way is this. So D is the right option. Now this is such a beautiful thing. If you don't use elimination technique, you will use the option A and consider that this is the right answer, or B or C. You need to go through each option and then develop answers accordingly. So here D becomes the best answer for that. D is the right answer. Next question. G, give your answers with justifications. C, D, C, D, C, D. So we are with two options, C and D, C and D. Oh, we also have B. So C, B, D are the options that we are having. Okay. C, B. Guys, give us a justification. Now. That will make things more interesting. C, B, D, C, B. Okay, C, B, D. Okay, which of the following risk response strategy would be most effective? A project manager is leading a team to develop the new technology for a highly regulated industry. When it becomes regulated, when it's become a compliance thing, that thing can become kind of a must. Okay. The project involves working with several vendors from countries and cultures, and the team is under significant time pressure to deliver the product to the market. The project manager has identified several potential risks related to the vendor performance, etc., regulatory compliance that could impact the project. Which of the following risk strategy would be most effective for this project? No, this acceptance is never the good uh, strategy at all. The project teams take action to reduce the probability of identified risk. Okay, project team identifies the risk to a third party to avoid the identified risk altogether. Now, guys, I specifically put this question for one and one thing. You understand the priority in the risk management techniques. What is, put in the chat box, what is the number one risk strategy that we should use for a negative risk? What is the number one strategy we should use? The question has given you everything, but it is your thing how you want to reorient the risk. So, what is the number one strategy that we should use for that thing? Abdul Wahid, I have also turned it on laptop. I don't think it's stuck. No, Mati, not mitigation. We should always try. No, Vishal, no. We should, Hamid, no. No, Pankaj. We should always try to avoid the risk. Avoid means making probable. Khurram loved it, but you put it there. Avoid, transfer, mitigate. But transfer, mitigate depend the scenario. We should always try to avoid the risk. That is for sure. We should always try to avoid the risk. So here, the goal should be to avoid as many risks as possible. So D is the right answer. D is the right answer to everybody. The risk hierarchy is this: avoid, making probability or impact zero. If you cannot do, then mitigate or transfer, and the last is accept. Is this clear to everyone? Is this clear to everyone? Put yes or no. This is an important thing. This is an important thing for the PMP exam, that you must know all the risk strategies. Guys, we are 70 plus people, still 41 has only liked. Please like the video. Guys, please do like the video. Hmm. Next question. I have never put actually in my mind any ad. Like, I don't put those YouTube ads for earning on YouTube channel, because what I believe, the knowledge, at least what you are getting, it should not have those ads. So do always share these videos with other, because my goal is the very simple goal: each one teach one. Explain watch list, and then we wait and no risk response. Watch list is for the small risk, Numan, the risks that are very small, they don't have any probability or impact, and they can be an accepted risk, things like that. Irfan, we can avoid by making sure that that risk never occur. That's how we can avoid that risk. Making the probability as zero, making sure all the strategies, whatever the compliance requirement, are fulfilling those compliance requirements. Happy to help. First of all, target no other Jamil. You need to understand in the, like, that's the most important thing. Remind me after this question. I'll go with the positive risk strategy. B B B B B B. Maybe I need to. Uh, Guys, do remind me after the coaching call, or maybe tomorrow. I'll make a video on risk management strategies. Which of the following engagement strategy would be most effective for the project? Okay. A project manager is leading a team to implement a new stakeholder system for a multinational corporation. A new technology system, sorry. A project manager is leading a team to implement a new technology system for multinational corporation. The project involves several stakeholder, employees, IT, etc., etc. The team has involved several project risks related to barriers, conflict. Like now, these are very important risks, several risks. Like when we are engaging the stakeholder, since it's a multicultural, guys, one thing is for sure, your exam will be highly dominated on the stakeholder. So grasp that topic by heart, and understand how the stakeholders engagement affect by language barrier, conflict of interest, communication breakdown, and things like that. Which of the following stakeholder strategy would be most effective? That focusing on a communicating project update. No, all the stakeholder, guys, whenever the question says all the stakeholder, that can never be the answer. We make a power interest grid and then work into that way. Engage stakeholder based on their power interest. Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a very good answer. Okay. Categorized based on their geographical location and tailor engagement. Not a bad answer. Not a bad answer. Engage stakeholder based on their cultural background and adopt the approach. No, no, that is the secondary thing. We need to understand this thing. Whenever you are engaging with the stakeholder, power and trust metrics take priority over everything else, right? Power and trust, like those stakeholders have high power, high interest, we work into that, we analyze, we engage with them. So I would go with the B option as the right option. Is this question, I understand this question was confusing, is this question clear to everybody? Put in the chat box. Is this question clear to everybody? Put in the chat box. Put in the chat box, it's clear or not. Guys, still only 51 like, we are 80 plus people here. Like it, yeah. At least I should see 18 number. Acha, understand this thing about the stakeholder. You identify the stakeholder, you categorize them, then prioritize them on the basis of prioritizing our interest. On the basis of those prioritization, we work with them, we engage them. On the basis of those prioritization, now I'm explaining. On the basis of those prioritization with the power interest, we basically actually work into that way. On the basis of that prioritization, power and trust, we engage with them, because only those stakeholders who have high power, high interest, they will go to that matrix. No one else will go there. Only those stakeholders who has high power, high interest will go there, and we will engage them. Is it clear, Ramnath, now to you or not? Put in the chat box. Acha, second thing, which if there's a risk, if there's a positive risk, which risk strategy, it goes back to the previous question, if the risk was positive, which risk strategy would you use? If you can, which is the best risk strategy? Which is the best risk strategy that you can use? Put in the chat box. No, except brother, exploit, exploit. Retention, Diksha, is not a word of PMP. It's not a word of PMP. You will learn slowly, slowly. Exploit is the most positive word in PMP. Exploit is the most positive word in PMP. That's such a fascinating concept, that exploit the risk. If you can exploit that patent risk, and that become the best thing, increase the probability, increase the impact, exploit that patent risk. It's very important. Let's go to the next question. Acha, let me do what if on this question. Let me play a little bit with this question. because this is an interesting question, and stakeholder is the most important topic of PMP. What if the question says that, and you are managing a project on which cultural or diversity is the most important thing? Now, what will be the answer? You are managing a project on which culture or religious is most important thing. Now, what will be your answer? Yes, now your answer would be option D. G, next question regarding to the little cost topic. Guys, give justification of the answers. Now, why do you think this question is important? Like, why this answer is right? I need justification. Now, that justification is very important. I really like the justification when you give the justification of any options. Now, without justification, I cannot understand what you are thinking. Okay, question. If machine not working, we add it in issue log. Then okay, if machine not working, we add it into the issue log. Straightforward. Okay. When we do the entire thing, and if that issue after solving can reoccur, then we put it into the risk register. Numan, is it clear? Numan Habib. What is Acha ji. Which of the following would be most effective way for the project manager to anticipate future budget challenges? As a project manager, one of your job is to anticipate future challenges. I made the same type of question. Next question will be more of a agile related. Okay. A project manager is leading a team to develop a new software system for financial service. Okay. He is developing a software that can help for a financial service. The project involved several department and stakeholders, including IT, etc. The project manager has estimated the budgetary needs on the project scope and past project. Perfectly fine, logos, but there are still unknown factors that could. So we call them as a contingency thing. Which of the following would be most effective way for project manager to anticipate budget challenges? Acha, before I answer anything, I want to know a question from you. What is the difference between project budget and cost baseline? What is the difference between project budget and cost baseline? What is the difference between them? Tell me. Allocate a contingency reserves for potential budget overruns. Okay. Consult with the finance department to obtain feedback. Okay. Use the earned value management technique to track the progress and forecast the budget at completion. Okay. Develop a financial management plan. Okay. D is eliminated. Okay. C, B is eliminated. Yes, yes. Project budget is equal to cost baseline plus management reserve. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. I really loved what you are putting there. Not contingency, Malik. Now allocate a contingency reserve for potential budget overrun. No, that is not the potential, but that is a management reserves. We don't have to do that. The question is saying, is asking which of the following will be most effective way for the project manager to anticipate. We want to predict. We want to predict earned value analysis or earned value management, schedule variance, cost variance, SPI, CPI. The entire purpose of SPI and CPI is to anticipate the future budget challenges. Your answer is C. How many people have put the answer C? A, D, D. A lot of people have put the answer wrong. The right answer is answer C. The purpose of SPI and CPI is to anticipate the future budget challenges. Like, okay, we are bad, so estimated completion. What is EAC? Estimated completion. We are anticipating and coordinating and changing that. Yeah, C is the right answer. Is this clear to everybody? Put in the chat box. It's an important question. It's a very important question because you see, these questions can come into the exam. There is no SPI, CPI, nothing about the cost, but these questions can come into the exam. You must understand these things. Okay? You must understand these concepts. It's an important concept. Acha ji. Same type of question, but let's go with the agile one. I use the same exam content outline for that question. Guys, still 57 likes. Normally, it on average 80 people are watching. Like it, yeah, and do subscribe it if you haven't subscribed now. G, put in the chat box. But you are initiating a new project. No. Rizwan sir, focus on the question. The question said that how can you anticipate future budget challenges? That was the question. That's why I recommend read the last line first. So that is the undervalue thing. A, C, B. Everyone has given the answer for the different option. I need explanation, guys. I need explanation. I need explanation. Please give the explanation of the answers. Because you see A, B, C, all options are there. The best option by this we can change our budget. Junaid Wahid, explanation Bhajan. I need explanation. Shabar C. Rice, why B? I need a justification. Okay, which of the following would be the most effective way for the project manager to monitor budget variation and adjust the budget as necessary? Again, anticipating as the previous question was saying, here's a challenging, a project manager is leading a team to develop a new software application using Agile methodology. The project involves several departments and stakeholders, including IT, staff, etc., etc. Which of them is there? Use earned value to track the project progress, conduct a project review. The question here says agile. It's straightforward agile question. Guys, how in agile, what are the 5 ceremonies in the agile? Tell me what are the 5 ceremonies in the agile. Put in the chat box. What are the 5 ceremonies and what are the purpose of each ceremony? What are the 5 ceremonies and what is the purpose of each ceremony? What are 5 ceremonies and what is the purpose of each ceremonies? Still 60 like. I need 80. I need 80 like, guys. What are the agile ceremonies? And what is their purpose? Sprint planning, daily sprint review, sprint review, retrospective is lesson learned, cost based. Other, I guess your computer is daily scrum, sprint planning, review, retrospective, sprint planning, product backlog. That and no KR, there is no product backlog ceremony there. Sprint planning, daily stand up, review, retrospective review. What is the purpose, guys? Tell me the purpose in one line. The purpose, guys, purpose of those ceremonies. Because then I will put it in that way. It's a very important thing. Like in the agile, apart from the agile mindset, 4 values, 12 principle, these ceremonies are very important. Purpose of each one, put in the chat box. Sprint planning, review, retrospective, daily stand up. Sprint planning, assess the user story. Okay. Sprint is basically a time box, a time thing. Sprint planning make a sprint goal. Sprint backlog, daily stand up to review the progress. Sprint review to reflect what we have done, how many user stories have been completed, they are accepted, and we get product increment. No new user stories are added, and retrospective is a lesson learned meeting. Sprint planning will make sprint backlog and get a sprint goal. Very well done. Okay. So if we go to this question, understanding what 5 ceremonies are there. So if we look at the option B, what is the purpose of option B? It's a sprint review. In the sprint review, we look at that and we adjust it according to those requirements. The purpose I took you back was this. I like Anushka what you put it. Srinivas, very well answered. So sprint awareness, time box out to handle sprint daily stand up. Yes, very well, Pooja. Very well, Abbas. Very well done. Good, guys. It's a very good way. I really want you to come up with these things in a split of second. Then you will be able to answer in the exam in the best possible way. Because the clock is ticking, tick, 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 tick. We want to make sure that we understand and work in the best possible way. Very well then. Next question. Last question, B was the answer. Next question now. Okay, so the answer of this question, D. It's answer monitor and control. Okay, let's see. Which of the following would be the most effective way for the project manager to measure ongoing process and modify the schedule as needed? Okay, a project manager is leading a team to develop a new website for a marketing company. Perfectly fine. The project involves several stakeholders. Okay, the project manager has estimated the task, created a schedule, but there are several factors that could impact the project progress and schedule. Which of the following would be the most effective way for the project manager to measure ongoing progress and modify? You need to measure ongoing progress and modify the schedule as needed. The question is talking about schedule. Okay. Use the critical path method to identify the project's critical and make adjustment. Okay. Conduct regular status meeting to review progress. Okay, B is a very good option. The question is saying about the marketing company, then website. So Walid, marketing is website. Marketing and a website is a predictive or a agile. You tell me. And if you cannot, guys, also put in the chat box. If you cannot tell it's a predictive or agile, then what do you consider that as? Okay, conduct regular meeting, develop a detailed plan that outline timeline, that is timelines and milestone. Nah, this is out of the way. Use agile methodology, identify and no. I would go with the B option. A is not the way. A, you need to change the baseline and need to work into that. That's a different thing. So B would be the best thing, that we review the progresses, change the project as we move forward. Just like the previous question, we will work into that way. So B will become the right answer to this question. Yes, Keaton, you're 100% right. B is the right answer for this pattern questions. Next question. A. So I wanted to make this question regarding information radiator because that's an important thing to understand and master in the PMP exam. Which of the following would be most effective way for the project manager to utilize an information radiator for the project? Keaton, see, okay. A project manager is leading to develop a new product for the technology company. The project involved several stakeholders, including owner, etc. The project manager has decided to use an information radiator to communicate status. Which of the following the most effective? Display the status and progress on a board in a central location visible to make a war room and work into that. A is normally the best thing to do, but elimination technique demands that we go to every single thing. Send regular status report, no. Create a shared Online dashboard accessible to, that is okay, not a bad option. No, from A and C, this is the best answer. A and C, A is the best answer. Okay, A will be the right answer. No, Anushpa, the question does not say that they are not at the same location. So how can you assume it? We want to have effective Kanban board. We want to work into the best possible way. The question is asking most effective way. It's not C. The next question. See, see. So we will assume that, na, Anushpa, we will assume that they are the same location. Unless it is mentioned, we always want, that's the principle of Agile, we always want them to work with us. Acha ji, which of the following would be most effective way for the project manager to recommend options for improvement based on quality gaps? A project manager is leading a team to develop a new software product for a technology. Let me have some water first. A project manager is leading a team to develop a new software product for the technology company. The project involves several stakeholders. The project manager has determined the quality standard required, but there are still several unknown factors that could impact the quality. Which of the following would be the most effective way for the project manager to recommend options for improvement based on the quality gaps? Recommend options for improvement. The question is not asking about identify that. They are asking recommendation for improvement. Conduct a root cause analysis of the quality gaps to identify the cause and develop corrective action. Develop a quality assurance plan. No, that's not there. Conduct inspection, audit, identify quality gaps and make necessary improvement. Use benchmarking to improve quality standards. No, Junaid, benchmarking, we are not doing it the best. We are looking at the most effective way. We are not comparing here. So B and D are eliminated. Guys, why not A? Why not A? For the people who are putting C, why not A? Why not A? C is the right answer. By just looking at there, C is the right answer. Very well done, Anushpa. G. B, 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 B. Okay. B, B, B. Okay. Which of the following would be the most effective way for the project managers to break down the scope and ensure that it remains aligned with the project requirement? A project manager is leading a team to develop the new manufacturing plant for a large industrial company. The project involves several stakeholders, including engineers, architects, etc. The manager has determined and prioritized the project requirement. Okay, so these questions I basically use the same one for the agile. Which of the following the most effective way to break down that? Develop a comprehensive? No. Use a WPS. The straightforward B is the right answer here. No, Rakesh, B was the right answer. G. B, 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 B. B, 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 B. Okay. Which of the following would be the most effective way for the project manager to break down the scope and ensure it remains aligned? Okay. Agile. So in Agile, the same way. Now, guys, you see how I basically reoriented the questions from productive into agile. The purpose of these questions is to like give you the same context what the difference between agile and the productive and how we can basically work into agile and productive. Is it helping you to understand what are the difference between like on the scope in productive in the agile? Is it helping you to go into depth of that just instead of just going to the surface knowledge or not? Put something in the chat box. We have one more questions and then we will solve LinkedIn question answers. Is it helping? Put yes or no. The chat box. Still 65 likes, guys. Do it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Amit, you need to slow down, brother. Slow down. You need to slow down. One day. Inshallah. G, what is the best approach the project manager should take to determine critical information requirement given the complexity of the project? A project manager is leading a team to develop a new device. The project manager has consolidated the plans and assessed them. The project manager has also collected information what is the best approach that you should take to determine the critical. Use a decision tree analysis to evaluate the importance and urgency. Conduct a stakeholder analysis to identify the needs and expectations of is using a software to track critical information. No, no. Guys, the thing is that look at the B option. What is the needs and expectations of the stakeholder and tailor the critical information according to that. B is the right answer. B is the right answer in this context. It's a very important question. It's a very important question. We need to tailor it according to the requirement and work into that way. So this is a very important question. I hope that makes sense to you. So these were, I guess, 12 question answers I made to put your justification, please. Why do you think particular answer is right or wrong? Frequent review, A. Shabazz from Saudi. Good to have you, Shabazz. Okay, Ji, how these complexities are managed in Agile project. So straightforward from this thing, we can see that that this is an Agile project. One of the specialty of Agile project is high variable environment. The environment is variable, more uncertain and risk. How these complexities are managed. Now the question is asking how these complexities are managed. Use of a frequent reviews of incremental work and cross-functional teams. Yeah, this is something that we can do that. Register plan and risk response, we don't have those. We do have risk logs in the Agile, we don't have that thing. So guys, whenever you are doing your root cause analysis or whenever you are solving question answers, your justification must be there why this is right or wrong. So we don't have that. Frequent updates on issue log by using contingency reserve. No, this is not something that we do in Agile. Upfront detailed planning, we don't do detailed planning in Agile. So A is the right answer. Okay, guys, more than knowing the right answer, it's more important that you have the justification of why this answer is right or why this answer is particularly wrong. Okay, so this is A option. Okay, next. B. Yasir, Venu, Siva, give the justification now why the particular answer is right or wrong. I need the justification. Okay, this answer is right or wrong because of this particular thing. Okay, so I need a justification for that. What I like it, one of the Agile principle, it's keep it simple. Being the coach. Okay, as a not bad. What should the Scrum Master do to overcome this impediment? The question is straightforward. Oh, what should the Scrum Master do to overcome this impediment? An Agile software development team struggle to with too much product complexities. Okay. What should a Scrum Master do to overcome this complexity? The product is too complex. Okay. Arrange training, do skill assessment after training, divide the task accordingly. Scrum Master cannot divide the task. It's not his job. Okay. It's not his job. So I'm going to eliminate this option. Encourage the team to apply a principle, simplicity, the art of maximizing. Not done, this help reduce complexity. Yes, when you simplify the things get easy and easy. So yeah, that can help you. That can be done. We can look into that. Elimination technique demands, unless you have gone through all option, you cannot select the answer. So I'm not gonna go with B. Do nothing is never the answer. When the question is asking to do something, so do nothing, I don't think so that can be the answer. Engineer Wahid, how can Scrum Master do nothing? That can never be the answer. Okay. Ask product owner to reprioritize the product backlog. Why would Shahid, I ask the product owner to reprioritize the product backlog? The problem is that things are too complex. We want to simplify it. So encouraging the team, simplifying the same is one of the way. What I am doing with this 7-step formula for you, I'm trying to simplify it. Let me make it further simplify formula for you. Okay, I would say that three-step formula. I am just making it for the first time as we are talking. Three steps formula for question answer. First thing first, use elimination technique with the justification when you are solving the question answers. Read the last line first. Last line first, identify the keywords. Now, I simplified the steps to three-step formula. Put yes or no in the chat box. I simplified from 7 steps to 3 steps while just talking to you. I removed other things. They are important. They are important. But remember Pareto 20 to 80 principle. 20 to 80 principle. These key things are most important. We need to use elimination technique. We need to read the last line first. We need to identify the keywords. They are the most important thing that we need to look into that. And that's it. That is the job of the project manager. That is the job of the scrum master to work into that particular context. Okay. So B would be the right answer. Go ahead. Next one. Okay. What PM would have done differently to avoid? The question is saying to avoid the situation. Means that problem never occurred in the first place. You are a project manager of a smartphone production company. Your project is to release a new smartphone globally. You have already made the plan to release the product in location, and release date is already fixed and announced to the public. Customers are really thrilled about the new specification, and your company top management are hope for a great market share. During a status meeting, you came to know that the SAR requirement for an Indian region is different from other area. Now your release plan is jeopardy. Whatever you have done, your release plan has become jeopardy because of this particular thing, because the requirement was different for a certain region, and in this case Indian region. Okay, and that is a beautiful thing. Like, I love the India is the motherland of all the traditions. So there are so many people. If you move from one side of India to another India, there are 100% vegetarian domain, then the meat, and those so many other areas. So what does the McDonald does, where there is a more population of vegetarians, you don't get chicken burger or a beef burger. You get a masala dosa burger, you get a veggie burger, and things like that. What they have done, they have changed the plan according to their requirement. Now, without reading the option, I'm justifying it. Okay, I'm justifying it without reading this question. So what we should have done this thing. The best case scenario would have been to identify this and correlate it according to that thing. Okay, understand the requirements, the compliance thing before that. Establish a clear quality plan and act on it continuously to identify non-compliance issues as early as possible. Not a bad option, not a bad option. But why would we make compliance plan? Assess the impact of the project of including the functionality, and assess the impact on the project of including the functionality, and inform the sponsor. Bring the issue to the attention of the team and ask them to look for solution. Okay, issue a change request. Okay, so let's go with, this is an interesting question. Let's go with the option D is not the option. Okay, D is not the option. We don't have a change request to work into that, to look into that. That is not the problem. Now what has happened? We missed a quality requirement. We missed a local standard. We missed a thing. Okay, so assess the impact of the project, that is later on and going with the sponsor. Now we should go to the sponsor. I'm going to eliminate option B here. Shri, option B will be eliminated. Bring the issue to the attention of the team to look for the, yes, that's a very good option. That's a very good option. But A is better option to work with the plan, identify the non-compliance and go with that option. So A would be the right answer here in this particular question. A would be the right answer. It's a good question. C. Cannot be C. The Scrum Master. C. Especially A and D. C. Ibadam is saying A. C. Because your executive mindset is not executive mind, not A as not. Others are okay. C. Okay, let's see. Everyone is saying C, so let's see. How will you respond to the executive team? You are hired as a project manager for the software development company, which is decided to move from a predictive environment to agile environment. Okay. You have experience working at other companies that have adopted agile practices and see opportunities to apply these practices with your new role. Okay. To ease in transition, you choose a hybrid approach. While the team has embraced the change, you receive a strong resistance. So this is a question. This is the keyword. At executive level, who prefers to see detailed project schedule with minimum changes. Okay, they are still wanting to the predictive mindset where the detailed schedule are required instead of going into detail. Now, how will you respond to it? Roll back to predictive style? Nah. Ignore the executive team cannot. Okay, what is the best response? During execution phase of the project manager discovered that the project problem has occurred. The project problem has occurred. It was never discussed before or the occurrence was never anticipated. It will now impact the cost baseline. It will impact the cost baseline. So now this is an issue. Without anything, this is an issue. It was never discussed before, so it was never identified. It was not identified. It's an issue. It goes to issue. Stop all activity. I will not do that thing. Add the risk to the risk register. Why would Sajid you will put B to that? Who put the B? Farel, I need to talk to you about this question. How you can put it on the risk register? Can't you read this thing? It was never discussed or the occurrence was never anticipated. So how did you put it? After the coaching call, I need a detailed response on my WhatsApp from your discussion. How did you put into that? No, Azhar Jamil, same goes for you. How did it be? Let me read everyone's options. Okay. C, B, update risk register. Abas, during execution, am I missing something that people are putting B as an answer? During execution phase, project manager discovered that a problem has occurred. The first thing is problem has occurred. Okay. Problem has occurred. First thing, it was never discussed. Never discussed mean unidentified. Okay. Or the occurrence was never anticipated. So it was never planned. So guys, how can that be a risk, yaar? How you are adding it in the risk register? It has occurred. How you are adding it to risk register? Okay, Shamsina C saying, how you are putting B, yaar? I'm aware, sab. Shri, how it's where it is saying keyword problem? It has occurred, yaar. Salar, you also, engineer Wajid. We know how you are giving justification, yaar. The risk is not identified first. Yeah, this has occurred now, so it's not a risk anymore. What is risk? Now I'm getting passionate over here. This is risk. We know I explained you this that risk is probability into impact. Probability into impact. Anything unidentified is identified before occurring. It is identified before occurring, or you identified it and put it in the plan. It has to be identified before occurring and you put it into the risk register. Then it is considered as risk. If anything is identified after occurring, we go to the issue log. How many times, guys? How many times? Faryal, why did you put it this here? I don't know. Sajid, how could you put that here? There is no option of issue. So there is no option of issue. You will go to risk register. Huh? Only C as per the question. It looks C. No option C. Option. Why I choose B? The first step. Here, why? Who said the Pankaj? That has to be planned. So it if it does not has a option of issue, you make it a risk. That is not good here. No, this is not good here. Let's go to the option. I'm gonna eliminate this option. I'm not gonna use it. Submit a. What is the sequence when a issue occur? What is the sequence when a issue occur? Put it in an issue log. Do the root cause analysis. Identify why this issue was not occurred. Submit change request to handle it. Since it's an issue, you have to use money from the management. So that is the C option here. That is the C option. It is they just skipped the sequence and went into there. What is the issue here? What is the problem? Why don't you slow down here? Why? I'm getting angry, my friends. This is the later thing after that. After that it comes. This question was easy. This question was easy, guys. You made it. Yeah, I'm angry with you guys. Faryal, A. Guys, give the justification why it should be A. Ashok, why you are saying D? Ghazi Sahab, why A? Justification, yaar, justification. Please give the justification. And by the way, why you are not liking this video, yaar? 64 people watching, only 23 has liked. Please do like this video so that it can start coming in the algorithm of YouTube. Everyone, please like the video kindly. And where is the justification of the answer? No justification. Okay. What should PM do to handle this situation? David is a project manager on a renovation project of hotel belong to a real estate company. Late in the project, his client representative demands a big change. Okay. He evaluate the impact of the change and inform the cost and the schedule baseline is done. So this is basically scope, cost, schedule baseline. Okay, so that is impacted. Client said that he does not have the time or budget to love. What should he do that? Hold a client meeting to figure out why he's asking the change. Good option. To allocate required more money, he already did that. Update the issue log. Yeah, that's a good option. Have the sponsor to meet. No, between A and C, we will first do this, have a meeting with him, and then we will work into that. No, we are shuts up. We already did the impact analysis. Always remember, we only go to the change control board when sponsor when we have done every single thing, and that is still not working. Okay, so yeah, that is an important thing to understand in this context. In this context. B use EI, C Reno. Not correct. D, A and D eliminated. We know we need to work with you. B, C separation. Okay. What should the Scrum Master do first? During a sprint retrospective, two members was having a serious disagreement about the commitment of team towards the sprint goal. Okay. The situation now become very heated and they were about to engage in a physical assault. So if I look into that stages of conflict, first stage is problem to solve. Second is disagreement. Third is contest. Fourth is crusade. Fifth is world war. So guys, first of all, at which stage the project manager take part? At which stage the project manager take part? At which level project manager take part? Level 2. Yes, Adil. At level 2, project manager take part. So when they are fighting with each other, it's a world war. We need to separate them and build a diplomacy. I wanted to clarify first this thing. Okay. Have a discussion with the project manager to remove the team member from the team. Okay. Establish safe structure and use diplomacy. That's a very good option. Do whatever is necessary to prevent the people from hurting. That is excellent option. Do nothing. This is not the level 1. So I am leaving this. Had a discussion with the project manager to eliminate it. I'm eliminating this. This is an interesting question. Okay, we are the world war. Establish safe structure happen at level 4. This is level 5. C is the option. C is the option. C is the right answer. It's an interesting question. This word include that they are at world war. They are fighting with you. The question is asking what he should do. What do you do if, like, I ask you as a project manager, what you would do that if two people are fighting, right? What would you do? Apart from making a video and uploading on Instagram or TikTok, what would you do? What would you do if two people are fighting? Like, I have one son and one daughter. My daughter is like 4 year. Son is going to turn 3 year on 14th of April. They are always fighting. So I will call security guard. Anish, but now I'm gonna give you the example. They're always fighting. So whenever my wife says, she separates them and slap both of them. So that is whatever you do to prevent people from hurting each other. Something like that. Always give justification here when you're answering any question. Okay, during this situation, what the PM should do. An infrastructure project which have government body as a sponsor, deadline are very near and client is pushing to validate the deliverable as fast as possible. During quality test, as per the specification, quality team found a serious defect and rework will take more time and need extra money, which will be more than approved budget. Now we need more money. The problem is that we need more money to work. Do an invest. What should the PM? What do this? What should do an investigation? Good. This is a good thing. This is the good part. But if I read complete, find the responsible team member and terminate him. Never. Find quality manager for not. Conduct root cause analysis and update the lesson line. That's a good thing. Conduct the root cause analysis. That's a very good thing. But the lesson learned is for the future project, not for the current project. Engineer wise, it's not for the current project. Inform the sponsor. Now, this is the scenario where you have to go to the sponsor. D is the right answer. D is the right answer. Oh, this happens. Okay, I need to turn that screen sharing again. Sorry guys, give me a minute. Okay, what is happening? My Mac is getting held up. Okay, D, D, D. So we are getting a lot of answers here. So that's an interesting point to the context. Guys, are you enjoying this coaching call? At least a minute back. Are you enjoying this coaching call? Okay, copy PNG. Let me update it. Still, so many people are not. So many, 48 likes. We need more likes, guys. 66 people watching. Okay, yeah, overlay work. Good job, Yasser. Yeah. Can you see the question now? Put in the chat box. Yeah, I know, Ashok. You were not able to see the screen. Okay, wait. What might have went wrong? During a sprint review for a software development project, key stakeholders were surprised with the fact that there were no completed user stories. Project manager was in shock and was trying to find out what went wrong even after selecting even this is the key thing, even after selecting all stories by himself and allocating time as per the skills and knowledge. It's not his job. It's not his job. The team is self-organized. They should be doing that thing, right? So the method adopted during the sprint planning was not matching with yes. Option A. Product owner was not available. No. No. Anushpa, this is not the point. This is not the point. The point is, why did he select the user stories? That is not his job. He is the right job. By the way, guys, this is the entire procurement contract drag and drop question. So if you can take a picture of this, this can help you a lot. This is a very good. You can take a picture of it, by the way. Acha ji. Okay, what should the project manager do next? You are managing a construction project and you have calculated earned value metrics to determine the project performance. CPI 1.6, CPI. So we are good at cost, we are behind in schedule. Sponsor is unhappy with the performance. The team, the project has to be terminated. What should the project manager do? So you have more money. The schedule is behind. So crashing is basically done. You add the resources to improve this. So you don't like you would not stop the crashing. Why would you stop the crashing? Crashing, the purpose of the crashing is to spend money to increase the remove some of the item from scope. We cannot do that. Take disciplinary, no. Okay, so what would you do? You will perform resource leveling to look at that. No other option makes sense here. So the only option you are left with. Okay, let's see what answers do we have. C. Yes, Ranjana, I will share the link in LinkedIn. After solving 10 questions, I'll share the link of LinkedIn for sure. Meeting C, as this will give us more input. B, cinemas Y, B, 40 C. Let's give the justification. Why do you think B or C? Conference can let you choose the best option. C, bidding conference. Okay. अच्छा जी. Okay. So, what tool or technique would be most useful as you plan? You realize you will need acquire services. You are concerned without additional support. What tool and technique will be? Yes, C will be the best option for that. Meeting with the sellers, having a better conference will be the right answer. Hello. D, cost of non-conformance. C, warranty cost, cost of conformance, non-conformance. Okay. So now, guys, this question is kind of very important question for your exam. Let me put it in this way, and let me be very polite when saying it. In quality, the most important things is like two to three things. Have you watched Journey of Quality? If not, do watch Journey of Quality. Remind me at the end. I've put a link of that. In plan quality, we have quality management plan, and in quality management plan, two things are very important: cost of quality and benchmarking. And along the way, you get quality metrics. Cost of quality consists of cost of conformance, money spent to avoid failures, and cost of non-conformance, money spent because of failures. Okay, so if we look in the question, if we dive deep in this pattern questions, which of the cost in quality is considered outside? Training is inside. It's a cost of conformance. We are conforming to the requirement. Okay. Testing cost, again, this is internal cost. Appraisal cost, you are identifying the things within the organization, again, internal thing. Warranty, this is something, it goes out of that and you go there and get that. So warranty cost is an outside cost, happens because of outside thing, so that goes out of the box, that is warranty cost. Is it clear? Put in the chat box. Important question. One line. Yes. Yeah, what is the answer for this question? C. Saurabh Ghulam Nabi. C. C. Guys, give your justification. Please, this is a very important thing. Whenever you are solving question answers, always give the justification. Why do you think a pertinent answer is right or wrong? That is kind of very important. Amer Nasir, you are a certified PMP. Your answer should have been right. So this is important that you give a justification. Why do you think a pertinent answer is right or wrong? Okay. So let's go to the question. What is the schedule variance? You are the project manager responsible for upgradation of manned diesel engine. It's a kind of a company, whatever it is, just the necessary information. The important thing is to work into that. Nishit, you are here to solve the question. Why would I share formula with you? Whether Okay, what is the schedule variance? So schedule variance is basically you need to calculate the variance of that, and you should know at least these two formulas: schedule variance and cost variance, SPI, CPI. You should know this formula, and you should know that if it is zero, it's okay. If it is positive and greater than one, that then then it's the best thing to look into that. So these are the important thing that we need to understand into that pattern thing, and we need to get this thing done. So you are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of manned diesel engine. Okay, that is the way. The entire contract is expected to be completed in 8 months. That is the way. like your total time is 8 months, the total cost of a million. So million is the total cost. 4 months have passed. 4 months have passed. So what does that mean? The planned value should be half a million. So far, you must have spent half a million. 620 has been spent. So your actual cost is this, and 40%, only 40% work has been completed. 4 months is that 50% money was planned, 40% has been done. So we are behind the schedule for sure. So this is not the answer. This is not the answer. You are left with the two options. And if you go with that option, and if you just calculate that, it will become this. And even if you don't do, this is 40%. 4 month is 8 is total, and 4 is half of that, 50%. 40% minus 50%, so it has to be 10. So guys, without calculator, you are solving that question. Somebody gave the answer minus 20. We know, no. So without even formula, you are, without even calculator, you can solve the question. This is an interesting thing to understand. In the PMP questions, you don't have to use a calculator. You don't have to use calculator in the real PMP question from a long time. So if anybody says that you have to use the calculator for the PMP exam, no, that is not true whatsoever. That is not true whatsoever. So that is a very important thing to understand that. Okay. Yeah. Ramnath, sure. Let me explain you what I did here. You see, total project is 8 months. 4 months have passed. So planned value is the what you have planned till today. So that is 4 months, and you have 4 months mean 50%. Eight divided by four, it's 50%, and 40% have been done. So 40% minus 50%, it has to be minus 10. So that is a simple way to calculate that. Otherwise, you can use the formula that everyone is putting in the chat box, and you can calculate through that. Is that clear to everyone? Is this clear to you? If you get any formula question, it will be this formula. So is this clear to you guys or not? G. Is this clear to you or not? Put it in the chat box. Is this clear or not? And still, guys, only 30 people have liked. Why you guys don't like the video? Like I was looking at the analytics of my channel. 58% of the people are non-subscriber. I don't understand why. Why don't you like the videos? Why don't you subscribe it? We are putting so much values into it, so much time just for you guys. So, and as a result, I just want it to reach it to other people. Please do like it and share it with other people, and do subscribe it if you haven't done yet. These are like simple ethics. Please do that. Value belong to the customer. Value belong to the customer. Okay. I'm gonna change this question for you guys. Okay. So justify the answer. I will be changing the answer then later on. Question later on. Acha ji, why you are doing that? You are working on a project as a project manager. You are emphasizing it will be better to deliver value incrementally as compared to one go. So you want to, now this question is so beautiful if you understand the context of the question, because it is the entire reason why we go to Agile. Why do we want to deliver value incrementally? That is the question that you have. Why we want to deliver that? You can earn more when value is delivered incrementally. Yes, not a bad option. There will be a less risk when delivering value in one go. Okay. Both clients and vendor can go home early. Okay. Value can be realized early on. Yes. D, A and D both are the right option, but D is more valuable. Okay. D is more valuable. Okay. This being agile. This being agile. But can we deliver value in predictive project? Let's say on in a bridge project early on. Can we use the bridge project in incremental agile way? If yes, You need to give me justification. Can we do that? You see, I want to do play with your thinking, how you are thinking about what you are thinking. So I want to understand that thing. What do you think? Can we do that? No, no, no. I will go with a no, because we need to understand the reason of the project. Not every single time the predictive is the right thing. No, 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 no. Okay, not every single time. Sometimes we have to go to Agile and we need to look into that, and we need to customize the requirement, and we need to go through that way. We need to see the value of the project and deliver it accordingly. This is an important thing. The purpose of iterative, incremental, predictive. Why do we even use those projects? What is the purpose of using those projects and behind that thing? Anushka, justify how we can do that. Na? If you are saying that we can, cost is high, A, Hamid justify C, Avas justify C, justify things why that should be the right answer. What will you do? You are working in a car manufacturing company again. You are designing a new car for the UAE region. You are focused on delivering high level feature to test the market. You got a result, they are negative to what you expected. Cost is much higher than the benefit. What will you do? Launch an MVP. Okay. So you are focused on delivering high feature to test the market. You got a result. How did we get the result? We actually launched the MVP. That's how we know the cost is much higher than now. So this is eliminated. Okay. This is eliminated because the cost is much higher. Understand this thing. The project is started on the base of the business case. Business case is benefit to cost. The cost goes more than the benefit. We have to end the project. We have to end the project. Guys, will you go to anything in which your cost is more? Will you do that? Doing something that has less benefit but the cost is more, right? So this is a very important thing. Will you do that? No. Then why would we do in the organization? Unless it's a government organization and it has a different kind of benefit, and we need to relook on those things. Apart from that, even in that cases, remember this for PMP. Whenever the cost goes more, we just let it be there. We say that okay, no, we are not going to do that. Okay, we are not going to do that. Understand this thing. It's an important concept in PMP. That benefit to cost is the end of story. If there are no benefits, we are not going to do that. Is that clear to you? It's an important concept. Yes, Anushpa, I like your answer. Yes, Sandeep, I like your answer. Can't achieve the benefit. Shyam, why do you think A would be the answer? When the benefits are more, why do we even do that? Anyone who is not clear on that particular thing. It's an important thing. There could be strategic objective, but Rizwan, the question does not says that. The question does not says that you have some sort of. If you had some kind of strategic objective, with all due respect, I agree. But if they are not mentioned there, so we'll not go there. Okay, let's go to the next question. Rizwan, I hope now your answer is clear to you, because again, Rizwan, you are assuming the question does not say that the strategic objective is to grab that. What will you do as a project manager? You are the project manager responsible for the upgradation of man diesel engine. While you were in the planning phase, organization have gone through merger, and now the organization strategy has changed, which makes your business case obsolete. What will you do as a project manager? Your business case is obsolete. Update the business case to reflect the new strategy. Update the project charter. Escalate to sponsor. Continue work. Okay, many people has put as A, B, things like that. My question to you is that can you update business case or can you update project charter? A new business case or a new project charter means that the project is changed. The project is new. Guys, this is the case. You keep on asking me when we should escalate to the sponsor. This is the question in which you escalate it to sponsor. Yes, yes, loved it, CN. It will be a new project. Yes, we cannot update it. So if we go to the elimination technique, the right answer would be option C. Okay. अच्छा जी, emotional intelligence, EQ, EQ, EI. Okay. So one of the important topic in PMP is basically emotional intelligence. What is it? As a project manager, you need to understand the emotional intelligence, self-awareness, all those good things. You need to know that. Okay. And this topic is highlighting that particular thing that you need to look into that. You need to understand that particular thing. Let's look at that question in depth. Which skills you have used to come to the decision? Your team member is not performing well for the past 2 months. As a result, your project is lagging behind because of one team member. Okay, team member. Okay, you went to him and talked to him. You shared that three of his, he shared that three of his family members are suffering from COVID. You gave him a week off and to take care of it. Which skill you use? Influencing skill? No, you did not influence him to come to the work. You did not use communication skills to communicate anything. You did not use leadership skill. All these skills, yes, yes, yes. But the main skill is empathy, which we utilized here, and that is basically the part of emotional intelligence. Empathy is the number one skills which Chat GPT and other AI cannot copy. So that skill we need to have. Next question. As you don't get any extra mark for getting the question right. So getting the question early in 1 minute. Okay, try to take as much time as you can. And then issue log. Acha ji. That risk occurred. Now what will you update first? You have identified risk, plan that a risk is identified. Good. You planned its response and set a risk owner. That risk occurred. There was a risk. You identified it. You planned for response and you set an owner for him. The proper risk management. That risk occurred. Now what will you update? Straightforward. There is no reason to lessen the risk management plan. The question goes for two things. Nabil, why would we even update that lesson learned register? Nishit, who said, brother, that risk occurred become issue? I have shared it like in hundred of videos. That risk when occur, you update the risk register. If any unplanned thing happen, if any unplanned thing happen. Guys, please, especially for those 60 people who are watching the coaching call, at least on YouTube, at least 6 7, Anushpa, you, Ashok, Nishit, Rizwan, and so many other people. Guys, I hope this time you heard it. An unplanned event, an unplanned event occurred. You did not plan for it. It goes for issue log. A planned thing occurred. You planned for it, and it happened. You update the risk register. Okay. Unplanned thing happened. Please, that goes to that thing. So, what will the answer for this skin? You have identified, planned it, and set a risk owner. Why we will go to issue log? Anyone care to justify? Why would even we go to, like, I made so many videos only explaining this one topic. This one topic. Just if you go to my videos, guys, why we are still doing it? Like, okay, risk identify, what to do when a new risk identified, an unidentified risk occur, what to do, risk register, risk plan, so many things for only this question. Still we are getting it wrong. Still we are getting it wrong. No, Sandeep, no. An unidentified thing occur, it goes to issue log. Identified plan, you update the risk register. That issue log has nothing to do with that. Please understand this thing. Is this clear this time? I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart. Is this clear now? Is this problem? I hope now we can update the risk register, note the issue log. Is this clear? If not, ask me. I want to clarify this once for all. Anyone who the cross question. At least this 60 people should not make the same mistake again. These 60 people should not make the mistake again. Okay, please. Yeah, Suresh, that is okay. Making mistake here. Now answer this question. Thank you, Hasan Saab. Thank you. Use this mint. It's good. Guys, still 46 like. We are more than 58 people. Please do like, yeah. Acha ji, what will you update? You are working in a construction project. An important resource has left the team. Okay? You have already identified this risk and have hired additional resource in place. You have already identified it. Okay? And hired additional resource in place of this. But that is done. Okay? Now we need to update the risk register. In other words, the risk was identified, the risk occurred, the response implemented, we need to update the risk register. Risk register. Please understand this thing. The answer is risk register. Oh, one more SPI CPI question. B. Okay. SPI is positive. Cost variance is positive. Both are positive. Over budget, no. Over budget, no. Under budget and within the schedule. Both are good thing. Ideal project, B. Last question from here, then we'll solve the LinkedIn questions. What could have avoided this? You are in sprint review, okay. The client refused to accept user stories, said he never agreed. What could have? Inviting client to daily stand-up, that is okay. Getting approval, yep. B. Putting acceptance criteria, no. Yep. B is not the answer. Without, no, C is not the answer. A is not the answer. Okay. We are left with the B and D. And B is the right thing to do. Getting approval. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. If you haven't subscribed, please do that. I make so much time for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye-bye. Have a blessed PMP day.